Recording has begun. Good evening. This is the September 4, 2024 regular meeting, City and County of San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. The time is 4:05 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Chair Yankee, that completes my announcements.
Okay, and Clerk Peterson, we may need to speak up a little bit because the HVAC is super loud. So
Noted. And for the record,
But good that it's working.
but good it is working. Yes, yes, it's
and
we've had it not work. So.
our recorded meetings, the audio comes through
perfect.
for all microphones.
Great. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes.
If you could call the roll.
Roll call.
Just in order.
Roll call. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt, present. Member LaHood. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman, present. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson. Present. Member Anderson, present. Member Highland. Member Highland, absent. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel, present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf, present. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein, present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee, present. We have a quorum,
That's, I think, 7 here right now.
7 attending.
Okay, do we have any agenda changes that you're aware of?
We have no agenda changes that we're aware of.
Okay, members, do you have any agenda changes? Member Popel?
Yeah, I would just, I don't think we need to vote on it, but I would just request that we take the minutes after item 5. So I have a little more time on the minutes. We'll still do it in the 4 o'clock block.
Okay, does anyone have any objections? If not, we'll just go ahead and call it in that order. So that means number 2 will be moved to go after item number 5. Okay,
Thank you.
all right. So with that change, is there any public comment for agenda changes?
We have no one in the room. One moment, let me check the online community, please. Members of the online community, if you would like to make public comment, please press *3 on the telephone or use the app to raise your hand. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, we have no hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And with that change that we just discussed, we'll move on to item number 3.
Item 3.
Yeah, because member Pilpel asked that we call item number 2 after item number 5.
Item number 3, approval of the orders of determination.
Okay, members, do we have any edits to the orders of determination that are listed? Member Pilpel.
We do. Let me skip the commas. Let me appreciate the new font. I think it somehow makes the orders look more impressive with the new font, but maybe that's just me. A few slightly substantive changes, starting with the first. I think with this new format at the beginning where it just has a line that says case, perhaps we can just eliminate that. I think it's pretty clear. Date, decision issued, and then the file number and the summary. So that line just seems, that's my view. On line 5, after the reference to CPRA, I would insert the word section. Towards the bottom, the second action at the full task force, I believe this complaint was not against DEM, but it was against OCME. So in line 2 and line 3, I would substitute the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for Department of Emergency Management in both instances. And then I'm not sure what the action was. I think usually we say either 10 calendar days or 10 business days, not just 10 days. So I think it's normally 10 business days, just to be clear at the tail end of the motion.
We can say,
Yeah.
it may not have been specified in the
Okay.
motion, so I'm not sure.
All right.
I would leave it just as is.
All right. In the future, I think when we talk about days, yes, let's take a moment.
Okay.
And we welcome-
For the record, please note that Member Highland is present at 4:11 p.m.
Noted.
All right. Thank you, Member Popel.
That's fine. So maybe just going forward, when we make a motion regarding days, we should say specify calendar or business days. There was also a change.
May I get clarification? Is there going to be a change to the,
I think we're going to leave
Text.
this as 10 days for this one, but going forward, we're just going to be more cognizant.
If I could, since we're on that portion, the actions on both say moved by the complaint committee and moved by.
I was getting to that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. But Administrator Peterson, did that address your question about whether to change it or leave it?
yes,
Okay. There was a change in some of these to go from made by member A, seconded by member B, to moved by the complaint committee or the task force. I don't have a strong view on the matter, but it does make it slightly different from the minutes.
It should be a copy and paste of the minutes. So
Okay.
So for instance, let's just go with the first one here, where it says,
instead of the.
it says on January 16th, 2024, the complaint committee acting in its capacity here, petitions/complaints heard the matter. Because that's clear that we're in the complaint committee. Then where it says action, it should say moved by member whoever moved it, seconded by whoever seconded. It should be exact copy and paste of the motion that was made in the complaint committee. Because we've already identified that action is occurring in complaints. And then obviously, as we go down, everybody talks about that it's at the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So in that action, it should say moved by whomever moved it and seconded by whomever seconded it. And I
Noted.
think that's across the board. I think they all need to be fixed that way.
Yes, global fix.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was it on the first one. On the second one, other than the global changes that we talked about, I think I added and section where appropriate in the first block. In the first action, I think it's missing a word at the end, have been provided in a timely, how about manner?
Will you also be providing,
Yes, you're getting it.
comments in writing? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. The rest of it, I think, is straightforward. On the next one, I'm on 24020. The Beth Weingarner. I would just add the word chief before medical examiner, the name of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I was confused in the first action block out of EOT. The way it reads is odd.
Yes.
To find a violation that the Office of the Medical Examiner violated. Somehow that needs, I think, some reworking. So maybe a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.21, comma, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner, comma, by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I wasn't quite sure how to move it around, but somehow it's got violated. It's got violated and violation. So it just needs some rewording. It's not to change any of the substance, just so that it reads, more like English. That's all. On this and the following one, no, on this and somewhere. Yes, on this and the following one, the additional line, the respondent acknowledged that the referenced violations occurred. I think I'm open to what other members think. I think that could be in the motion, or it could just be in the minutes. I think it was an acknowledgement sort of for the record, but I'm not sure that it's material to the action. It can go either way.
If I could jump in, I think it's helpful to have it in the motion since
That's
that's what
fine.
carries over. And I think that's informs the entire task force that there's no dispute on this one. And I think it speaks to the consent worthiness of the specific item.
Okay. And
we'll
maybe because it's not in the same block as the action, that it's more of a note than part of the motion. So that's fine.
And note at 4:16 p.m. that member Kumar has arrived.
Noted.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, member Wolf.
Yeah, in the in the task force paragraph, I'm not sure if member Popel had mentioned it or not. He was rattled off a whole bunch of things, but there's no specificity as to what section of the code they violated.
Oh, the reference was to 67.21B out of EOT.
But it should be, if that's part of the motion, then it should be stated in this section, because this is the action that actually, where the rubber meets the road.
Right.
I can't assume it from anything prior to that. What matters is the final vote.
Right. We talked about that last month, I believe, in connection with the process of handling the consent calendar. Member Wolf, I was with you in that approach. The view of the body was to not replicate the motion, but to express it this way, where it's a committee recommendation, particularly if it's on the consent calendar, to just state it as such, to accept the recommendations of the committee and to not repeat verbatim what's above.
But it doesn't say to accept the recommendations of the committee.
I'm sorry.
Where are you looking,
Which
member Wolf? Because
which file number are you on?
So I'm looking at the first one, 23067.
Oh, back to that. Oh, that was not one that was on the consent calendar. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're back on 23067. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're correct. You're right. So
yes, that one is
should
missing the, that's a good point, member Wolf.
You're right. You're absolutely right. 20. What was it? Hold on a sec. Let me go to my notes on that. Sorry, this is on 23067. The minutes don't so specify.
I don't think this one should move forward until it's corrected.
Hold on a second.
Pull this item.
Okay, I have from my notes that it was a 67.28 violation. Yeah. You know what? I think rather than belaboring this, maybe we put off this and possibly the minutes to next time so that we get it right, because it's going to take me some time to sort through it. We should get it right.
We should get it right. So, member Pilp, are you making a motion to continue this item?
Unless people feel that there's some strong reason to do 2 and 3 today, then I'm inclined to put those off and get them right.
Mr. Chair.
I'm willing to put in the time to get it right, but I think we should get it right.
Member Wolf, do you have a comment?
Yeah, was there any communication from any of the parties that require the determination in a timely manner?
As far as these go, I have not heard any member asking for one of these to be expedited or that they needed it in some type of timely manner.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And I can also add that Cheryl sent out the preliminary emails 1 or 2 days after our meeting. So all the parties, it's a draft at that point, since she doesn't have access to the audio. But what you're seeing here was sent out a day or two after our meeting. So everyone is in receipt of, for the most part, what the order is. Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Member Pelpel for making the effort to make these, to clean them up and to make them right. And I'm certainly not opposed to a continuance.
Okay, and for the record, Member LaHood is here at 4:21 p.m.
Member Hood's arrival noted.
And with that, we have our full complement of members tonight.
Okay, and I think just the only other request I would make is in the future, the pile of orders, it would be easier if they were page numbered within that packet item. I know that we were referring by case number, but if it was, page 5 of item 3, it would be easier to refer. But whatever, it's not a big deal. I will take the time to work on item 3 between now and next time. I think there will be other orders that didn't make it in time, so it will be a larger set of orders. We'll come back to item 2 after item 5, as we talked about, but at least for purpose of item 3 today, right now, I would move to continue this to the next meeting.
Okay. So there's a motion by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf to continue the orders of determination, item number 3, until the October meeting. I don't see any hands or anything, so let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion.
We have no one in the room. One moment, I'll check online. Members of the online community, if you would like to make public comment on item 3, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3 on your phone. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, we have no hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and if you could call the roll.
Taking a vote on item 3. Member Pilpel.
Aye, and thanks to Member Wolf for catching that.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
You're welcome. Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. We have 10 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay. And when you're ready, let's go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Item 4, Administrator's Report, Complaints and Communications.
Okay, did you want to discuss let's start with item number 1 about the tentative hearing schedule. And if anyone wants to jump in with changes to the tentative hearing schedule, we can knock that out first here.
Hi, this is Victor, if you don't mind. The September 24th EOTC meeting, I don't believe we have anything to place on that agenda right now, as the one person we did have requested a continuance for an undetermined amount of time.
Does that include the back and forth that occurred with our DCI? I saw some emails. You know, Member Highland, where we're at?
Yeah, that one, actually, we got a nice report from our DCA, so it's ready to go to the full task force.
The full task force.
Yeah, and we don't need to see it again.
Okay.
And is that going to the full task force for hearing?
Yeah. because there's some interesting stuff in there about ALPRs and what is and what is not privileged and all that stuff. So I figure, and we have enough now to have a meaningful discussion and set some.
Okay, so with that, Pat, if you could mark 24021 in your go forward log that it's ready to be scheduled before the
So
full task.
Pat, for full task force with no recommendation is how you could do it.
I'm sorry, no recommendation.
No recommendation, just as is. Yeah.
No, was that our action of the committee? Okay, that's fine.
Noted, thank you.
Chair
Member-
Yuki, yes, I've asked for this in other meetings, but if we could cancel the December 24th CAC hearing and just get it off of there, or unless there's an opportunity to reschedule it for early January.
Yep, that was, I think, an oversight that,
It is.
this is a good time to bring this up. I'm not sure if everyone knows, but Administrator Leger will be on indefinite leave. So there may have been some items that we were working with Cheryl on that Pat isn't aware of. And I think that was one of them. I think some of the
Okay,
things we'd ask Cheryl to change in
well
this
then
part.
I'm glad I brought it up.
Yes.
Thank you.
So let's go back to the EOT. Did Member Heiler, any members of EOT have anything they wanted on that? If not, did CAC, or did you want to take that slot potentially if EOT didn't want to meet, or
Unfortunately, I am out of town
you're
there.
out of town? Member Popel?
Several things in time sequence, I guess. On EOT for September, did we not refer both of the OCME items, the Beth Weingarner and the Chemo Crossman items, to EOT for follow-up? And are they ready for a discussion with OCME about how they're addressing our views?
Victor might be able to answer that.
Okay.
It's not ringing a bell for me.
Okay.
We can look into it and
Okay.
get back to you tomorrow.
Okay. Because it seemed to me like those were the only two things that I can remember that were pending or potentially pending at EOT. Other than that, I think there's plenty of proactive stuff that we could be doing at EOT with Member Kumar, whatever. If you want to do that, we can do that. If not, we can.
Or Chair
cancel it.
Yankee, if another committee does not want to take that slot, we could take it and act as the complaints committee. If depending on our backlog, we can do that too.
That's true.
We don't have enough. There are no items, new items for the OTC to consider. Complaint committee has it handled.
Can we get that in writing? Is that a first? That's the first in 12 years I've heard that. That's fabulous.
We'll work with the chair on determining if there's anything that needs to be scheduled on September 24th. I forgot what time does this meeting start? It's not listed on the ad.
5:30.
5:30.
Yeah, it's not something that we have to vote on, so it's your call to make as chair, Member Highland. So you can work with Victor and Pat and your committee members.
All right. So as of right now, we will relinquish that spot, and we'll let you know if it's otherwise.
Member Kumar?
Yeah, I just want to add, I will be out end of October and most of November. So if we reschedule, we might have to do it in December because I won't be around.
We can still proceed with 2 out of 3 members if we have to and get someone to sub in, but thank you for that.
Okay.
And Member Kumar, if you could let Administrator Peterson and me know by email exactly which dates you'll be gone, this way we can, when I need to gauge who will be here for quorum purposes, I can then figure
I
that.
plan to do that.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thank you, Member Kumar.
so for tentatively, we'll say for the record, tentatively it's canceled, but if you and
I'll talk to Victor and Ms. Peterson. We'll see if there's
Yeah.
work that needs to be done.
your call to make, so.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, and then getting back to the comment that Member LaHood made, make sure that we cancel for sure now the December 24th. And you can work out if there's a way to reschedule. If not, then that's the way it is.
So on that, I mean, we'll talk later in the meeting, perhaps briefly, that we had I think, productive meeting last week, CAC. That was plenty of fun, or whatever it is we do. I think October is going to be important, both at the full task force and at CAC on amendments potentially. If December 24th doesn't work, and I understand that, perhaps we could see either pushing it to January for a special, or maybe there's an opportunity earlier in December to switch a slide. Whatever.
I requested early January, and I think
Okay,
that should
that's
work
fine.
out.
Okay, sounds good. Just don't want to lose the momentum. That's all I had on section 1 for the schedule. Oh, and I'm sorry. This was the schedule for through the end of the year. I think what we've done traditionally is ask the administrator to include the next 3 or 4 months. This clearly includes through the end of the year. So maybe each month we would take off the first 3 meetings and then add the last, so that we're sort of rolling through the next 3 or 4 months so that people can check their calendars.
And just as an
You think
FYI,
months total?
3 or 4 months. The idea was so that we can flag things in the future, like Chair LaHood correctly flagged the December 24th as being problematic, and seeing it several months in advance rather than just, it's next week, we should cancel it.
So for example, here, if we were keeping 4 full months, we would be keeping the partial calendar for September and the next full 4 months, including January.
Right. I think I'm not being particularly precise because this includes through the end of December. So if this works for people, then for next month, we would have through the end of January.
remember Phil was saying next time at January, just as
What's here is fine.
Okay. Okay.
And just FYI, for November 6th, and this is just being super picky, but that's a semicolon at 4 p.m., not it's 4:00. It's just a typo.
And this also reminds me to prepare my annual tentative schedule for 2025 for the task force and the committees, and to identify potential issues with holidays and whatnot. So I will try to do that hopefully for next month for the full task force, as we did last year.
All right. Item 2.
Item
The
2.
administrator's report.
Yep, I think we're good.
So since August 1st, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Office has received 3 new petitions and complaints. These have not, they are listed as pending review because we are awaiting documentation and review of the validity of the claim before moving it forward to a complaint committee. I'm going on to item 3, the pending petitions and complaints before the task force and/or committee. These are the counts that we have as of the date of the publication of this report. There were questions that we received about what is included in the section on pending follow-up or the status of an OD. So listed under pending follow-up, it includes ODs that have not been written yet and have not been agendized for hearing. We can include those types of ODs, for example, in the pending OD column.
That'd make more sense to put them there. If we're just waiting for the OD and there's no other action, we can go ahead and put them under pending OD.
We can do that. Are there any other questions about how these are categorized or what the labels for the columns mean?
I don't know. This looks really good, and that makes me nervous. No, it's really wonderful.
I don't want it to be form over function.
No. It only that in recent years the numbers had gotten so high. Chair Yankee, is there anything to explain other than some petitioners who maybe had filed many high numbers are no longer filing? Is there anything?
Yeah, I think the two main things that are doing this is, number one, we closed a lot from someone who had about 50%, right? That happened. But I think most of this is now that we're using the consent agenda. I mean, we are now getting through 10 to 15 files that we're closing per meeting versus 5. And that just, it made a difference. And I think that kind of shows all of our hard work that we've put into revamping our process. And now we can see the results, and it mattered. It's the momentum.
Chair Yankee, just so you know, there's about 15 to 20 complaints not listed in the table where the parties have requested an undetermined continuance postponement.
Yeah, so we need to, there's a bylaw for that, and Victor, maybe
There's a bylaw for that.
you, me, and Pat can talk perhaps, this week or next
We
week.
have been working on it, and we are giving them a limited amount of time to respond.
Yes.
And we just need to get to the point where we say, if you're not ready to go, we're going to close it, and you can refile later.
I mean, members, let me know if you differ in your opinion, but it's either a bylaw or a complaint procedure that basically says that if a member of the public who's filed a complaint does not agree to schedule a complaint within, I think it's 6 months, going off the top of my head, that we can go ahead and close the file. I think some of these have been way more than 6 months that they've not agreed to a date. So what we should do is I think we should put the requirement on them, say if you can't schedule something now, then you have 6 months to let us know when you can schedule it. But I think it's unfair to the administrators to make them having to reach out to these people indefinitely to keep this going. And then I would say if they haven't reached out to you in 6 months, you can tag it in your Excel spreadsheet. Then we just put it on the agenda to close, unless anyone disagrees with that.
Member Highland here through the chair. Victor, are those numbers reflected in this table or not? They're not in here, right?
Those are not reflected in the table. There's about 20 of them.
We probably could add a column for that just to have it all in one place.
And is that aside from the 14 pending that are mentioned below? That's like another, there's
There's
20
a
on
little
top
bit
of
more
that?
than the 14.
Well, I'm sorry, under Schulman, 14 pending. So it's 15 or 20 in addition to those 14.
No, it's including Showman. There's 15 to 20 of them that are just sitting around.
Okay.
So maybe like a inactive waiting to close or something like that.
Would it be okay to include it in a note rather than an additional column?
That's fine, as long as they're all listed there, one way or another. In this case, obviously, show ones are, but there's others that aren't.
Thank you.
A couple of things. Going back to section 2 for a second, the new complaints. I had 2 requests for this particular table. If the header line could not be in a reverse, it's just a little harder to read with the reverse, the file number line. For the column that's
I'm sorry, you would like black font instead of white.
Yeah. There's probably some ADA thing about readability. And anyway, the column that currently says nature of complaint, we've gone back and forth on this a couple of times. I would prefer that we just indicate that it's records, meetings, or something else. I don't actually care what the specific section allegation is. I'm just looking for like the broad category. Again, records, meetings, 12L, whatever else. If that makes sense to folks. And then for the date referred, I'm just looking for like a sense of when the thing started. So if it was since August 1st, if it's August 7th, August 11th, whatever, just so I have some kind of reference date. And these are things that are sort of new in the queue. What has happened in the last month? That's all.
How about date file opened?
That's fine.
Member Pilpel, the thing is, it says pending review because we haven't officially accepted it yet, because we cannot verify the complaint.
Understood, but there's some date that the thing started. That's what I'm looking for.
These haven't started yet because we haven't agreed to accept it.
Well, but we opened a file on some.
We have not accepted it yet because they have not given us all the information.
Then why are we charting?
Once we accept it officially as a complaint, then we will put that date in.
We do track whether or not we are within the 45-day.
So thinking
My
forward,
first
maybe date submitted and date accepted, you could put in 2 columns, and that way you've got
That's fine.
You
I'm
can
just
track
looking-
the 45 days.
I'm just looking for some date, even if it's not a perfected, complete file. We opened a file on some date. We gave it a file number. That's
Just make
That's
sure you
all.
put that all in shading so we can read it online, but David can't read it in paper.
yes, please. Funny guy, losing weight but not losing his sense of humor. Okay, back to section 3. Again, the header on the chart. I think we've talked offline a little bit. about the meaning of the particular columns. So whether these complaints are termed pending, current, active, open, whatever the operative word is, these are things that are still before the task force, have not been closed out, are still happening in some form. So it seems to me like it's going from start to finish, hasn't yet had a committee hearing, has had a committee hearing, but hasn't been at the full task force, has been at the full task force, but doesn't yet have an OD, has an OD, but is pending either at CAC, and frankly, that column could be pending at CAC or EOT, because it was referred out somewhere. And then has it been to one of those committees, and is it coming back to the task force? And then the last column, pending follow-up, could be other or everything else that's got some other crazy issue, whatever it is. And that's for the active matters. And then anything that's not charted, I think, is fine for the note, like the Schulman things that are not considered active for whatever reason, but there are 14 or 15 or 20, whatever, that are inactive for various reasons. We're still tracking them, but they're not included in the above totals. That's how I see this, and that the audience for this is us and the public, so they can see that last year we had 100 or 150 outstanding cases, and now we're down to 32 because, we're doing some things and progress is being made. That's my sense.
Are you asking that we remove the words awaiting and pending because everything is essentially moved to that category until it has left that category?
I guess I don't have a strong view on the words that are used, just that those concepts make sense. So whether it's awaiting or pending, I don't care. I think my concern was just that EOT be added with CAC, and that the follow-up just really be other.
I think the final pending follow-up, if I understand, maybe some stuff that hasn't even started the process yet, rather than, so that's the part that was confusing. So where it says pending follow-up, that column, some of those are actually stuff that hasn't even gone to a committee yet. But it looks like they've already gone through the entire process because they're at the last column, but really, they're not. So I think what Member Pilpel is suggesting, that anything in that last column is stuff that's still open for some reason. It's already gone through the entire process.
Yeah.
And it hasn't even started the process yet. We put it like as an inactive, I'll take it out of the chart so that it doesn't look like it's stuck somewhere in the process.
Thank you.
All right.
Anyway, I just think that this is a chart that we will continue to tweak and iterate, and it's getting better. That's my view. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 4 of the administrator's report.
Yeah, that's just informational for 4 and 5, if anyone wants to read it. I think we have to.
Thank you.
Those aren't discussion points.
And then item 5, we received one communication. The email that we received is included in the packet. The link to the article, Declare a Public Health Emergency at Hunters Point, is at the very end of the email. I'm beginning HTTPS. It included a picture of a plaque and no text. And that concludes the administrator's report. Are there any questions?
Okay, not seeing anything from the members. Let's go ahead and take public comment on that if there is any.
We have no one in the room. If there's a member of the online community who would like to make public comment on item 4, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your telephone. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, we have no hands raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment and move to item number 5.
Item number 5, consider waiving the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Bylaw, Article 2, Section 2, regarding meeting attendance by Vice Chair Stein.
Okay, actually, Administrator Peterson, I'll turn it over to you to discuss what happened or did not happen.
Can I be here? Or...
Oh, yeah, maybe we should take a motion to recuse Vice Chair Stein from this item. So I'll move to recuse Vice Chair Stein from this item.
I'll second.
Okay. So let's take care of that first. So moved by
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
What is the reason for recusal?
Since it involves something that would directly impact Vice Chair Stein, it probably would not be right for her to be participating in or voting on the action that we take.
Okay.
All right. It's moved by me, seconded by Member LaHood. Do we have any other?
Clarification, please.
Yes.
The motion is to
Recuse Vice Chair Stein
from the conversation, from the.
item. So she'll go ahead and leave, and then she'll come back, and then we'll let her know what happened. Member Schmidt?
I'm assuming that Member Stein would like to be recused, but I just want to make sure that's the case and we're not recusing her over her objection.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel right voting on this item.
Thank you.
Can I say one other thing? The way I read this, I thought that this was a proposal by Vice Chair Stein to waive the article. So the way it was written, I misunderstood, but I gathered very quickly
Agreed.
that this was about Vice Chair Stein, not proposed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
by
No,
Vice Chair
this is not proposed by Vice Chair Stein.
That was confusing.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Yes. Okay. To clarify, this is regarding Vice Chair Stein's attendance, and the proposal is to consider waiving the bylaws regarding her attendance, not a proposal that she made.
Thank you.
Okay.
Member Highland here. Do we have a problem? Because that's how it reads on the agenda. I mean,
I understand that there are two possible interpretations of this. The way it could have been written more clearly, but the intended meaning still holds with this wording, but it wasn't unambiguous.
actually, I agree. Rereading it, I do see it the other way, so I think we're good. Never mind.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes.
Sorry. To our Deputy City Attorney, given the discussion that we've had to this point, are we in a good place legally to recuse Vice Chair Stein from the matter? And the motion is properly before us?
She's asked to be recused.
I understood. Just
Yes, I think that's fine.
great. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see if there's any public comment on that motion before we vote.
Shall I read what I have?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Action moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member LaHood to recuse Vice Chair Stein from the discussion of item 5.
Discussion
From item 5.
from item 5.
From item 5.
Yes, item 5.
Right. Public comment?
Mhm.
We have no one in the room. If there's anyone in the online community who would like to make public comment on item 5, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, we have no hands raised.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call the roll on that motion. I think Vice Chair Stein can't vote on this motion, right? So she's going to be recused from voting on the motion to recuse?
I think
Right.
she actually votes on the motion to recuse.
Or does she vote on the motion to recuse?
Yeah.
Do you know? Sam?
Yes, that is correct.
She will vote on it, on the motion to recuse. Is that correct? Member
And
Wolf?
if that
Or,
passes, then she.
okay. Okay, so we will call her name.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson. Aye. Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Hi.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 10 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, so Vice Chair Stein, you were recused. We'll come get you in. All right, go ahead. Okay, so I'll start this and then I'll turn it over to Administrator Peterson to explain some of what happened as well. So our bylaws state that any member who misses three, actually it was in the administrative report, I can refer to it exactly here. It's okay, so any member who misses 3 regular meetings or 2 consecutive meetings in a 12-month period of time should receive a notification from our administrator warning them that that's their level of absenteeism. If there is a 3rd consecutive or 4th subsequent absence in that same 12 months, so another, the 12-month period, that I need to then write a letter to the Board of Supervisors, letting the board know that that member has been absent that many times. Okay, so there is a 12-month period that Vice Chair Stein has been absent 4 times. So that would trigger, for these bylaws, me to have to write a letter to the Board of Supervisors saying that Vice Chair Stein has been absent 4 times. Now, that being said, I can't decide myself not to write that letter unless collectively we make that decision. I think that Vice Chair Stein has, but while she may have missed 4 meetings, it's not that she is not obviously participating in the activities of the task force. She spent a considerable amount of time on the complaint committee, I know, with Member Schmidt. She spent a lot of time with our annual report. And so I think the spirit of this portion of the bylaws is to make sure that members are engaged in the task force activity. And I do think Vice Chair Stein has been very engaged. And that's why I personally felt that we should take a look at that. Now, since that came up, we discovered another problem also with this, and I will turn that over to Administrator Peterson to discuss.
This is acting for Peterson. So in this instance, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force administrators were required under the bylaws to provide notification to Member Stein that she had missed 3 non-consecutive meetings in a 12-month period. We indicated to Chair Yankee that we would do so, and we did not. Therefore, any notification that she would have received about this now 4th possible notification to the Board of Supervisors by Chair Yankee would have been new information and a surprise and inappropriate.
Yeah. So she did not, as the bylaws state, receive her reminder that attendance is potentially a problem. So that further makes me believe that in this instance, it's only proper to waive the notification of the board. I don't know if anyone has thoughts, but that's where we're at.
I'll just say that, I mean, I also noticed this section, like outside of this current issue, and was worried. I've always been worried about attendance for that reason. Just like, oh my God, I could get flagged for something just, for not being here. And I think that for any, I agree about, Member Stein's participation, that it doesn't really seem to warrant sending a letter, first of all, but also that to change it just as an opening suggestion would be to, instead of having it be mandatory to send a letter, then it to be optional to send a letter, or to have a discussion about it that comes up that automatically is instigated after there's a certain amount of absence.
Member Highland here. Yeah, it could be, changing something from shall to may might be a good step forward. I think in a way, in the time that I've been on this task force, and I think Chair Wolf could probably echo this, there was one case where someone never ever even showed up for the first one, and then I don't know how many months until we finally closed out that position. Obviously, that it would catch something like that, but I'd like to hear from the administrators, perhaps from Victor, how many times has this ever happened? I don't think too often. I think the spirit of this was written for attendance. God knows we attend. God knows we put the hours in. We always have. I'd much rather see this as as an option for the chair to have a clear path forward should they need that, rather than a shall, which I think is how it's written right now. We've also had this discussion in the past, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And I think our DCA reminded us at the time, if I remember correctly, that this is our guidelines, which we are free to change. So give it some context. That's all I have to say.
Mr.
Member
Chair.
Anderson? Oh, and then I'll go to you, Member Wolf, after Member Anderson.
Okay.
I agree. Maybe we ought to have that discussion about whether it should be shall or may. But I think in this instance, the fact of the matter is, the bylaws as they stand have a process. The process wasn't followed. She was not given notice of missing 3 meetings, and therefore I don't believe you can trigger notifying the Board of Supervisors on the 4th meeting missed. So so the net is, I believe we ought to waive if that's going to be our final decision, because the things we needed to do didn't get done. And in any employee situation, if you don't do the things you need to do to get to the outcome you want, you're stymied, you're stuck back over there, and you have to start over again. So,
And I would second that in a motion if that came up.
Okay, hang on one second. Let me get to Member Wolf, then Member Highland, and Member Kumar, and then we can do motion. Okay.
So I have a little different perspective on this. This part of our bylaws is not meant to be subjective. It's not meant to be performance-based. It's just a matter of fact, whether somebody shows up or not, or how many times they've missed a meeting or not. We only have 12 meetings a year, or in any 12-month period. It's not necessarily that many. So missing, 1 or 2 or 3, 3 could be significant. Now, the second point, excuse me, that I want to make is, I don't think that the entire number of absences should be just summarily wiped away. They were in fact missed meetings, but the point in time that the member should be notified was missed by the administrator. That one and any subsequent ones where the administrator failed to notify the member, those should be waived, but not the entire record, because the member did in fact miss a certain number of meetings up to that point of when a notification should have been made. So I think it would be prudent, and I think it would be fair, because you never know how many different ways this can go for any other member in the future, that at least it be taken back to a point in time prior to when the notification should have been made. So in this case, count that there would be, instead of 3 or 4 missed absences, that there would be 2, and then have it continue moving forward. If there was then a third one, either consecutively or however it lays out, then the administrator doing their duty to make the notification would put everything back on track. And I'm a little uneasy that Member Sugarman had left the room because Member Stein is outside in that direction.
Maybe using the bathroom.
Bathrooms also.
I mean, during a recusal, it's not good optics.
We just heard the bathroom flush, so we can confirm that that is indeed where he went.
For somebody.
Nonetheless, it's still not good optics.
Okay, I think I had member Highland next.
Excuse me.
So I was going to say,
Member Sugarman was absent at, we'll say, 4:59. And he's back at 5:01. Member Highland.
so I was going to say, before the discussion about the process not being followed, and Member Stein not being notified about. Actually, we shouldn't really be talking about Member Stein. We should just be talking in theories here. So if the member wasn't notified that this is the third one, the next one's going to be the fourth one, in which case this happens. That's one thing, but that's us not following our process. That's on us. I actually think we should report this. I think you should write this to the Board of Supervisors with an explanation of the parts of the process that didn't happen, that she didn't get her due diligence, and that she's a very valuable member, and recommendation to take no action. That way we're following it as it is now. And any changes we make would be this point forward, I think. That completely removes any thought that we're trying to change the system, for a particular member. I think that would be the cleanest way of treating this. I believe in the past, that letter has been written and no action was taken. So we have another excusal rather than recusal. Yes.
So 5:02, Member Schmidt stepped out.
Everyone has to leave out that door, not this door. So anyway, that was kind of my thought.
Oh, Member Kumar next. Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I understand this is a rule and there's a process to be followed, but we also have to understand sometimes life gets in the way, and a lot of the times we also have to take into account that if a member is missing meetings, but they're engaging in other ways, it's because they still want to be engaged in the task force. It's not a reflection of them not wanting to be engaged or them not being passionate about the work we do. So I think in this particular case, Member Stein has done a lot of work for the annual report, and in general, she's like been around in other things, and I feel that us missing the notification for her sort of puts us also in a bad position, because if we send a letter to the Board of Supervisors, the question gets raised that why was Member Stein not notified when she missed 3 meetings. So my suggestion would be to not send anything to the Board of Supervisors and recuse her for this time, but maybe give a warning. Yeah, something. Yeah.
And Member Schmidt's back at 5:03. Member Lohet.
Noted. I just want to say, I think I agree with Member Wolf and Member Highland. I don't think, and I can say many wonderful things about Vice Chair Stein, and I think the work that she did on the annual report was, invaluable, and she does amazing work. But I agree with Members Wolf and Highland that we shouldn't be changing rules based on one person. And I think in this particular case, I don't think we need to go in with an assumption that the Board of Supervisors is. I think we should just follow the rules that we have. And I think this is a situation. I actually hadn't even considered what Member Highland said, which was we should report this anyway and highlight our mistake. I actually think that's a good thing. So we're saying, yes, we're reporting this. We failed in part of our following of the rules. And I would say, Chair Yankee, it's up to you if, you want to say other things, highlighting Vice Chair Stein's, great value to the task force. I think it might also be helpful to include at this point, I'm assuming that one of the months has now dropped off. And if we were to send her, just assuming that because of the way things get triggered, that at this point she may be at 3 meetings, but not 4. Is that correct? Is that
Right.
correct?
So one was September of 2023, and that was the last one, and the most recent missed one was August. So it was literally exactly the 12
Right.
months.
So,
So as of now, I think one would have dropped off.
okay, so one would have dropped off. So if we were to do it now, she would receive the 3-month notice letter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just want to say, I don't think, I think the rules are there for a good reason. There's nothing in the rules that says, and the person, has to leave the task force. And I mean, are people concerned that there is risk of that happening because of the Board of Supervisors, that doesn't, is that what the concern is about in wanting to not report what actually happened?
So that would be my concern.
Yeah.
Like that the notification would, at least they would take it into account when they made the appointment process. Not that they would like remove her, but certainly that when they were considering who was on this force, like, well, what are the factors? And this would be something on her record per se.
That's a good point, Member Highland here. Recently they haven't asked, but in the past when they ask the Rules Committee, they will, I think maybe the administrators prepare a attendance report or they ask for it, but that has been brought up in the past,
Yeah, I'll weigh in a few things that have been quiet here. Exactly. To that point, I recall in some of the past Rules Committee hearings, they've asked specifically how many meetings you've missed, that the quorum was an issue. So I would share the exact same concerns as Member Sugarman, that if we notify them, the intent essentially of notifying the board is that we have an inactive member and the board should do something about it, right? To get back to why we do this, the Sunshine Ordinance itself says that the task force shall approve bylaws specifying the general schedule for meetings, requirements for attendance by task force members, and procedures and criteria for removing members for non-attendance. So essentially, this is the procedure for it's the first step in basically requesting the board, since we can't remove people ourselves. We're essentially, as board, the board being the appointing authority, asking them to remove. So it seems kind of odd to say, so-and-so's absent, but don't remove them anyways. It's kind of, well, why would we do that? And then getting back to some of the history on this, I think only a few of us were here. And this is why I brought this up a few months ago, because I noticed that the majority of the members currently on the task force weren't here when we actually made this change in the bylaws. But I believe it used to have some type of subjective ruling by the chair about whether or not they should or shouldn't do it. Or some meetings were being marked as excused, and it was very well, what's excused, what's not excused. And so I think we followed Member Wolf's suggestion that, an absence is an absence, right? But that being said, I think us as a collective task force can make the decision that there's, I don't think any rule is always 100%. I think there's sometimes exceptions that can be made. And I think that it's better if we make those exceptions or talk about those exceptions as a group and make that as a task force rather than say that the chair should or shouldn't excuse someone or should or shouldn't write the letter. So I think for me, I think the rule's fine as is if we recognize the fact that we can at times waive it. If we want to have further discussion on the rule itself, since this is in the bylaws, we have to notice it, and I'm not even sure that could necessarily happen by October. It might have to be November. But we can have that if people want to. But my preference in this instance, regardless of whether or not we even need to talk about members or Vice Chair Stein's contributions in ways other than meetings, I think the fact that the procedure wasn't followed by the administrator, even after I warned the administrator that this was happening, that they needed to do this, was told by the administrator that it would happen, and then it didn't happen. I think, like Member Anderson says, that we didn't, in a normal type of employee or situation, if the process isn't followed, you can't really skip ahead. And I don't think it would be appropriate at this point to write the letter.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf, and then Member Propel.
Yeah, so thank you all for your, really thoughtful comments on this. I'd really like to see that this member in this situation not be penalized for it in any way, shape, or form. So not sending a letter to the Board of Supervisors. I don't think that's necessary. If you can just answer me a quick question, and then I'll finish up with my comment. Can you tell me again how many meetings and when they were?
So it was September of 2023, February of 2024, and I think it was May and August. After the May meeting, in which Vice Chair Stein missed, I told Administrator Peterson and Administrator Leger that I believe that Vice Chair Stein had missed 3 meetings, asked them to verify it. They did, and they said, you're right, she's missed 3 meetings. And so I said, this is an email exchange back and forth. And so I said, okay, you need to, by the bylaws, send her a warning so that she knows where she stands. And Administrator Peterson said that she would. And then after the August absence, I asked for a copy of that email that she said that she had sent to Vice Chair Stein, warning her that she had had 3 missed meetings. Come to find out that that was never sent. So Vice Chair Stein did not have the warning prior to her August absence that she had missed 3 prior meetings.
Okay, so here's what I would like to propose is that we waive the last 2 absences, and that be it. We waive the bylaws to nullify the last 2 absences, so that the remaining 2 absences are still on the record.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Member Wolf, do you understand that the last 2 absences were in May and August? Why would we waive May? I could understand you saying to waive August because notice was not given, but what would be the reason for waiving May?
Because she had 1 absence in September, 1 absence in February. That's number 2. Number 3 was in May. That's when she should have gotten the notice.
After the May one, yes.
So do you also realize that if we were to waive this most recent August one, at this point, the September one has dropped off. So the only ones that are there are February and May.
Oh, I see. No, wait a minute. No.
Yes, because
It's
the
still
first
within 12
September
months.
one was in 2024.
23.
Excuse me. No,
2023.
sorry. I don't know what year I'm in. 2023. So as of this meeting, that one drops off.
No, it's
Yes.
not. It's
How does it not?
within a 12-month period.
Yes.
She had 4 within a 12-month period.
Okay, September 2023, then February
February.
2024, then May
May.
2024, and August 2024. After
Right,
this meeting, the September one drops off.
No,
Yes.
that's not.
Yes.
You're counting
Look at
to
a
the point.
calendar.
You count to the point of the 3rd, and then the 4th one within a 12-month period.
So a 12-month period. So today is September 4th. So 12 months back, let me look at my calendar and I'll tell you what that date was. Okay, I guess the meeting was on the 6th. So we would have to, 2 days from now, it would disappear.
I don't think we're counting it by the meeting date. It
A
just says
12-month
12
period.
months.
So a calendar, you can't have 2 September 6th in the same calendar year.
But she didn't miss a meeting in September. She missed a meeting in August.
No, September 2023.
2023.
Yeah,
2023.
I understand that. So September, it's September.
It's not January to December.
Right. It's not January to December.
It's
So
a
she
rolling
would-
12-month
she-
period.
She should have received a notice after the May meeting.
Correct.
Okay. And then if she missed another meeting within a 12-month period, counting back to September, which would have been August, that would have been 4 within 12 months.
That's correct. That's exactly what happened.
Right. So what I'm saying is to basically nullify or absolve her of the previous 2 absences, which was August and May, because she didn't get a notice for May.
Right, but Bruce, she would have got noticed after the August meeting, which she did not.
After the May.
After the May meeting.
I'm sorry, after the May meeting, she should have got the notice. She
Right.
didn't. And in fact, if we read our thing carefully, let me just read it into the record here. The task force administrator shall notify any member who misses 2 consecutive or 3 regular meetings in any 12-month period of time. The sentence right after it. If a 3rd consecutive or 4th subsequent absence, the chair. So the sentence before sets the condition for that action sentence. That has not happened. So in a way, we don't have to, we can't follow that because the previous step didn't happen. That's how I'm reading that. One other thing I want to throw in to confuse things. I know it's a 12-month period, but close. The December meeting of 23 was canceled. That's interesting. There was also a special meeting at the end of January. There was 2 meetings in January, a special meeting and a regular meeting. I know this tracks regular meetings, but I believe she attended that too. So, I mean,
The July meeting was canceled as well.
The September meeting was canceled?
no, I didn't say September. I said December.
Oh,
December 23. Yeah. And then I think July of 24 was also canceled. So,
May I note for the record, Member Anderson returned at 5:14, having stepped away briefly at 5:07.
Member Kumar?
I have a proposal. You can totally say no to this. The proposal is that we forget about everything that happened. We just make a note of Feb, May, and August and send Member Stein a warning now and just forget about the September meeting. And if she misses a 4th one, then we can have this discussion again.
yeah, so really this, I don't think we need to act on our bylaws per se today. I think what we need to do is repair what should have been done after the May absence and and make a note for the record that we're issuing a warning, by the way, here at this point, and leave it at that. I don't think we need to go any further than that. If we still want to talk about, the bylaws, we can continue to have that discussion, but we should have that discussion without bringing up Member Stein's record. This should be a purely empirical academic discussion of our bylaws, period. That's it. We shouldn't keep bringing back because it seems like we're crafting it towards a particular situation, which we're not, because now we know that the first step didn't happen. I think that gives us a chance to remedy that and proceed from that point forward. That's what I think.
I don't understand what the remedy is then.
Member Anderson?
I'd like to call the question.
There's no motion
No motion.
yet. We're getting there.
Member Popo?
All right. Sorry, I don't want to belabor this, just a little context and then perhaps a proposal. The context is that there have been historical concerns, not specific about this body, although to some extent, yes, but in general that members of boards or commissions, task forces, whatnot, may be appointed, may choose to not show up, that contributes to quorum problems, abandonment of their position, et cetera. The mayor's issued a policy years ago. The Board of Soups passed a resolution. I think there's also there may be a code section in the admin code about requiring attendance provisions in bylaws. We have done that. I think the language that we have in our current bylaws, moving specific to us, is fine. It can always be tweaked, but I think it is workable. I think the issue now is not so much the wonderful work that Vice Chair Stein has done. It's that there was a failure to provide the required notification. I'm not interested in waiving the attendance or nullifying any part of the record. I am interested in waiving the required notice from the chair to the Board of Supervisors as to the lack of attendance for the reasons that we've been talking about. I don't think it's going to matter over the Board of Supervisors. It's just another piece of paper that we're going to have to write and send, and it's just going to get filed and ignored. I think we would be well served by waiving that notification requirement from the chair of this task force to the Board of Supervisors, and either requesting or expecting that there will be a notice after this meeting from the administrator to Vice Chair Stein, reminding her of her attendance record over the last 12 months and essentially reminding her that until that February absence drops, that if there is a fourth missed meeting, that will in fact trigger the required notice. So if we bring that up to date internally and waive the notice to the Board of Supervisors, that would do it for me under the current circumstances. And hopefully this won't happen in the future. And all of this will just attend as best we can, period. This doesn't need to be punitive.
And Victor, I had a quick, sorry, jump in. Victor, question for you, since you're the clerk of the Rules Committee. Do you prepare a attendance record for incumbents, or do they request it and then you give it on request? What's been the practice?
I do not. They've never asked me for attendance record.
Okay, they just ask that question at the hearing sometimes. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, remember,
I was going to make that as a motion. if
okay, you
I
can make
might.
this motion, then
Okay.
we can have discussion on.
That's fine. So it's a motion to waive the last sentence of the relevant Article 2, Section 2. So essentially to waive the notice to the Board of Supervisors and request that the administrator provide the appropriate notice to Member Stein of her current attendance record.
Friendly amendment?
Sure.
How about we make it cleaner? How about we say we want to acknowledge that the notice was not sent out. We are now issuing that notice.
That's fine.
And should a subsequent absence in that 12-month period take place, the chair will be obliged to send a notice to the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah.
That we're not waiving anything. We're just
Right.
we're
just-
correcting what we
We're
didn't
correcting.
do.
We're fixing the. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, what he said. I so move.
Statement before we.
And
Would you like me to repeat that?
Please.
Okay. I said it so nice the first time.
You did.
We came to our notice that a notice was not sent to. What's that? Oh, okay. So I got my words with it. It came to our attention that I'm going to say notice again. Okay, I got you now. Came to our attention that a notice was not issued to a member after a third absence. We are now issuing that notice. A reminder to all members that a fourth absence in the 12-month period shall result in a letter to the Board of Supervisors.
Do you have a question?
Is that?
Yes, so that action is
That's the
to
amended motion.
notice that the
You want to read it
memo
back?
was not issued after, yes, I'd like it read back, please. The notice was not issued after the third absence. And then what followed?
We are now issuing that notice to the.
I would say the administrator, since it's the administrator who issues it,
Yeah.
not the task
Right.
force.
So it came to our attention that the task force administrator did not issue a notice to a member for after a third absence. That notice is now being issued, and a reminder to all members that a fourth absence in the 12-month period shall result in a letter to the Board of Supervisors.
Sorry, at the end, did you say a reminder to all members or to Member Stein? Well, but this is
Either.
actually a note.
But we're not,
however you word it.
we're not making it about Member Stein. I'm making it a general motion to, that the task, that the admin missed a notice and that notice is being sent now. Do we need to say who it's being sent to?
Fine, then maybe it's a notice
Or, okay.
regarding Member Stein to everybody.
So-
However you do that, I don't care.
So how about
Yeah.
this? All right, I'll say it again.
Figure it out.
Came to our attention that a notice was not sent by the task force administrator to a member who had missed a third meeting. We are now issuing that notice, period. That's the motion.
And I think it needs to waive I'm looking for something that allows me to not send the letter.
And that's the second, sorry, I
Must
think
you-
that's the second part of it. The first part was to waive the notice to the Board of Supervisors. The second part was what you said.
Okay.
So it's both of those pieces.
So, okay, so then you could say a fourth absence
Would trigger.
would trigger.
You're still missing something, a fourth absence. What it's missing is that a fourth absence has happened. And so we are waiving the requirement that Chair Yankee send a letter to the Board of Supervisors now.
Okay. That's the biggest action that I need.
All right, so I'll take one more stab at this.
Are you seconding my motion as you've amended it?
I will eventually, once I get it right, once I amend it. Yes.
I think Member Kumar real quick wants to jump in. Go ahead.
I was wondering if we could add a point that if we are considering, given that it's already September now, so September 2023 technically drops off after 2 days. Maybe we can say that Member Stein has missed 3 meetings in this particular year, and a warning was not issued, obviously, in May, and it is being issued now. But we can also add a point saying that if Member Stein misses another meeting, a 4th meeting before February 2025, then a letter will be sent to the Board of Supervisors according to the bylaws of the Sunshine Ordinance.
I think that's what we're essentially saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the fourth, well,
Again,
I'd like to advise that we do the minimum that is required.
Exactly.
The minimum that is required is to state that the task force failed to send a letter to
The administrator.
Okay. I just hijacked your motion. Oh, actually, Member Anderson, do you want to say this?
I make a motion that due to a procedural administrative error, notice was not given to Member Stein that in missing 3 meetings, she was subject to the 4th meeting trigger of a notice to the Board of Supervisors. Because the procedures were not followed, we waive the requirement that notice be given to the Board of Supervisors. Does that say it all?
That works.
I think that was perfect. That is exactly what I was looking for.
I second
I
that.
said that sooner.
Okay, so
You're so eloquent.
okay, so Pat, forget the part about Member Pilpel and Member
Yeah.
Highland making a motion. We're gonna have a motion by Member Anderson. I believe Member Kumar seconded. that
I will
motion.
withdraw my motion.
The second withdraws.
Right. And we will substitute.
I'm not even sure that motion was ever really crafted, so we'll just, it never really came to
It was
fruition.
getting there,
so-
but we'll go with the Anderson Kumar approach, which is fine.
Yes, okay. So we have a motion. Pat, do you have that?
Is there a second?
Yeah, Member Kumar seconded.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
So, the problem with the way this is written is that it's on a rolling basis. So now that September is here, then the missed meetings don't all go away for the previous 12 months.
Right, so essentially where we're at now is that Vice Chair Stein missed a February, a May, and an August meeting. So if she were to miss a meeting again prior to the February 1 rolling off, I will then at that point pick up where we left off and send a letter to the board. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where we're at now. Yep.
I just want to make sure that we're all understanding that that's the way this
Right, we're not
Council
canceling anything
is
else.
meant to be implemented.
Yep, Member Kumar.
Not adding to the motion, it's just a point. It would be great if we could all maybe have a good track or have a place where all the information is there of our absences for future references, maybe like send a notification to everybody saying these are the number of meetings this year and these are the number of meetings you've missed or you've attended, so that it's there for our reference in the future in case somebody forgets to send us a letter. We can also keep it in mind that we shouldn't miss a 3rd meeting. I think that would be
That
good.
information is in the minutes. I mean, if you want to go back.
No, but if you could get an email, the minutes is a lot of times these things tend to get missed. So maybe if we could get because it's in the minutes, it's one line, I was there, or this person was noted present. If we could get a matrix or a Google Excel sheet, anything with our attendance noted on it, it'll make our lives much easier.
Let me put it this way. The administrators have an attendance spreadsheet. If anyone wants to request a copy of it, it's a public record, and just ask for it, and she can send it to you. So if you're curious where you're at, just ask Administrator Peterson to send it to you, and she can send it to you. That's what you have to do. And if anyone else wants to see it, just ask her for it.
Yeah, maybe my only suggestion would be maybe send it out once in 6 months or at the end of the year, maybe, so that we can all.
Well, the problem is it's rolling, so it always changes. So unless you're to get it every month, it's meaningless because every month some drops off. So if you just get it every 6 months, that only gives you a quick point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense? I mean, and if you want yours even every month, you can ask her for it. I want to make her have to send something else out every month.
With due respect to the discussion, I think we've been at this for 45 minutes. I think we've got a proposed solution. Perhaps we could vote on that and then move on to the other stuff. People are waiting. I think I am.
Okay. So let's take public comment on it and then we'll vote and move on.
I'd like clarification on the language of the action, specifically the third element, Member Anderson. So I have action by Member Anderson, moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Kumar, that due to an administrative error by the administrator, notice was not given to Member Stein of a third meeting, which triggered a requirement for the chair to provide notice to the Board of Supervisors, and we therefore fill in the blank, please.
I would say I think it's upon the fourth. It didn't trigger me until her fourth absence. And then I'll let you pick up where.
And then
Write this stuff down.
and then the closing.
No,
And then the
what I
closing
had is
action.
that therefore we waive the notice to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
Like he said,
There's still something missing.
Okay.
would you read that back to me, what I said?
That due to an administrative error by the administrator, notice was not given to the member of a third meeting, which triggered a
A
requirement,
third meeting absence.
a third absence.
And maybe you want to specify that it was absence of a regular meeting as opposed to a special meeting.
That's
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
Okay. Notice of a third absence of a regular meeting that triggered a requirement for the chair to provide notice to the Board of Supervisors following a fourth absence.
No. Well, can you reread that
And
from the beginning?
I give up.
that due to an administrative error, notice was not given of a third absence of a regular meeting, which triggered a requirement for the chair to provide notice to the Board of Supervisors following a fourth absence,
It's not quite
and that
right.
we waive the notice requirement.
So read the first part again. You got the first part right, but what's following is not quite right.
That due to an administrative error, notice was not given of a third absence of a regular meeting, which
Period.
triggered, period.
Because of this, we are
This triggered or because of this?
like that, or we're not going to send. We're
Going
waiting.
with this.
I think we're all hearing and not hearing different pieces, and so we're missing
The elements,
things.
yeah.
Yeah, so in other words, I have to think this.
This
up.
triggered a requirement?
How about this? Can we give Member Anderson a minute to write down what she intended? And I think we're going to get this right.
Yes.
That's a great idea. Why is it the first time we say it always sounds so good? And then we can't.
Yeah, we gotta capture that. 'cause
I know.
otherwise-
Tell them. Where's your gavel? How's the time go?
Good. It's good. 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 It's a good. Yeah, I'll definitely consider. Yeah, we should put that in. Kind of president presented as Camaro.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this.
Okay, here we go.
I'm ready.
Due to an administrative error by our Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator, Member Stein was not notified after 3 absences that a 4th absence triggers a requirement of notice to the Board of Supervisors. As a result of this procedural failure, I move to waive the requirement that written notice be given to the Board of Supervisors of a 4th absence.
Is that good? That was, you seconded that? Was that still good? Okay. All right.
I think Member Peterson might need to hear that slowly one more time. Am I right? Excuse me.
One more time.
Administrator Peterson.
That's okay.
Due to an administrative error by our Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator, Member Stein was not notified after 3 absences that a 4th absence triggers a requirement of notice to the Board of Supervisors. As a result of this procedural failure, I move to waive the requirement that written notice be given to the Board of Supervisors by Chair Yankee.
Last sentence, please.
As a result of this procedural failure, I move to waive the requirement that written notice be given to the Board of Supervisors by Chair Yankee.
Can we say waive the requirement that Chair Yankee give written notice to the Board of Supervisors?
That's fine with me. Just as long as we get the motion.
Moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Kumar. Seconded by, that due to an administrative error by our Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator, Member Stein was not notified after 3 absences that a 4th absence triggers a notice to the Board of Supervisors. As a result of this procedural error, I move that the requirement that Chair Yankee give written notice to the Board of Supervisors be waived. I think I split that infinitive. That I move we waive the requirement that Chair Yankee give written notice to the Board of Supervisors.
Sorry to add a wrinkle, but just to add absences from a regular meeting is the only thing.
After result, was not notified after 3 absences of a regular meeting. From
a regular.
Yeah.
I think we can clean it up a little. This
Yeah.
is good. This is very votable, honorable.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think everyone understands where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, look at the draft meeting minutes when they go up. If anyone sees anything they think needs tweaked, we can always take a look at it. And then bring those suggestions back to average change at next meeting. Okay,
Public comment?
public comment.
If there are any members of the public who would like to give public comment on item 5, please approach the podium. If you're a member of the online community, please press *3 or raise your hand in the app to indicate that you'd like to speak. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, we have no one approaching the podium and no one in the online community with their hand raised.
Okay, so let's go ahead and call the roll on that.
In the vote on item 5, Member Schmidt, Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Highland,
All right.
aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Wolf.
Aye.
Did I say Member Pilpel, aye? Member
Yes.
Wolf, aye. Member Stein, recused. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 9 ayes, the motion passes.
9 ayes, 1 recused.
Pardon me?
9 ayes, 1 recused. So make sure you.
Nine.
Yeah.
9 ayes, 1 recusal.
All right, and we're going to grab Vice Chair Stein back. And let's just, Administrator Peterson, when Vice Chair Stein returns, if you could just read the motion and the vote so that she's aware of what we did.
All right.
And whatever notice needs to be given will be given. You'll get a copy.
Yes.
That'll all
Yes,
happen.
and yeah, and make sure like tomorrow that notice goes out.
And you proof it so that it's got whatever magic words it needs to have.
Okay, welcome back, Vice Chair Stein. Sorry about that. Administrator Peterson is going to read the motion and the votes so you know where we ended up.
Moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Kumar, that due to an administrative error by the Sunshine
Can you speak up?
Moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Kumar, that due to an administrative error by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator, Member Stein was not notified after 3 absences from a regular meeting, that a 4th absence from a regular meeting triggers a notice to the Board of Supervisors. As a result of this procedural error, it is moved that the requirement that Chair Yankee give written notice to the Board of Supervisors be waived,
And that passed unanimously.
and that the motion passed.
Okay, let's go ahead and call item 2.
Calling item 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of August 7, 2024.
Seeing as how we continued the ODs and that we're way behind schedule, we have a lot of people waiting. I don't see that this is a pressing matter. I'm going to make a motion at this stage to continue the approval of the August 7, 2024 meeting minutes until the October meeting.
Second.
That was seconded by Member Pilpel.
Yes.
Okay, not seeing any hands. Let's take public comment on that motion.
Taking public comment on item 2. If you have public comment, please approach the podium. Members of the community, raise your hand in the app or press *3, please. I'll give you a moment. We have no one approaching the podium and no one with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and please take the roll on that motion.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
All right.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 10 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 6.
No.
What? We're six, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Any public comment, please approach the podium. Members of the online community, press *3 or raise your hand in the app, please. We have no one approaching the podium, no one with their hands raised.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. We'll move on to item number 7.
Item number 7, consent agenda. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review the complaints listed below to affirm the committee's findings regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's jurisdiction, violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act, and, if applicable, to issue an order of determination and refer matters to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and respondent are not required to attend the September 4, 2024 Sunshine Task Force meeting, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting, but may attend to provide testimony during the public comment period for this item. For this item related to the above listed determinations. We have 3 items. The first item, do I read all of these
yeah.
Yep.
at once? Item 1 of 3. It is item 7A, file number 24044. Complaint filed by Rosa L. against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 6721, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 20, 2024, the complaint committee moved to find the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 6721, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. The committee further noted that respondent acknowledges a violation of 6721 and ordered production of all responsive documents pursuant to 6721. The next item on the consent agenda is file number 24045. File number 24045. Complaint filed by Sofia de Anda against the Human Services Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721 by failing to respond to a Public Records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On August 2024, the complaint committee moved to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force does not have jurisdiction and referred the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force consent agenda due to lack of a specific records request in this matter. The third and final item on the consent agenda is file number 24047. Complaint filed by Rosa L. against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On August 20, 2024, the complaint committee moved to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code 6721 for failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner, and noted the police department's acknowledgement that their response was not timely.
Okay, I think you got them all. All right, members, is there any discussion, comments, or requests to pull any of these items? If not, I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Wolf.
On 7B, file 24045.
Yes.
I'm not quite understanding the action. It says that the complaint committee found that the task force does not have jurisdiction, but referred the matter to the consent agenda due to a lack of specific records requested in this matter. Why would the lack of specific records be of any consequence if the task force doesn't have jurisdiction? So I'd like to get a little detailed background on what that's all about.
This is Member Schmidt, chair of that committee. I actually, knowing these are on the consent calendar and knowing that we would not discuss the substance, I'm not really prepared on. I'm guessing that it may be a miswording about the documents. I'm not quite sure how that language comports with my recall, but I'm not necessarily prepared to answer that question. Although Member Stein, who we've welcomed back, may have something to say about that.
Yeah, this is Member Stein. I think we were just trying to cover kind of all bases of what we saw as problematic with this file. One was there was no specific records request. Like there was no copy of a records request that was made in the file. And what there seemed to be is a note to us saying that certain information was wanted from an agency. And then the agency responded to the note to us that was forwarded to the agency. And that information that was wanted was what I would call like high level analytical information about a range of data that could be within that agency's possession, but according to that agency was in many cases not in their possession, and they hadn't analyzed it at that high level. So there was not a specific request for like, I want these records and these records and these records that were existing records. And the request was kind of strangely secondhand, and the agency seemed to be what's the word? Conscientious in trying to respond to this kind of secondhand request through this file, but there was no primary request there that could lead them to specific identifiable records that they had. And then there was also the problem that the petitioner was not interested in coming to discuss it further unless they got these kind of high level records that they wanted. So that's why we described it both as not having kind of a discernible request, and then also not being specific. There was no specific request that we could even glean out of the case file.
Okay, thank you. I think a little more specificity on the agenda would have been helpful because it was very vague. Thank you.
Member Pippo?
Yeah, I agree in part with Member Wolf. I think the summary in 7B would have read a little better if it said the complaint committee found that the task force actually would have jurisdiction over HSA and its records, but because this complaint referred to a request that didn't actually seek, there was no cognizable records request embedded within this, that's why the recommendation was to take no action, I guess. And I guess I'm also thinking more broadly to the next step that we would create an OD for 7A and 7C, but I'm not sure on 7B that we would write an OD. I mean, I think our past practice was when we didn't make a substantive ruling on the merits, then we didn't follow up with an OD. So I don't know how this one would go because it's different. And, Sophia Dionda is someone that we've seen at the task force years ago, hasn't been by in a while, but, it's not like a new character. I have no issue with 7A and 7C.
Member Highland here. Yeah. Just a quick question for our administrators and Victor in particular. I know there's a lot of so-called requests that aren't really requests and they don't even make it to our agenda. This almost looks like one that could have gone that way. And, looking at the material quickly again, there was some effort by HSA to respond, set up meetings. What can we help you with? What specifically do you want? And the petitioner never really followed through with that. So, where exactly does this one fit? Does it go on the consent calendar, or is it just a non-starter? Is this like a closed file kind of a thing? I don't know. But I'm just wondering, at the very first point of triage that Victor and the admins do with a lot of things that come in the door, how would you guys normally handle something like this? I don't know if Victor wants to chime in or not, but I don't want to reinvent the wheel on this because we've all
Yeah, and unfortunately, this one looks like one that Cheryl handled, and obviously she's no longer with us, so they might not be able to be hypothetical for them on this point.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
last point, when I was preparing for this meeting, I read the minutes for this item, and it's equally as kind of stark of detail on this item. So I couldn't even get a kind of an idea of what happened when this item was called just by reading the minutes. I mean, it's purely action minutes with no detail about what the action is. And, thank you, Vice Chair Stein, for giving us a little background on it. But unless I would have had to go back and listen, and I think that's a bit painstaking. I think this level of minutes is too paltry, for our needs. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have a few ways that we can handle this. So I'll throw this out and see what everyone wants to do. It sounds like there's no issues with A or C, right? So we could, option one is to make a motion to accept A, B, and C. And we go and accept that, we have a good enough explanation. That's option one. We could strip out 7B. And if we wanted to then accept A and C, and if we wanted to, we could recraft a motion that we believe better expresses what happened here in 7B, and have that be the motion that goes on, as the final decision. Or the third option is we want to actually hear this case, right? So those are the three. We can either, I don't think I'm hearing that anyone wants to do. So those are kind of the options before us, I think, right now. I don't know if anyone has a preference. If we're okay with the way it's written and everything, I think we could someone can make a motion to accept the consent agenda and the recommendations of the committee, and we move on. Or if we feel a need to rewrite 7B somehow, that should be stripped out. We can talk about that separately.
Member Highland here. Vice Chair Stein, was it really a case of not having jurisdiction, or was that, again, is that language misplaced by the administrator?
Maybe it's misplaced. We just felt like this is not something we can make a decision on because there's no records request here. There's no records request that was submitted to the agency, and therefore there's no decision to be made.
But that's not a jurisdiction thing. Like, had there been a records request, it would have.
But there wasn't. So that's why we felt like it just it shouldn't be coming to us.
Yeah, we thought that this would be a case that there's simply no jurisdiction because there's nothing that
because the records request wasn't formed.
The basic
I understand
parameters of the ordinance didn't cover the situation.
Okay, in that case, I understand how that's written, and I'm okay with the way it is for me.
I think we should call it something else other than not in our jurisdiction.
Yeah, because normally when we talk about jurisdiction, we talk about the department and whether it falls under, not about the construction of a records request, and therefore does it fall in our jurisdiction. So I that's what confused me at first. But it's almost like they should never have made it even to the consent calendar, to me.
I have to say that the word jurisdiction to me can mean many things, and if there is a very concrete, specific type of event that puts things out of the jurisdiction here. I don't know if I've ever seen anything written down. I've seen references to jurisdiction, but nothing beyond the word jurisdiction. So I guess it's somewhat of a definitional issue. What do we mean when we talk about jurisdiction? And lacking anything other than different people's possible ideas in their minds about what does that term jurisdiction mean, I think we'd have to get it somewhere written down before we can say, well, jurisdiction is not this, it's not that, it's not this.
Right.
If we had it, that'd be fine. I just don't know if I've seen it anywhere.
Yeah, actually,
Member Sugarman?
I was just saying, in my mind, the way it's written and after what you've explained does make sense. There's nothing actionable, i.e. jurisdiction, and it was due to a lack of a specific records request. That's pretty cut and dry, and I'm okay with that.
And that's certainly, to me, it has the same effect. That would be fine if it read that way.
And to me, we're authorized to hear cases when a records request is rejected, and there really wasn't a records request here.
Right.
So that's why I was also comfortable with the term jurisdiction.
Okay.
I think Member Sugarman had a comment.
Okay, so I just wanted to comment, as a member of the complaint committee, I was not here for this meeting. However, also as a member of the board who has been here for about a year, I still only occasionally make motions. And when I do, I use this nice flow chart that we were provided at some point. And it says moved by, seconded by, to find the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force does not or does, like the next thing is we do or we don't have jurisdiction. So it's like it's something that comes up in it would have come up, the word jurisdiction would have come up regardless, at least for someone like me who would have used this formula. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Chair.
As a reminder, the August 20 minutes of the complaint committee have not yet been approved.
Okay. Yeah, Member Wolf?
Yeah, I just want to say that for the purposes of what Member Sugarman was mentioning, is if there was an actual complaint that brought necessarily a violation, that stated a violation, because there would be substance there. Here it sounds like there wasn't any substance, and actually it probably shouldn't have made it onto an agenda. This would have been in the purview of the administrator to then further flush out, is there a complaint here or is there not a complaint here, and then help the complainant or the petitioner craft an appropriate entry, which usually happens on a regular basis. But committees, I think, if there was no complaint at all, and it seemed like not well crafted as far as the complaint is concerned, in my experience, we've sent it back to the complainant to reformulate it and give them the opportunity to resubmit it. So I don't know if that was the case in this case, but
Okay.
that has been the case in other cases.
Okay, I'm going to call Member Pilpel, Member Schmidt, and then I'm going to say we have to move on. So either we make a motion or someone has to make a formal request to pull this. We need to keep things going. So briefly, Member Pilpel.
Okay. I think I am with both members Highland and Wolf that arguably there wasn't enough here and the administrator should have not perfected the complaint and sent it to committee because there was no cognizable records request. And in the future, maybe we should do that. I am, inclined to support A and C on consent and maybe move separately on 7B that the task force, I'm not entirely comfortable with the language does not have jurisdiction over records requests to the Human Services Agency. And I don't really want to be associated with that kind of action. So I would be comfortable saying that the task force has jurisdiction over records requests with the Human Service Agency, but with regard to this particular complaint, does not believe that there was a specific records request, and end it there. So that's where I'm inclined to go on B, and as I said, to support A and C. And if it's better to make that as a motion, I'll try that very briefly, but maybe we should hear from Member Schmidt first.
Member Schmidt first, go ahead.
I would withdraw what I was going to say, but now I'm trying to look here. Okay. We did not say that, and even in this, our agenda here, we didn't say anything about that we don't have jurisdiction over claims against that agency. It doesn't say that, and that certainly was never part of anything that we talked about. We were simply saying we don't have jurisdiction in this particular matter. I'll just.
Yeah, I'm going to make one comment, then I'm going to call for a motion. I actually agree with everyone here, because let's say someone made a request to the SFMTA, or let's say someone made a complaint to us that a bus was late. Okay, we could say we don't have jurisdiction over buses being late. We do have jurisdiction over the SFMTA. So I think that we don't have jurisdiction would be equally appropriate to use, whether it's the agency that we don't or the complaint that we don't. Either one, I think, could be not within our jurisdiction, to the point that I think everyone on the complaint committee made. But all that being said, do we have a motion to proceed here?
I'll just say one last thing. I think because the work has been done here, because our administrator, just to make sure there's no doubt, elevated us to the complaints committee. The complaints committee did the work. They labeled it correctly. At that point, the only place for it is a consent calendar. All the work's been done, and if we do something other than that now, we kind of lose all the work that's been done. So I'm okay with the way it's written. Based on this discussion, it's actually pretty clear. A note to self, note to our administrators: if it doesn't rise to a records request or a meeting request information, then it should probably make it to any agendas. However, it's here. The work's been done. I'm okay with the way it is. I make a motion to approve all three items as laid out by the complaint committee.
Okay, so we have a motion by Member Highland to approve the consent agenda recommendations. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that. I'm persuaded.
Okay, seconded by Member Pilpel. I think we've had a lot of discussion, so let's turn it over to public comment.
If anyone wishes to make public comment on item 7, please approach the podium. Members of the community, if you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your phone. I'll give you a moment.
That's where it should be.
You have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised in the online community. We also show Member Anderson returning at 6:08, having left briefly at 6:05.
Okay. Member Anderson, you were in here. There was a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, all three items, recommendations. So that's where we're at. Go ahead and call the roll.
Taking the vote on item 7, Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay. Is everyone ready to move on, or does anyone need a break? Unless some people are getting up to any break, you're good. All right, we'll go ahead and move on for right now. Let's go to item number 8.
Do you want to take 8 and 9 separately?
Item 8, File number 23058. Complaint filed by Paul Neha against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.5, by failing to allow meetings to be open and public, Section 6713, by failing to allow access to an open and public meeting, and 6721, by failing to provide responsive records in a timely and or complete manner. On October 17, 2023, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction. The records are public and referred the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for hearing. The committee suggested that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force first determine whether the hearing falls under the Sunshine Ordinance or Brown Act provisions. The Complaint Committee noted that it appears that certain relevant documents have not yet been provided to match up the specific documents requested at issue with the claims made that certain documents have not been produced. We have Mr. Neha present. We have Mr. Hank Wilson from SFMTA present. Promoting them to panelists. One moment, please.
Excellent. And while you do that, I will turn this over to Member Schmidt. If he wants to give us a quick update on anything that wasn't summarized.
And then I have a disclosure.
Did you want to go first?
Yeah, if I
Go
could
ahead.
just very briefly. As I indicated at a previous meeting, I have attended some of these color curb hearings. I know Mr. Ibrahim as the one of the hearing officers and others involved in the MTA. I don't have any predisposition on the matter. I believe I can be without bias in this matter, but I just wanted to disclose that I have participated in some of these matters. And if anyone wants to raise an issue about my impartiality, now would be the time. Otherwise, I intend to participate in items 8 and 9.
Okay.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
Okay, at least for what I need to do here to start it out, fasten your seatbelts, because this thing is, it's a mess, and I'm not like pointing fingers at anyone. It looks like it's just procedurally, it seems like a lot of different things got kind of jammed in together. But I tried to pull it out. I pull it apart. The way I count here, you could say that there's 5 separate claims. 3 of them are 3 document requests with different numbers: 2993, 2994, and 3041. So that's the 3 document requests. And then I would also say that separately, there's an objection to the May 26th hearing, and there was a request for the notes and the order from the hearing that technically could be said to be, the hearing, and then there's a challenge with regards to the notice on that hearing. So we've got some document issues, some hearing issues. I think the way that I'm seeing, a lot of the confusion to me is because the first thing that appears in the file is with regards to request 2993. And I believe that if you look through the file, you might find that Mr. Neha made a request to the task force that a complaint be opened on 2993. However, the step that did not occur, which I think is going to be problematic here, is that nobody at the task force ever sent any indication to the respondent that there was an alleged problem with the request that has 5 subparts. And so the respondent, in its final response on the case, it does respond on all the other 4 issues, but there's no mention of 2993. And I think the reason that they don't mention 2993 is that they had no idea that Mr. Niha was making any kind of complaint about 2993. I think that the fact that the respondent did deem it that the other 4 portions were properly part of what they should respond to, and they did respond to those. They initially talked about the 2 Brown Act issues, and then they had separate discussions of the 2 document issues. I think that means that those are fair game here in terms of whether we find violations or not. Members of the committee, did you have anything? This one's, it's just kind of like jumbled together, but it's partly because all these things kind of came in to the administrator's office in sort of like a 1 week or 2 week period all together. Anything?
That's a good summary.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, I think I had asked, but I don't think I got a clear answer in our committee hearing about which request is really at issue here. And I feel like we would need to be clear on which request we're considering here and how that matches up with what was or was not provided. And then the question about the hearing, I'll just add, also centers around this issue that the hearing was conducted by an individual who is may not be a policy body or a passive meeting body per se. And there was a claim that, normally with public hearings, they are allowed, the agency is allowed to make some rules. And then the question is whether those rules are applied the same for everybody if we did decide this was a public hearing. And we just don't have any documentation in the packet that would show us if the rules were applied the same to everybody or not. It wasn't that this petitioner didn't get to speak, but they didn't get to speak, I believe, more than once on an issue when new material came up. And I think we had asked that additional material be added to the packet if they wanted to show that there was uneven application of whatever rules might have applied to this hearing for public comment, but I don't see that anything was added to the packet. So I just want to say that.
Okay, and let me just ask before we start, because as I'm looking at this, it looks like this was an existing complaint. And then about a month later, something kind of different was complained about. And Mr. Niha said, hey, can you add this to the existing one? And our administrator did. Okay, so I think to the administrator, I know this wasn't you, Administrator Peterson. Please don't do that. Because I think that's why this got so jumbled. If it's, you can't amend existing complaints like this and keep adding more violations weeks later and say, well, throw this one on and throw this one on, particularly when the additional things, it has nothing to do with the initial complaint. It's not like it's supporting documentation. So not on you, Administrator Peterson, but this is, I think, an issue where what should have been a separate complaint is now jumbled into one. So I think we're going to have to work through this maybe on separate tracks as we go through this. So members, if you're looking, I think page 5 of the PDF is the public records part of it that you were speaking of that had to do with the 2993. And I think what got labeled in this packet as supporting documents, which sounds like it was really a separate complaint. On PDF page 11, it sounds like that was the Brown Act version, or maybe the first iteration of the complaint. Is that?
Yeah, I think May 26th was the first date, and that was the complaint that said that the hearing was subject to the Brown Act and it was improperly done. And I think maybe right after that, there was a complaint spawned from that saying that the notice on the hearing was invalid. Yes. And then through time, it was June 6th was 2993. And then the other two documents, records, complaints to the task force were on June, let's see, 3041 was on June 8th, it looks like. And I think 2994 may have been on June 8th also, or else it was also on the 6th. But those are, whether we can consider them all here, I don't know. But I do know that the respondent gave us, their side of the story on all those forms.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point so we can move forward, but I think there's just too many items in this one item. I think we need to determine what is applicable to each other and what is not applicable, that it be severed and treated as a separate complaint. I think it would make it for a very long meeting tonight if there were 3 separate or 4 or 5, multiple separate items, and for us to try to determine what's connected to what will not be constructive. The other thing is that, it would have been nice to see some sort of chronology as, we've been trying to get our complaint structure together. I don't see a chronology of what's happening here. So trying to follow what has been going on, as you're pointing out, it gets confusing because of the 3 different types of requests. Plus, it's both a hearing issue and a documents disclosure issue. I think that's going to make our evening very difficult. So I would suggest that we try to suss this out and sever whatever is not pertinent to one or the other.
Member Pilpel, did you have?
Just very briefly, I'd kind of like to hear from the petitioner and the respondent. I didn't find this to be as complicated as some perhaps. I thought that both the petitioner's documents and MTA's responses related to 2993, 2994, and 3041 made some reference to 2782 and discussed in various ways whether the hearing was a meeting or not a meeting. And those are all pertinent issues. I think that, yes, it could have been done differently, but it's before us, and, let's hear from both sides and proceed. I'm sorry if I don't see this as being as complicated as some. Maybe it will get more complicated.
Well, everyone's here, so why don't we get started with it? If at some point we decide that we want to stop and take a different track, we can certainly do that. So I think Mr. Neha, and I'm not sure who was from the SFMTA.
Mr. Hank Wilson.
Mr. Wilson. Okay. You'll both have 5 minutes. We'll start with Mr. Neha. And before you begin, do either of you intend to have any other witnesses testify along with you? Or is it just going to be you, Mr. Neha, and you, Mr. Wilson? And if you can make sure they're unmuted. Okay.
I don't have.
Neha,
I don't
looks like
intend
you've
to
unmuted
have any
yourself.
witnesses. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Is it just you, Mr. Neha? Hello?
Mr. Neha, are you there? Could you speak up, please, Mr. Neha?
Can you hear? I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can only hear about one of every 5 words you're saying.
Oh. I don't intend to have any witnesses with me. And let me try to see if I can get my internet
hear you now.
connection better.
Now
Your
we
3 minutes begins.
No.
Are you ready?
No. Hang on. I'm asking if they both have any witnesses, because if they do, I have to give them separate time to have the witnesses speak. So I want to clear that up. So Mr. Neha says he does not have any other witnesses. Mr. Wilson, do you have any other witnesses? Or is it just you?
No other witnesses, just me.
Okay. So Mr. Nihal will now begin. When you say he can begin, he has 5 minutes for his initial presentation.
Mr. Neha, are you ready?
I am.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Five.
1 moment, please. Your 5 minutes begins now.
All right, great. 2023, I participated in Calicut public hearing as attendee, and the way these public hearings are always conducted in a place where members of the public were allowed to comment on any items that that are in a place where people had an opportunity to discuss various items and how they affect them, and sometimes the items are delicate enough that, especially prepared well, require questions in the beginnings. So it is not uncommon people to ask questions, ask clarifying questions, get the important information that they need, and based on that, responses to their questions is based on that would be relevant, and that will be based on in the informed material that is presented in front of them. The public in which I participated, in which the has implemented a new rule that was not discussed, did not have any basis or merit. Basically said that regardless of what is presented on the agenda, any person is only allowed to comment on the item once. And if the item is, and if somebody asks, and if the people that prepare the agenda intentionally or not, as I find out later, judging by the pattern, it was intentional. The item in a vague form there and information that is needed to provide a comment, then people don't have an opportunity to comment after their questions have been answered. So this specific when I asked my clarifying question, not only the question wasn't answered, but also when I asked to actually, the hearing officer said that there were no people that are commenting on this item, and they moved on. I also have to say that anybody who is in favor of the proposed item, this meeting were allowed to testify a limited number of times, and they say as long as however many times they want to speak. At the end of the meeting, when the public hearing, when the public comments section came up, I brought this up. I said that it's unfair that you are not taking into account actual comments that are provided on the items that are heard, and instead, Hakem muted my microphone. This was my microphone was muted at least 2,000 times during the public hearing, and and all of my comments were provided specifically on the items that are on the agenda, and they were in a very respectful manner. I also have to point out that I requested the transcript of the public hearing, which is automatically generated by Teams. SFMTA has provided transcripts in the past, but because they found out that they're a very effective way of SFMTA found out that those transcripts are a very effective way of pointing out lies that they repeatedly and misleading statements that SFMTA staff repeatedly makes during those public hearings. They stopped providing them, claiming that they don't have those hearings, even though in the beginning of the meeting, the message shows up saying that the video, audio, and transcript of the public hearing is recorded. So what has been added here is the additional document that I asked to add later on was the refusal from by SFMTA to provide the transcript of this public hearing. I also want to point out that it is definitely considered a public hearing because San Francisco Transportation Code says that the city traffic engineer may that I can have, and it is as public.
Mr. Neha, that concludes your 5
for people
minutes.
to participate. I'm done. Thank you.
That concludes your 5 minutes.
Okay, we're going to move on to the respondent. Mr. Wilson, you'll have 5 minutes to present SFMTA's position, and Administrator Peterson will let you know when you can begin.
Mr. Wilson, are you there? I've unmuted you. Mr. Wilson? Are you ready to begin?
I am, yes.
Your 5 minutes starts now.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Peterson, and thank you, members of the task force. My name is Hank Wilson. I'm the Parking Policy Manager at the SFMTA. Paul worked for me for several years when he was the head of the Color Curb program. He ran the Color Curb hearings for many years. He is not happy, I think, as you can probably tell, with the fact that he doesn't work for the MTA anymore. He's also not happy with how the Color Curb hearing has evolved and how we've updated processes and procedures and things like that. I am similarly a little bit confused about exactly what these two items on this agenda are exactly about. It's been, I think, 18 or so months since 23058, since the sort of underlying issues occurred. But I've been involved in all of these, and I can tell you, I think certainly the MTA's response both to, I think, 23058 and 24009 are that any of Mr. Kniha's allegations about behavior of Mr. Ibrahim, who's the hearing officer of the hearing, are not the subject of this task force's jurisdiction, because the Color Curb hearing is not a meeting under the Brown Act or under the Sunshine Act. So those are all contained in the responses that we provided in the past and all of the sort of legal justifications for that. So I don't need to repeat what we've already provided in written form. But because it's not a meeting, there aren't any Brown Act violations. Because there's not a meeting, and the Brown Act doesn't apply, the Sunshine Act doesn't apply. There were allegations from Mr. Kniha about not providing affidavits. That's another thing, that there's no requirement that we provide affidavits. It was something that has been done on and off in the past. It's something that Mr. Kniha pointed out that we had not been doing. I think he thinks that that's proof that we were doing something illegal. It's not proof that we were doing anything illegal. It's proof that we thought they had a good point, that providing affidavits of posting notices out in the field was a good idea. So we started doing it. He's also requested many times over many months and over the years written transcripts of the Color Curb hearing. We don't create a written transcript. The Microsoft Teams technology does not automatically create a written transcript. I think it may be possible to go back into the program and create one, but our understanding, and based on our consultations with our attorneys, is that we're not required to take additional action to create new records that don't exist in response to a public records request. We're only required to provide records that are already in our possession. So we haven't been going out and creating new records in response to Mr. Kniha's request. And we also are aware that the transcripts, the written transcripts that Microsoft Teams does create are, quite frankly, really riddled with errors. There's a lot of inaccuracies. Teams doesn't do a very good job of accurately recording what's been said. So it's not something that we think would be worth producing, even if we were required to turn that information over. So that's why, because we're not required under the Sunshine Act to produce those, but even if we were, we think that those would not be something that would be valuable to the public, because they're they're full of errors. And of course, we do every month, whenever Mr. Kaniha requests, we turn over the video recording. So we're not withholding anything. We do record the entire color curve hearing. We provide it to Mr. Kaniha and anybody else who asks for it. So he's got a full recording of the hearing, and he can go back and look at it and review it whenever he would like. So I think that those cover mostly what the issues are in, I think, 23058. We, Mr. Ibrahim does his best to treat everybody fairly and to try to move through these color curve hearings in as efficient and fair fashion as possible. It's very important to a lot of the folks who are asking for color curve zones, for loading zones to help their business. It's something that is really important to people who are just trying to, get a loading zone or get a passenger pickup zone in front of their business or their organization.
That concludes your 5 minutes, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to questions from the task force members. I just have one clarifying question before we go to that, because I didn't hear it discussed at all in either presentation, and that's the part that Member Schmidt brought up about 2993. So my question is for Mr. Niha. Is any portion of this complaint that we're hearing right now still dealing with the next request, number 23-2993? This is where you asked for a job description and minimum qualifications requirements for the posting at the time of the hiring of Mr. Abraham, copy of his resume, records of completed required trainings. Are we dealing with that or no?
No, sorry to save everybody's time. No,
We're not.
I'm not sure how this ended up in the discussion, but this was an error. We're not dealing with that.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's where we're at. So we're just dealing with the hearing and the request for like the transcript and all that. Got it. Okay. Member Kumar, you have a question.
I remember this team's discussion coming up, and at that time, the MTA had said they had turned off the captioning, the subtitling. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. We've never turned off anything. We use Microsoft Teams to conduct these color curve hearings. We've never turned anything off. When the hearing gets started, we use the record function to start the video recording, and that's what we do. So we haven't actively disabled anything or tried to turn off any functionality.
So the transcript can be pulled out, like it's available, right?
I don't know exactly, and I think the Teams functionality, as you probably know, Zoom, Slack, Teams, all of these apps are constantly being updated by by these companies, and the Teams functionality of all kinds is always updating and shifting. So it's hard to say what things exactly were in May of 2023 versus in September of 2024. But I think my understanding, based on discussions with IT, is that it is possible to go back and find, sort of figure out a way to produce a transcript. I don't know if you can go back to like a May 2023 meeting and produce a transcript, but you may be able to go back to one more recent and produce a transcript. But that is considered, we've considered that creating a new record. That would be the equivalent of having to go and, write a new document or gather, things from different places, put them all in one new document and print that out and send it along, something that we consider not required by the Sunshine Task Force, so by the Sunshine Ordinance, so not something that we're required to do.
Just for some context for the task force, so the last time this topic came up, I had pointed out that Microsoft Teams can create transcripts, and it turns out the MTA had turned off that feature, and then they had said they will go back to IT and have a discussion about it. That is what I distinctly remember about this particular case. So if they have had that discussion with IT and they're saying that the transcripts can be created, I don't know how far back, but yeah, if it's possible to get it created, I think if possible, then it should be given to the petitioner.
Well, to be clear, we didn't turn off the transcript functionality, as I said before, and we did talk to IT as we discussed at that committee hearing that you were at, member Kumar, and that's how we discovered that we could create transcripts. But again, we talked with our city attorney, and we regard that as having to create a new document that doesn't exist. So if someone were to come to us, as Mr. Kaniha did, and say, "I would like you to produce the transcripts," we can say we don't have the transcripts. They are not in our possession. We would have to do something in order to create them. That would be like saying, I would like you to create an outline for a document that you are going to write. I might have that outline in my head, but I don't have it written down. And so asking me to produce that outline would be asking me to create a new document that doesn't exist. So, and that coupled with the fact that the transcripts, as we are aware, are filled with errors and have a lot of inaccuracies. That's why we haven't produced any of the transcripts.
Okay, member Lopez.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, were you the one who mentioned, or I don't know if someone else said this, maybe member Kumar mentioned this from a previous meeting. Are these, you said you provide the videos. Are these videos captioned?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Yes, B.
Okay, actually, let me go to member Wolf first, then member Papel. Go ahead, member Wolf.
Okay, I have a number of questions here. For the respondent, Mr. Wilson, under what specific code section or appointment or assignment provides authority for the color curb hearing officer and the hearings to exist?
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head, but I can certainly find it for you.
So you don't know on what authority you have to be making these decisions?
Well, I can tell you that generally the authority for all of the decisions that the MTA makes are in Transportation Code Division 2, Section 201. So that splits the decisions that the MTA makes into, there are decisions that the city traffic engineer can make on their own. The hearing, they don't need to go to the MTA board. That's things like you can, if there's some important thing that's broken that needs to be fixed right away, the city traffic engineer can say, go fix that right now. I don't need to go and get approval from the MTA board and have that noticed for, many days in advance. Or the city traffic engineer can authorize painting a red zone that's less than 20 feet long, stuff like that. And then there's another tier of things that can be approved and done out on the street with just the hearing. And then it can be when they go to a public hearing, and then the city traffic engineer can approve them after they've been taken to a public hearing, but they don't have to go to the SFMTA board for approval. And then there's a third tier of things that have to go to the SFMTA board for approval. I think that those are 201 sections A, B, and C. I can check that just to be sure. So these are generally, it's section 201B, I think. It's that second tier of things. And so that's why, we have what we call an engineering public hearing, where lots of items like this are heard. And then there's the color curb public hearing, where there's that whole tier of things that can be approved on a public hearing, motorcycle parking, commercial loading zones, siting of bike racks. There's just various things that have been put into that middle tier, and then things like where to put parking meters, changing the route for a bus. Those things have to get approval by the city board.
So let me, just for the sake of time. So, are these different tiers provide different levels of authority to be made? Like some can be made by the traffic engineer independently without a public hearing? You mentioned things like repairs. Okay, the thing about repairs is something already exists, and that may have required some public decision or some, administrative or legislative decision or deliberative decision to be made in order for it to exist in the first place. So repairing it would be, as a matter of course, of maintenance. That's really not what I'm concerned with. I'm more concerned with the second example you gave with installing, say, a 20-foot red zone that didn't exist before. You know, that is a matter of something new that would be in the public realm. So I guess my question is, you know, are the decisions that are made at these color curb hearings final? If so, are the decisions made in the hearing, or who makes the final decision? And if not, when and how are they made final?
Right. Yeah. I mean, question. So it is right. It's 201 A, B, and C, and so B is the set of things that can be approved just with a public hearing. Though it's the city traffic engineer is the position that has the authority to make those decisions. And so other examples are traffic calming devices. So, you know, speed humps, location of taxi stands, curb colors, like we've been talking about, obviously, in this hearing. So, you know, passenger loading zones, commercial loading zones, motorcycle spaces, on-street bike parking, designating where right, left, or U-turns are prohibited, designating where a traffic signal.
I get it. It's a long list.
Things like that. It's a long list. And so the way that the color curb hearing works, and this is all laid out in a lot of detail at the beginning of the hearing for everybody who's tuning in. We say, you know, this hearing is to gather information and, you know, opinions of anybody who might be interested in all the items that are on the hearing. You know, we send out an agenda in advance. We post it. We post notices in the location of where the proposed changes are going to happen. And we do that in accordance with the requirements that are found elsewhere in Article 200 of the Transportation Code. And we say we're just here to solicit feedback. And then we gather notes on all the feedback that we get. We turn all that feedback around, and we put it back out there to the public within a week in the form of a document that has, you know, basically sort of like an annotated agenda, where it's the agenda that you saw at the beginning of the meeting, but now it's got all of our notes about all of the feedback that we got from the public. And frankly, for the majority of items, unless Mr. Kaniha is attending a hearing, for the majority of items, we don't get any feedback at all. And so we just say, didn't hear anything about that, didn't get any feedback at all on that item. And then we provide our notes to the city traffic engineer, and then he looks at those notes. If there's anything that he has questions about or wants to hear more about, then we talk with him in more detail. And then he makes a decision whether to sign off on each item or modify it or say, I'm not going to approve this. And that's how it goes.
Noting that Chair Yankee has returned at 6:43, having stepped out briefly at 6:41.
Okay, I'm done, Mr. Chair, for now.
Okay, Member Pilpel, do you have questions?
Yeah, so I have three areas of inquiry. One is this threshold question of whether these hearings are hearings or meetings of a policy body and subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. So I think we've heard a few times from MTA now that they believe that these hearings are hearings and not meetings. So my first question to Mr. Kaniha is, can you tell us, either with reference to the Transportation Code, the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, anything that you'd like, why you believe that these are subject to public meeting requirements? And then I have two other areas of inquiry.
Yes. In my opinion, these public hearings are considered meetings because they are conducted for the purposes, as FMTA staff states, they're conducted for the purposes of collecting input on proposed items, so that based on the input that is collected, the city traffic engineer can then make an educated decision on whether to approve or not this item. Despite what Mr. Wilson was saying today, this is how it operated in the past. Once Mr. Wilson, his effort, moved out color curb program of traffic engineering, The traffic engineering involvement is in decision making is basically non-existent, and they require that he merely rubber stamps it and approves anything that is proposed by the SFMTA staff, simply because he no longer has administrative ability to be reviewing those things. And I, through my sunshine, through a number of requests, I have been able to none of the communication regarding any of the public hearings that I requested information about included even reference to the city traffic engineer. So they there are no emails, there are no discussions, there are no records of any meetings with the city traffic engineer. And I know from experience that those decisions are basically made with the violation of fundamental principles of traffic engineering and federal ADA compliance. I know city traffic engineer. I worked with him for 8 years, and I know that he would never sign for those things if he saw them, because they're just plainly violating the regulations. So the only decision-making bodies that are there are Hank or the staff. The HACAM doesn't make those decisions. Those decisions are made by the people that are present in the room, not even by the city traffic engineer. So, but for those reasons, I believe that those are hearings, and the people that are making decisions are in the room, and it should be subject to Brown.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Let me just say very briefly before I go on to my other questions. You may not like the way the MTA is organized or does their business. I may not like the way the MTA is organized or does their business. However, that doesn't mean that this hearing somehow converts into a meeting of a policy body within the definition of the Sunshine Ordinance any more than a tree removal hearing at Public Works or administrative debarment hearing by OCA or the city controller, or any number of other specific types of administrative hearings aren't subject to the Sunshine Ordinance as public meetings or as meetings of a policy body, because they simply aren't a policy body as defined. Let me leave that as it is. Moving on to documents. Can you, Mr. Kniha, tell us what documents in this file 23058 item 8, if there are any documents that you requested here that you have not received? You already said that the 2993 request, that you weren't interested in that was included here by accident. Is there anything in 2994 or 23-3041 or any other document that you've asked for that you didn't receive? MTA has already responded that they provided a number of documents on various dates, and where they didn't, the reasons why not, et cetera. So can you just tell us, are there any documents that are still at issue?
Yes, the document that is an issue is the transcript of the public hearing. I have requested those transcripts in the past. They have been provided to me by the SFMTA. Those are automatically generated whenever the recording is started. That's just the functionality of Teams.
That's fine.
Those are the documents that they didn't provide.
So that goes to the MS Teams functionality on the transcripts. Are there any other documents other than the transcripts that are still at issue for you?
No, not as part of this agenda item.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. So then let me turn to Mr. Wolfson on this MS Teams functionality that we talked about at the last hearing that seems to be the concern here. Is it your understanding? I mean, I participated a little bit with MS Teams, and it is buggy and does sort of what it wants on any particular day. Is it your understanding from IT staff and from your usage that you can generate a transcript during the hearing But if you don't do that, then you may or may not be able to generate one later from the video recording of the hearing. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think so. My understanding is that you can, that there may be even that the functionality may vary even like from computer
Meeting to meeting, or computer to computer.
like, you know, and I think that I even in a previous committee meeting, I said, you know, when I use Teams, and I tested this out because this transcript issue has been such a question so many times, and I said I've tested this out, and I have an option when in my Teams to say record, and then it forks off and it says, would you like to do a video recording or a written transcript? And so you have to choose one or the other. You can't do both. And so I think in some people's versions of Teams, that's what happens. And in some, you just automatically do video and transcript. And so what we've been doing is a video. And I think what we've learned from IT is that you can reproduce a transcript later on from the video, or that it may be even just sort of automatically producing the written transcript, even if you didn't select that, if you select to do a video recording. But again, if all you're doing is the video recording, then you don't automatically have a transcript just sitting there in your files. You have to take action to create it. And it's a very unreliable document.
Understood. I get that it's unreliable. I get that it's problematic. I get that it may vary from day to day, version to version, machine to machine. What I'm trying to figure out here is it possible to go back to this particular hearing, the May 2023 hearing that's at issue? Is it possible to go back and from the video recording that presumably you still have to create or generate a transcript, however buggy it may be, for Mr. Kaniha? I understand that MTA's position is that would require creating a new record, and you don't feel that you have to, but I'm just asking, functionally, is it your understanding that it is possible to do that?
I think it is possible to create a record from an old.
Okay.
I can't on an 18-month-old meeting. We haven't tried that, as far as I know.
Okay. So I'm probably stepping ahead a little bit, but at some point, I or the task force may be interested in asking you to explore that, and if you can, to figure out if that's, you know, a 10-hour or $14,000 project, or if that's a 10-minute and, you know, not a big deal, and that if you were to do that, that you wouldn't be creating a precedent, and that you would be simply trying to, you know, make this go away. There are prior cases that we've had at the task force, including, for example, building.
This is getting into
I'm sorry,
deliberation.
this is getting into Let me hold that till later. Okay, if your answer was you think you may be able to, you've answered my question. I'll come back later with some further stuff.
Any other questions? All right, see no hands. Let's go ahead.
Yes, I have one last question.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
For Mr. Wilson, during these meetings that are broadcast on Microsoft Teams, is closed captioning available?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can find out. I'm sorry that I don't know right now.
Okay, then let me ask Mr. Kaniha. Mr. Kaniha, have you attended these meetings remotely?
I have.
And has closed captioning been turned on?
No.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to rebuttals. We'll start with the respondent, Mr. Wilson. You'll have 3 minutes for the rebuttal, and we'll end with Mr. Neha for 3 minutes. So, Administrator Peterson, if you can let Mr. Wilson know when he can begin his rebuttal.
Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
I am. Thank you.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you very much again, members of the task force. Again, I appreciate your time. I would just reiterate what we've talked about before, and I would add, to Member Wolf's questions about sort of the nature of the hearing and what gives the MTA the authority to do what it's doing. I would point to the specific language of Section 201B of the Transportation Code. Again, to emphasize that this is not a public meeting. Again, the basic reason why this is not a meeting under the Brown Act or the Sunshine Act is that the Brown Act and the Sunshine Act, of course, assume a group. They use terms like a body or a convening or a majority, all things that assume more than one person. And the whole purpose of the Brown Act, of course, is to avoid groups of people getting together and making decisions without the public there to hear it. And that's obviously not going to happen when there's one person because they can't get together with anybody else. But again, for 201B of the Transportation Code, it says the following parking and traffic measures may be implemented following a public hearing by the city traffic engineer. So to be very clear, the city traffic engineer is still making the decision. The city traffic engineer alone is empowered by the city code to make the decision, but he or she must hold a public hearing. But the only purpose of the public hearing is not to make any decisions. It's just to gather information. And Mr. Kaniha's allegations about the city traffic engineer being sort of like iced out or overpowered are absolutely untrue. I work with the city traffic engineer all the time. He's an extremely long tenured, incredibly smart, incredibly confident guy who's been doing this for a very long time, who outranks me, who says no to me all the time. I can't tell him what to do. He certainly wouldn't do anything that he didn't want to do, and he never has. So I can assure you that that's not happening. We've done our best to respond to the many public records requests that Mr. Kaniha has sent us over the last 2 years, and we will continue to do so to the extent that they come in. We've provided him with thousands and thousands of pages of documents. We provide him with the video recording of every single hearing. We're doing our absolute best to give him all of the information that's out there. We are doing our best to provide all the information that we can to the public and to make sure that we process their requests for new loading zones in as efficient and quick a manner as possible. And Mr. Ibrahim is also doing his best to make sure that the hearings are conducted very efficiently and fairly. So I don't think that there's really not much more I can say. I really appreciate your time.
That concludes your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, and let's have 3 minutes for Mr. Niha.
Mr.
Okay.
Neal, are you ready?
Yes, I
Your
am.
3 minutes begins now.
Okay, members of the task force, the case here that that is in front of you is really about a fundamental right of general public to participate in the public hearing and to provide comments. The comments that I have been providing in the public hearing have been consistent with the nature of these hearings in the past, and the drastic change in the rules how these public hearings are conducted are implemented without justification, without any discussion, without any reason why they need to be implemented. And the only reason why they're implemented is to make sure that no negative comments are provided at the public hearing. And that's basically the nature. Regarding the approval of a city traffic engineer, regardless of what Mr. Wilson said, it's as simple as that. There are blatant, very obvious violations of rules and procedures, transportation codes, description of the items, wrong side of the street, and a violation of federal accessibility codes. And they even said at one of the public hearings that nobody reviews. There's no engineer that reviews the items before they're presented to the general public. They probably already forgot that it is actually a city traffic engineer's job to review those items and approve both agenda and the public hearing results. And regarding the transcript, like I mentioned in the past, there are important factors to keep in mind. One, transcripts are always created automatically, unless this function has been turned off, which Team allows. In the beginning of every meeting, there is a message that clearly states that audio, video, and transcript of the hearing has been started. And the agency has provided me with the transcripts in the past. So those transcripts are generated, they do exist, and the only reason why the agency hides them is because it allows to bring them to public hearings, it brings them to discussion, to quote them, and they don't like the publicity. They don't want any information that they don't like to hear to be stated in public, and they do everything they can to hide it. End of my statement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Niha. All right, now it's time to deliberate. Did you want to pick up where you left off?
Sure. Member Pilpel again. So I think I am not persuaded that these hearings are meetings of a policy body. I think we don't have a local Administrative Procedures Act that governs administrative hearings. I think we should. Whether that's a separate ordinance or is worked into our amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance is a question for the future. But I think the hearings are governed by the Transportation Code and general principles of public hearings, but are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance as a meeting of a policy body like the MTA board or other bodies. As to documents, I think the only thing that's still at issue is the transcript under MS Teams. I would point to the old 6253.9 of the Public Records Act. And if you give me 1 second, I believe that's now at 7, according to my handy dandy chart, 7922.570, and thereafter is the new site related to public records in an electronic format and how it shall be made available. Further, 67.21L. Let me just read that briefly. 67.21L Sunshine Ordinance. Inspection and copying of documentary public information stored in electronic form shall be made available to the person requesting the information in any form requested, which is available to or easily generated by the department, its officers or employees, including disk tape, printout, or monitor at a charge no greater than the cost of the media on which it is duplicated. Inspection of documentary public information on a computer monitored not be allowed where the information sought. Nothing in this section shall require a department to program or reprogram a computer to respond to a request for information or to release information where the release of that information would violate a licensing agreement or copyright law. This task force has previously interpreted that section to mean that if a department holds information in a system and the only way to release that information from that system is to construct a query or generate a report specifying a time range, a date range, a file range, then that's the only way to get the information out of that system to the requester. There was a specific case involving building inspection because that's how they maintained their records at that time. I think there's some analog here to MS Teams and the functionality that I think we acknowledge may vary and may be buggy, but if the only way to generate this transcript is from the video recording not that a member of the public receives, because that somehow loses its functionality because MS Teams is MS Teams, but that if an MTA employee goes back and pulls the thing and says, I need a transcript out of this, that there's a way to easily generate a transcript. If there is, and this is something that I think we should ask MTA to explore, if that is the case, then I think we should ask them to generate that transcript, however problematic and buggy it may be. If it cannot be easily generated, then that's a different issue. So I think it may turn here on how difficult it is for an MTA employee to go back, and whether it's a hearing from last week or a hearing from a year and a half ago, and generate the requested transcript from the video recording. And I don't have that information. I didn't hear a clear answer from Mr. Wilson that they could or couldn't, and the level of effort. But I think that's something that we could ask them to explore. That's where I'll leave it for the moment.
I just want to add or note on just the technicality of what you just said, that certainly there's plenty of technology that exists that you can put in any video with a recording, so long as the spoken audio is clear, and receive back out of it within, depending on how long it takes to process the video, like a half an hour to an hour, without you doing anything other than putting the video in, and receive quite a buggy transcript in response, either from an agency or from a person who received the video, whether it comes through Microsoft Teams or otherwise. I don't know how much that addresses whether it should be a requirement by the SFMTA to do so, but it is certainly technically possible to do.
Member Sugarman, does MS Teams itself do it, or would you need to use a third party?
I've never done it on MS Teams, but I've done it on Adobe Premiere, and I've done it on YouTube.
Oh, member, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Member Sugarman. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. It's easy for either party, but two other things I'd like to bring up. I think we should dispense with it doesn't create a good transcript, because that assumes what the person wants to use it for. A lot of people are just using transcripts as an index to find places in the recording that they want to go back and listen to. I think, it'd also be inappropriate for someone to say, well, don't request emails from that person because they misspell things a lot. It's not relevant. So I think that doesn't matter. The other thing is, this does not address the past issues, but hearing that the closed captioning wasn't turned on, it seems to me that Mr. Neha or anyone could ask going forward for the captioning to be turned on for these meetings for accessibility reasons, and then it would be very easy for him or anyone then to receive a copy of the video with that, or to request the file of the captions, which then would exist and could be considered a transcript.
I want to respond to that in terms of what the transcript is used for. I think you're right, but it seems like in this instance, the petitioner wants to use the transcript to create a complaint. So in that case, if it came directly from the SFMTA and it had bugs in it, it was.
Well, just because you say, well, I got this thing, you can't depend on, you have to then go verify. Nobody is saying that the transcript is an accurate representation of what happened in the meeting.
But if it came from the SFMTA and then he filed a complaint, wouldn't we as a board be saying that too? Like, oh, this is a transcript, this is a record that they're.
No, I think we would ask, where did this transcript come from? Was this automatically generated? Oh, we're intelligent people. We know that automatically generated transcripts are only about 80% accurate.
Probably more like 50% for sure.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf, go ahead. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Need a transcript of what.
All right. The reason why I asked about closed captioning, to follow up on what Member LaHood was mentioning, was yes, if there was closed captioning, then there would be some sort of written transcript, and most of these software platforms do that. I don't know if Microsoft Teams does or not. Nonetheless, I was more also concerned as to whether if this was a hearing and it was being broadcast to the public, I believe the city has rules, baselines with regards to how to do that. And that needs to be reviewed by the Office of Disability. The second item that really disturbed me was the respondent's statement that a meeting means a group. And I absolutely disagree with that. That a public meeting or a hearing means a group. It all depends upon how the law or the code is written as to who is conducting whatever the public process is. Now, the question is whether this is a public process or an administrative process. And if it's an administrative process that is being made public for the public to see, okay, but let's see how that's described and how it falls under. I'm very disturbed, and I really feel that reading through Section 201, there is a host of very public, how should I say, public effects that decisions that could be made by an individual person that will have a considerable effect on the general public as a community or even as a class. And I'm concerned it's very specific and very detailed. And there's a whole section on what is a public hearing. But the question is that correct? And I think it would serve our time and our service to the public to review this, to determine whether any of these items are or are not fall within the jurisdiction of the Brown Act or the Sunshine Act. And I'll stop there.
Noting that Member Schmidt has returned at 7:16, having stepped out at 7:14.
As we've been talking, I've been on the Microsoft support websites trying to figure out kind of where the transcript features are. As far as I can tell, based on researching several topics here about Teams and everything, it appears that when you go to record a meeting, you can either select to record or record with the transcript. I think kind of to Member Kumar's point, you basically have the option one way or the other. So let's pretend that you just selected record and did not record with the transcript. It sounds like at that point you have to go to another Microsoft product. Look, it's recommending Microsoft Stream, which I'm not familiar with, and then upload your video there to then have it generate a transcript. So I'm not sure the Teams itself will give you a transcript from a meeting that wasn't initially recorded using the transcript feature. If that helps. Yeah. Not that that's a definitive answer, but as far as I could tell, as we've been sitting here, that's what I can find.
That's helpful. I think at this point, if we're at the point of deliberation and action, I think we have some choices. We can, I definitely think, I hear what Member Wolf is saying, but again, MTA isn't organized or run the way I would want it to be organized or run. What's in the transportation code is there, and there's this hearing thing with a little guidance, but frankly not a whole lot. And I think that the hearings are hearings and are not meetings of policy body. So that's where I am on that issue. We've talked about documents, and there aren't any other than the transcript. We can, I think, either find a violation tonight and ask MTA to determine how much effort it would take to generate a transcript, if they can even generate a transcript from the choices that were made long ago, far away. We can ask them to create transcripts in the future, anticipating that there will be requests, and so make that choice when setting up a hearing. Or we can continue the matter, not make a determination tonight, and ask MTA to determine the level of effort if this is even possible, and report back next time, at which point we can determine that either there is a violation because they could have and they didn't, or there isn't a violation because they couldn't have and therefore didn't. So those are the choices I see right now, and I'm open to hearing what others think.
Mr. Chair.
Let me have Vice Chair sign, then you, Member Wolf. Go ahead, Vice.
I just want to throw in there, looking at the definition of policy body in the Sunshine Act, it definitely talks about groups generally. The one place where, but the piece that I think is most relevant here is, I guess it's 5D6. Policy body shall not include a committee which consists solely of employees of the city or county of San Francisco, unless such a committee was established by charter or by ordinance or resolution of the Board of Supervisors. And I don't think that what we're seeing here would rise to that. And then I'm personally, I think obviously it would be better if the agency was clicking on video recording and transcript, which I think is what the option generally is on Microsoft Teams, although I can't speak to somebody's, I don't know what they see when they pull something up, but I am a little bit reluctant to say they have to now create a transcript when it doesn't already exist, because our thing is generally to require that they give documents that are in existence. And I understand like this issue of if it's easily creatable, but it's just impossible for us to know at this moment how easily creatable it is. Like I wouldn't mind recommending to them that they do it, but I don't think we can order them to do it.
Right, which is why I suggested asking them, not necessarily ordering.
Okay, Member Wolf.
This is essential.
Yeah, so, I'm a little disturbed by, dismissing some of the points as to whether just because it exists in the code, that automatically makes it so, that makes it correct. And I think that's not a best practice for us. I think, we are here to determine whether it is correct or not. That's our job, is to be the watchdog for that. And I think whether it's considered, whether it's a meeting or a hearing or a gathering, whatever semantic label you want to put on a meeting where decisions are being made about how the public is going to be affected, needs to be determined by reading through these sections and determining that. Okay, I think we also need to read through these sections of, like, let's say for here in this case, this section 201, and determine how it became to exist. Maybe it did come to exist by ordinances. Most of these codes are all created by ordinances, by legislative process. Unlike the charter, which is put forth before the voters. So I kind of disagree with the points that, that the code is the code and that's what it is. And that, these would have had to be created by ordinances. If they weren't created by ordinances, then how were they created? That is an interesting question. So I would urge that we not dismiss it or make it trivial when it comes to these, because when you look at that section 201, I don't know if anybody's been looking at it, I've been reading it through. There is a considerable amount of change that can happen in a city, a neighborhood, on your block, that could cause quite a upset in your lifestyle or your quality of life, just by the determinations that can be made by a single person. And I'm not even sure how that single person may have this level or this breadth of authority. So I would urge that we not be hasty in making a decision about this with regards to whether these are actually policy level meetings or not. I have not done enough research and I've not heard enough evidence from either party to be qualified or informed enough to make that decision at this point. I'll
Member
stop there.
Holland has returned at 7:23, having stepped out at 7:21.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, I guess I'll go. I'm kind of the opinion of Vice Chair Stein, I think. I haven't seen any evidence presented at this hearing that these hearings with hearing officers or whomever else qualify as a policy body. So absent that evidence, I would be hesitant to at this stage find violation. As far as the transcript goes, I think it's kind of an interesting kind of gray area there on the subsection that Member Pilpel pointed out. I think it was 6721L. I guess to me, then this is just my personal opinion. It matters if you need to use a third party piece of software to generate it. If there was a button that said export transcript from Microsoft Teams, I would think that section of 6721L would apply. Like if you wanted to save a file and you could save it as a JPG or a GIF or a PDF, that would be like you could, but because in this instance, it would take taking an existing file and then running it through an entirely different program to create a transcript. I think that goes beyond 6721L, and I would lean towards supporting SFMTA's position personally that would require them to create a new record rather than just exporting data out of an existing electronic record in a different format. So we could ask them to do it. That'd be great if they could, but I'm not sure that's something that we could order them to do. That's kind of where I'm landing now. Did you have your hand up, Member Kumar?
If it's possible to ask Mr. Neha why.
Use the mic.
I was wondering if it's possible to ask Mr. Neha why he needs the transcript, given that he already has a video, or we cannot.
I'm not sure that why's ever anything. Yeah.
Okay.
He could ask for it just because he wants to be bothersome, or he could have a really, really great reason. It really doesn't matter.
Should I answer the question or no?
No.
Thank you.
To Mr. Wilson, do you have any additional light you can shed on this question of how easily one could generate a transcript? Or if you don't have that tonight, is that something that you could explore with IT and get back to us soon, like prior to a future meeting if we were to continue this, which I'm not sure there's the interest in doing, but maybe.
Yes, we have explored it, and I think it's relatively easy.
Okay.
And again, I don't, like I said before, I haven't explored. I don't think we've explored a meeting from 18 months ago. We've explored like last month, kind of thing. But I think it is, at least for a last month meeting, it's several clicks. So not a lot, but again, we regarded that as not a record that we already have. That's something that we have to go find.
Understood, and that's a hard position. I get that.
Yeah.
I guess I'm somewhere stuck in the I don't want to force you to do something that's going to take 300 hours. I don't even want to ask you to do something that's going to take 300 hours. But if it turns out that you check it out and this can be done in, half an hour by you or an IT person, I think it is reasonable to ask you to try to do that. And if you can do that, to do it and to provide the record to Mr. Neha. And if you can't easily do that, however you're going to interpret easily, then you can say that to Mr. Neha and copy the task force, and maybe that's the end of it. That's kind of where I am. I'm not sure how we get there procedurally, but that's my current thinking. Maybe in the next.
Let me suggest this for everyone. So it seems like there's kind of a two-part to this. There is is the hearing subject to Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, and was there a violation there? Then there's the transcript public records part. Maybe we should do two motions on this since they're two very, very different issues.
Okay.
So maybe we can start with the public, the meeting part. So I don't know, does someone want to take a chance with a motion for the public meeting part? And we can see where we land on that. It seems like there might be less wiggle room there on possible outcomes.
I don't know if we have consensus, do we?
It may be a split vote.
Might be split vote.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's
That's
sort
why
of
to separate them, because I don't think we're going to get all consensus on the whole broad thing. So
Right, it's a good idea.
I think it's an odd motion because it's like a double negative. Are you suggesting something like finding no violation with respect to section 67.5 and 67.13 because the task force believes that this particular hearing is not a meeting of a policy body within the definition of the Sunshine Ordinance?
that's what I would be suggesting.
Nor is it a passive meeting body.
Right. Nor
Or I mean, or if you want to just even be more generic, to say we don't see a violation of 67.5 and 67.13. I mean, you can do it however someone wants to do it.
But I think it serves a point because Mr. Nihao or others may allege the same thing in the future. And if we've said definitively the way they're currently structured, these things are this thing, but they're not that thing. I'm happy.
Right, and I think there's potential debate about whether or not those should be included as something the Sunshine Ordinance covers. I'm just not sure.
I just made note of that.
Yeah, I mean, to the stuff you guys are looking, I mean, I'm thinking, well, gosh, it is something that we probably should, but I'm just not sure the way it's currently written that we do.
This idea of a local administrative procedures act has been, one of my longstanding desires. I'm weird that way. But in the meantime, I'm happy to make that motion and see where it goes, and it may or may not.
So to clarify, what I heard was an initial statement to find no violations occurred. And then another option is to find no violations occurred because. So
Did you want to take a?
What? Yeah.
Official-
Why don't I try the no violation of 67.5 and 67.13 because the task force finds that MTA, traffic engineering, and color curb hearings are not meetings of a policy body, nor meetings of a passive meeting body
slower,
for
please.
purposes of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Because the task force finds that the SFMTA color curb meeting, what was the first meeting?
Yeah, maybe we'll just limit it to color curb hearings because that's the only thing that was alleged.
Second.
That MTA color curb hearings are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance.
No. Required. Yeah.
Are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance as meetings of a policy body, nor as meetings of a passive meeting body at this time. Bang.
Okay, and that was seconded by Member Schmidt.
Point.
Yeah, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I cannot vote for this. Absolutely not. We don't make those kinds of decisions here to whether to make determinations of whether, this body is this or not. We're here to determine whether there was a violation of something or not. That's not our job, is to make precedent based upon a confirmation or affirmation of things. I don't think there's been enough research or review of this section to even determine whether it is appropriate to be appropriate to be having those hearings in the first place. That maybe they should be held before the SFMTA Board of Directors because they have such a significant and widespread, broad brushstroke effect on the residents and the taxpayers of the city. I just don't think it's appropriate for us to make these kinds of statements. If you want to make a statement saying that it's not a violation because you don't think that it violated the Sunshine Ordinance, okay, that's fine. I may still not vote for it, but I think making a broad statement like that, that's headlines. And that, I think that would certainly bring a lot of rancor by the public to a statement that's made by this body to do that. I will absolutely vote no on this.
I just want to add one comment.
Go ahead, Member Sugar.
To Member Wolf to Member Wolf's comment is that the only way I could see phrasing the motion is again going back to a jurisdiction issue. That's all I wanted to say, as opposed to like making a statement about whether or not they're a group, is whether or not we should be addressing it under our jurisdiction because of their status as a group.
Member Popo?
To Member Wolf, respectfully, I don't want to debate. I don't anticipate that you're going to vote for this, and that's fine. I do think that this is exactly the kind of thing that this task force should be deciding. We're interpreting the code to a set of facts, and just as if someone brought a complaint about the San Francisco Housing Authority or the U.S. Postal Service, and we said, no, that's not an entity that is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, et cetera. We've made determinations about agencies like that, and I think we are entirely free to determine on these specific facts presented whether this whether this hearing format is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. That's exactly what we're here to do. But you may feel otherwise. That's fine.
I'd like to move to a vote on this, if at all possible.
I would like to rebut that.
Briefly, and then was that member?
Yeah, we're not discussing an external body of the city. We're discussing a person or a group of people or a department that is within the city's structure, that is under a significant board of directors. So I think that's a little misplaced to start citing external bodies of whether they're jurisdiction or not. This is well within our jurisdiction, and so is the SFMTA. And the question is whether they are appropriately making decisions as whether they're being either a passive meeting body or a policy body. I don't think there's been enough discussion to suss out whether that is so. And that's the truth. I just don't see how we can make a decision like this without coming with more information, at least from legal counsel, to help us make that determination. I don't know how many of us here have even read this section of the law, even while you have been sitting here in the meeting, to be able to make an informed decision about whether these decisions are made appropriately or not. Yeah, I hear you, Member Pilpel, that yes, we do and have made or tried to make determinations as to whether certain bodies are acting as policy bodies or not. Yeah, I get that. And I just think to make a very global statement like this without enough information for all of us to be sure about it is not a good way to go for us.
Steal anything.
Okay, anyone else who hasn't gone yet, or can we move to a vote on this? Let's okay. Let's go ahead and
It's a silver. We're getting notices for a silver alert.
okay.
What alert?
Silver alert, there's a missing adult.
Okay.
They went to a task force meeting and were never seen again.
No, that's why we need to keep moving. All right. All right, let's go ahead and move to public comment on this. And by the way, anyone who's using the chat feature on the online thing, we do not monitor the chat. So please don't type things into the chat or ask questions into the chat. That's not something that we monitor. Okay.
I'd like clarification on the action, please.
Yeah.
Specifically the code sections.
That was mine now.
They just fine.
Moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Schmidt to find no violation of 67.5, 6713, or 6721 was
Just 5 and 13. We're going to deal with the 21 issues next as relates to records.
One moment, please.
Right.
To find no violation of 67.5 or 6713 because the task force finds that the SFMTA color curb hearings are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance as meetings of a policy body, nor meetings as a passive meeting body at this time.
Can I make a recommendation that can you read the part after the sections?
Because
the task force finds that the SFMTA color curb hearings are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance as meetings of a policy body, nor meetings as a passive meeting body at this time.
Could we say this task force determines that, oh my gosh, I just feel like it's dangerous to say are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance and then say the other things. I think we say they are neither public, are neither policy bodies nor, or are why don't we say
How about no jurisdiction?
No, we have jurisdiction.
Because the task force finds that MTA color curb hearings are
not subject to requirements for policy bodies or passive meeting bodies
at this time.
Yeah, I think that's probably a little bit,
under the Sunshine Ordinance.
yeah.
Yes.
I feel like it's a little better than saying aren't subject to the Sunshine.
Right, because it's putting the emphasis on the passive meeting or
policy bodies or
not saying
passive
that they're
meeting
just not
bodies.
like totally
Right.
exempt from the Sunshine Ordinance. Yeah, I think word order.
That's fine.
I like that wording, but I would also still say at this time because it
Yeah.
anchors it to the way this is organized now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Second's okay with that.
Because the task force determines that the SFMTA color curb hearings are not subject to requirements for policy bodies nor meetings as a passive meeting body under the Sunshine Ordinance at this time.
Read it again.
Yeah. Because the task force determines that the SFMTA color curb hearings are not subject to requirements for policy bodies nor meetings as a.
No. Or passive meeting bodies under the Sunshine Ordinance at this time.
Yes.
Not subject to requirements for policy bodies or passive meeting bodies under the Sunshine Ordinance at this time.
Bingo.
So, under Sunshine Ordinance definitions at this time?
I could live with that.
What's the difference
Sure.
between
'Cause
Sunshine Ordinance?
Because that really is what we're saying is that we're assessing.
As they are
language of
described
Or define-
as they are defined by the Sunshine Ordinance at this time.
As defined by.
As defined, even better, fewer words.
And they say that writing a motion by committee is not always good. In this case, it gets better.
They're not subject to requirements for policy bodies or passive meeting bodies as defined by the Sunshine Ordinance at this time.
I think we're there.
No, I actually think at this time becomes a dangling modifier now. It's too.
Is a dangling modifier.
Because it's the way that the policy, it's the way that this color curb meeting is, hearing is at this time, not the way we define these things at this time.
How about this? The task force finds at this time that the sunshine curb meetings, color curb meetings, color curb meetings do not fall under the definitions of a policy body nor a passive policy body,
Passive meeting body.
meeting body at this time.
How about,
I said this time twice, but
yeah, how about finds these color curb hearings as constituted at this time are not subject to requirements for policy bodies and blah, blah, blah,
it's nice and short.
as they are currently constituted.
Okay, so Pat, delete the at this time at the end of that. And after color curb programs, put as they are currently constituted.
I think Vice Chair Stein was trying to get those modifiers at the beginning
Oh, was it?
rather than having them at the end.
Right.
No, I'm just saying the modifier has to be at the color curb hearing. So the color
Color
curb
curb-
She doesn't want it at the end of the sentence.
We're right. So I said remove
Yeah.
at this time at the end and just after the words color curb hearings put as current, so it'd say
As they
clerk Herb hearings as they are currently constituted.
are not subject to requirements for policy bodies or passive meeting bodies as defined by the Sunshine Ordinance, period.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're there.
Okay,
Okay, let's take public comment on that.
if there's anyone in the room who would like to offer public comment on item 8, please approach the podium. We do have one hand raised in the online community. As a reminder, press *3 or raise your hand in the app if you would like to offer public comment on item 8. We have one hand raised. And no one approaching the podium? Chair Yankee, shall I?
Yeah,
unmute the
go
call?
ahead and proceed.
You hear me?
Barry Toronto, you are unmuted and we can hear you.
Great. I am an advocate in the taxi industry. I monitor the color curve meetings for the exact reason that member Wolf mentioned earlier. What happens on maybe on a block, a white zone or whatever, could impact the entire block and sometimes the city. They ignore. There's several reasons involved here. One, they can get the transcripts because earlier on, when they were attacking me in a private chat that Mr. Kaniha had access to, I was able to talk to them and find out what it's about, to tell them they don't know me. Why are you attacking me personally? And then the moderator of the hearings has attacked me personally by saying, when I say publicly that a lot of those proposals on the agenda are not only inaccurate, but they're also unenforceable based upon the structure of the enforcement division. And I get personally attacked. There's supposed to be hearings to hear people's comments and opinions, not to attack their positions on the public's positions. And I disagree. It is a public meeting. They run it as such. There's no give and take. There's no allowance for second opinions after they provide opposing the not traffic engineer, planners provide separate information. Traffic engineering is not involved anymore, and they used to be. And Hank Wilson is doing a horrible job of organizing the meetings and overseeing the agendas. When I do public comment at ISCOT and I point out the mistakes, they delay the item until the next week and next meeting, excuse me, because the item was not listed properly. When they're not listed properly on the agenda, they tell me to go to HELL, and they still put it through because the city traffic engineer does whatever he wants. So whatever material he uses to make his decision should be available to the public. And so I disagree. The way the meetings are run is usually the fourth Friday of the month at 10 a.m. Watch them, and you make that determination. So I advise you to wait until you see for yourselves how terribly run these meetings are. I don't blame the employees themselves. I blame the administrators who set the policy for the meetings and allow an administrative hearing officer run the meeting who actually hears meetings regarding parking violations and MTA inspector violations, etc. So it runs as such, like you're fighting a traffic ticket, and it's not a traffic ticket hearing. It's a hearing to hear people's comments from all over the city about how a proposal impacts them.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. So I just want to let you know that that the way these meetings are run, it's a joke, and I'm not personally blaming someone except for Mr. Wilson, who took over the responsibilities for Mr. Kaniha, who has not made it better but made it worse. And I appreciate the help of Tracy and Francesca, who have had to do miracles to do a job they were not.
Your time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public comments?
We have no other hands raised. No
Okay,
one approaching the podium.
All right, see no one here in the room. We're going to go close public comment, and can you please call the roll?
Calling the vote. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Already voted.
He was the maker of the motion.
Member Wolf.
No.
Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 9 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that motion passes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so let's see if we can deal with the transcription part now. Bearing in mind that it's 8 o'clock and this is almost 8 o'clock and this is literally the first turn. We have 4 more to go. So do we have any thoughts on this part? Member Hood?
I have some thoughts about, I think it, based on what's been said, I don't know. I know that the city could retroactively create a transcript, and I don't think it would be that difficult, although I don't know. I sort of want to ask them to do that. What I really want to ask them to do going forward is to ensure that both the create a transcript option and the closed captioning options are turned on for all of these hearings going forward. Do we have a mechanism for doing that based on, well, actually, I mean, I think based on what we've heard today and what members of the public want access to, I think we should ask this department to turn those, these are very simple things that could be just done going forward. And also, I believe that the Mr. Wilson and the department are fully aware that anything that's created in chats in Microsoft Teams can be requested as public records, and should be fully aware of that.
Let's ask them. Mr. Wilson, would you have any objection knowing that members of the public are interested in the transcripts, turning that option on in the future?
And turning on the closed captioning, option, which I think is an accessibility issue, which Member Wolf pointed out, and say not having those on may have been in violation of other city requirements anyway.
I don't have any specific objection. I mean, I am wondering, and I've
A little louder?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Barely.
Huh. Sorry. I don't know what happened there. Is this any better?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm wondering, I don't know what the requirements are around transcript creation and closed captioning. Is there, if I requested a transcript of this meeting, would it be available? And is this meeting closed captioned? Is one question that I have.
That's a great question.
I wondered that too.
I don't even think ours are video recorded. I think they
I think the answer is no to both of those. So I think it's, it's something that we probably could all do better on.
Yeah. I mean,
That's fair.
I think,
and I think
there's a question. Anyway, I would want to take that back to my team and to our attorneys. I think, again, our main concern, obviously, none of this is very challenging to do. There really is the question of, do we want to be putting things out there? Do we want to be intentionally putting things out there that we know are filled with errors? I mean, I think one of the members made a good point that you don't withhold an email because you know that things are spelled incorrectly or that there are inaccuracies in it. But you also don't actively put something out into the public that you know is filled with inaccuracies. You try to make sure that things you're putting out into the public are as accurate as possible. And so, so we know that the video recording is accurate. We know that's exactly what took place in the hearing. So we certainly would prefer that is the thing that people are using as a record of the hearing. But I'm certainly willing to talk to my team and to attorneys about it and get back to you at however is appropriate to do that.
My thought was to find no violation, but with a recommendation.
Yeah. I mean, to me, this is.
Can you repeat that?
I just generally, my thought was to find no violation, but with a recommendation.
No violation, but make a recommendation.
Make a recommendation to produce the transcript, but like not to find a violation for it.
I mean, to me, I'm kind of in line with you, Member Sugarman. I'm not sure that I'm at the point where I can say you violated the ordinance, but I think wherever we take this, I think could be, setting precedent. And I think there's a lot of good points on both sides. It might take more room. It might be putting out faulty work product, right? Versus the accessibility issues. I mean, to me, this almost seems like something I would like to have a more robust debate, maybe like an EOT, where we get members of the city to share their thoughts too, and and we can have a more back and forth type of discussion about best practices.
Well, okay.
Okay. Hey, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused now because we just took action to claim that these hearings, or whatever you want to call them, are not subject to the Sunshine or the Brown Act. So they actually don't have to even broadcast them. There's no requirement. It's an administrative process. They can hold it in a closed room with the two parties, that are, or even just the single party that's just requesting the colored curve. There's no requirement for them to produce anything because they're not subject now to Sunshine, according to our last action.
We didn't say they weren't subject to Sunshine. And in fact, there's a special section in the Sunshine Ordinance that talks about noticing for public hearings. And these public hearings are noticed.
Yeah, but we just made a determination that this isn't a public hearing.
No,
But the record
no. There's a different section of the ordinance that talks about public hearings that are not policy bodies or passive meeting bodies.
But they're claiming that this isn't a public hearing.
No, they said
According
it's a
to
public
Section
hearing.
201. That's according to Section 201 of the Transportation Code.
No.
I don't think anybody said that.
No? Okay.
No. It's memorable.
I must be reading some other administrative code.
No, I think there's acknowledgement that it is a public hearing, but that it is not a meeting of a policy body nor a meeting of a passive meeting body for purpose of Sunshine. That's all. No more, no less. I'm getting comfortable with Member Sugarman's suggestion to find no violation because it's just not clear on the record, period, to make a request going forward that they check off both boxes in the settings, that going backwards, they explore whether they can easily generate, and if so, please do, and if not, please don't, or whatever. I would suggest that this is frankly less of, and this is to Mr. Wilson, I think this is less of an issue with the city attorney's office and more of an issue with IT and functionality. And I'm not suggesting that this set any kind of huge citywide precedent, just that, again, if you can, try to.
Let me just quickly, because that's.
I wasn't quite finished with my point, Mr. Chair. Before others.
What you want, and then
go ahead, Member Wolf.
I disagree that that public hearings are covered by that. The word public hearing doesn't even exist in the Sunshine Ordinance. So I don't understand under what section are you referring to that this would be covered? They don't have to have it a public necessarily. They call it a public hearing. There's no procedure for it necessarily for it. So the question is under what section of the Sunshine Ordinance would it then be covered? I mean, I'm willing to agree that they have some responsibility for producing the record, but if they're not required to produce the record in the first place, then there's nothing more for them to do at all.
I think Member Wolf brings up a good point on a go forward basis versus an existing record. I mean, we know that there's existing records, right? And we can talk about, can those be converted into transcripts, which is what the request is. I think Member Wolf has a
Disagree,
good point.
Mr. Chair. No, I disagree. That you can't split the baby like that. It either it applies or it doesn't apply.
Well, no,
Not,
I mean,
it doesn't
I
apply in this. It doesn't apply in this case, but it applies in future cases. No, that we can't operate like that.
I don't think that's what we're saying in the room here.
There are existing.
I'm in the room with you.
There are existing files. Okay, those exist. Why they created them, whether or not they had to, didn't have to, they're created. They exist. We all know they exist. Okay, they may not have had to create them, but they exist. So, Mr. Neha is asking for transcripts of those existing files. Okay, they're records that are public records. Now, whether or not we can say all future public hearings under whatever it is they do should do this, that, and the other thing. Okay, I think that's a valid point. Can we, on a go-forward basis, require them to comply with certain sections of the Sunshine Ordinance? I think you bring up a valid point, Member Wolf, that if we just ruled that they're not policy bodies or passive meeting bodies, can we require them to do things like audio it and all that? But I'm talking about just simply the records that already exist, that the SFMTA holds. Do they need to create transcripts? And Member Pilpel, I know from speaking with Victor and everything that there's actually several more of these. Does the city have to create transcript cases? So I think whatever direction we move on this, it's not a one-off. We're going to see this come up over and over. And so I think whatever we do here, I'd like to move us in a direction of settling this for other open cases so we don't take disparate positions. We hear similar type of cases going forward.
That's good. And just to reiterate, I think we cannot require, I think we can request. And I think if we make a reasonable request, and maybe in the future, if it takes less than 2 hours, that would be good. And I agree that we should be as consistent as possible across the board. And so if we're saying as clearly as we can tonight, if a department can easily generate this, they should. And that's a good principle, and it also happens to be in the law. You know, there's lots of balancing of burdens and benefits here. If the public benefit is that that one person is requesting, or more than one person is requesting transcripts from various hearings, there's a public benefit. And if the burden is not that high, and the law requires or provides for it, that's all we're trying to do here. I don't know that we're breaking as huge a ground one way or the other as might be thought. So I'm very much inclined towards Member Sugarman's approach, however we craft that.
If I could jump in, I'm so sorry, but I do think it is worth one of the members.
No. This is not time for additional commentary unless we have. Mr. Wilson, you had your time, please.
President, I do think you should consider the precedent.
Mr. Wilson, that's inappropriate. Please stop.
Okay. Just because written transcripts.
Can you please mute Mr. Wilson and Mr. Neha? This is not the time for them to be speaking. Okay.
Okay, so
you want to take a stab at a motion there, Member Sugarman?
So I make a motion to find no violation of 6721 under
Originally, it was to find no violation of 6721 with a recommendation.
Oh, yes, but I wanted to put some rationale under that. Find no violation of 67 under 6721. Finding that the responsive records were provided, and that what the petitioner is requesting would create a new record, I guess. With the recommendation, however, that the respondent provide a transcript to the extent that they are able to for previous and future instances of its videos.
What was the last part, please, with a recommendation to?
With a recommendation for the SFMTA to provide transcripts of its videos in future and past meetings. Right?
Can you read that back? Mr.
To
Pearson?
find no violation of 6721 with a finding that the responsive records were provided
Yes. Right?
and that complainants
Well, in total in the request. Yeah, okay.
and with a recommendation that the SFMTA produce the transcripts of its videos in future and past meetings.
Past public meetings,
Hearings.
hearings.
Videos in future and past public hearings.
Okay, so at least we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? And then we can.
I think I'm willing to second. Could we just add to send this to EOT for follow-up? Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, and then. And then add at the input and to send to the EOT committee for follow-up.
I'll second.
Okay, and that's seconded by Member Pilpel. When you're all set, Pat, go ahead and read it back just so we're all kind of on the same page and where we're at.
Moved by Member Sugarman, seconded by Member Pilpel to find no violation of 6721 with a finding that the responsive records were provided and with a recommendation that the SFMTA produce the transcripts in its videos in future and past public hearings and to send the matter to the EOTC committee for follow-up.
Yep, I think we're good.
Can I make
Go ahead.
two comments? You said, can we cut the in front of responsive records because responsive records were provided? It's subtle. The other thing is, can we say generate transcripts rather than produce transcripts? Because produce makes it sound like they exist and they haven't been produced and should have been. Generate implies that they would have to be created, which we are asking, which as you noted is a request.
I agree with that.
Removed the from
In front of responsive records, as if there's a definitive set, but
finding that responsive records were provided. And that with a recommendation that the SFMTA generate transcripts.
and I'm going to say this, could we generate transcripts upon request? Because like for the past meetings, we're not saying that they need to generate transcripts for all past meetings, but if there was a past meeting and a transcript is requested, that it's generated. And going forward, it would be smart of them to turn those settings on so that generating or producing future transcripts would be a very simple, easy thing to do.
With a recommendation that the SFMTA generate the transcripts of its videos in future and past public hearings upon request, period. Oh, no.
That's not exactly what
Request,
you're saying, though.
and to send the matter to the EOTC committee for follow-up.
You're saying to generate past ones on request and to recommend future ones to be
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If you can finesse that, yeah.
it's just that right now, so the motion right now says past and future. So just split that to say to generate transcripts from past public meetings, public hearings, is it hearings, right? On request. And to generate transcripts for videos of all future public hearings.
Or maybe set for or provide for whatever.
Also,
Yeah.
if available, right? Like if it's not available, if it can't be pulled out, then like, yeah.
To do it a day.
I think it's also implied that the past is if possible.
Yeah.
If it turns out.
Well, it's all
that
of
this, right.
Yeah.
You can't do what you can't do.
I think I'm missing the verb here. With a recommendation that SFMTA generate the transcripts of past public hearings upon request and its videos in future hearings upon, and its videos in future hearings.
I'm just imagining Microsoft developing a new product called MS Garbled Transcript, where it takes blah, 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 blah audio and generates a transcript that says blah, 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 and
That was its working title.
yeah. And they'll charge you a lot of money for it too.
It's called artificial intelligence.
Yes, there you go.
We ready for public comment?
Yeah, I think so.
Mr. Chair, before you
Oh,
go
go
to
ahead.
public comment, I just want to say that while I support the recommendation, I'm not sure that I can support the fact that the records have already been produced. I'm not sure that that's clear to me at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to public comment.
Members of the public in the room, if you'd like to make a public comment on item 8, please approach the podium. We currently have one hand raised. Let me see if there are others. We have one hand raised.
Okay, go
ahead. Barry Toronto, you've been unmuted. Let me know when you are ready.
I'm ready.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Ready? Okay. I want to reiterate that based upon prior records that I have been privy to, that these records already exist. And I'm a little surprised that because of the transcript I saw from a chat from a prior meeting of them attacking me. So on topics that they have no idea about. So I'm not talking about the subject matter. I'm talking about the fact there are records that exist, particularly under the chat function on their meetings and the transcript. So I'm very disturbed that you're going down this road when they already do exist. I know that. I've seen them, unless they shut them off. And I think you're doing the right thing by asking them to turn them back on, so that the public has a right to know how the decisions are being made. And I'm really confused here. I think what's happening is that the public is, in some ways, has been threatened by the fact that the MTA can do things without sufficient input from the public. A lot of the items that appear on the SFMTA agenda are items that didn't go to public hearing, and then all of a sudden they're on the consent calendar, and there are items on the consent calendar of the SFMTA board that all of a sudden just appeared. So I think it needs to be clarified what items go to the city traffic engineer and why, and that go to the MTA board for actual public hearing. And you brought up a lot of great issues and a lot of great questions, but I urge you not to set some precedent here as a body that's supposed to make sure that these agencies work under transparency on issues that impact more than just one person. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment, and if you can call the roll.
Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Member Wolf, no. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 9 ayes, 1 no. Motion passes.
Okay. Let's move on to the next file, which I believe are the same petitioner and respondent. And then just as a heads up, after this, I think we'll take a quick break after we get done with these folks. Let them get on their way. Okay. So we already know that the parties are there. They're already in the participant portion. This one was heard a little bit more recently by complaint committee. So Member Schmidt, anything you want to add to this one?
And my earlier disclosure still applies.
I believe that,
Do I read the matter?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, but please
go ahead.
My mistake. Yeah, please read it.
File number 24009, complaint filed by Paul Neha against Hakam Ibrahim, Tracy Minakuchi, and the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.15, by failing to provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the body. On April 23, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to refer the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for hearing, with a recommendation that the task force cannot determine a violation due to a lack of jurisdiction.
I believe that the issues are going to mirror the issues we just talked about in this case, at least for the first part of the matter, which is the Brown Act issues. This is for a separate meeting that took place about 7 months subsequent, I believe, but same scenario.
Okay. So same thing on this one. We'll start with the petitioner for 5 minutes, the respondent for 5 minutes. So Mr. Neha gets to go whenever you're ready. Administrator Peterson.
Mr. Neha, we see that you're unmuted. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. So this has to do with a public hearing, SFMTA Color Curve public hearing that took place December 15th, 2023. And I have, in my opinion, the hearing officer and member of the staff, Tracy Minakuchi, they together intended to suppress my comments regarding a specific item that was on the agenda. It had to do with the blue zone, which is accessible parking, meaning this is the parking space that meets the federal accessibility standards. It was located at 428 Texas Street. And so for this case, this is one of those instances when the agency did provide the public hearing, and provided the transcript of the public hearing, and this is it makes it very easy to reference and bring up cases of specific violations. So 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 34 seconds into the hearing, Tracy lied on record, claiming that that specific blue zone does meet the standard. And Hakem turned off my microphone every time that I asked to show the evidence that this is that the federal mandated accessible ramp for the proposed blue zone exists. Subsequent session request produced a survey which revealed that the project had no intention of installing the ramp. There was no existing ramp. There was no intention to install the ramp. It should also be noted that on that record, it says that using driveway as ramp per Forest Barnes verbal recommendation in meeting, flat curb cut, no slope, pavement is good shape. Forest Barnes is not a traffic engineer. He has not been educated in this matter, and these decisions can only be made by the city traffic engineer. And if, in cases those decisions are made, they do require a thorough explanation why such a major violation from a federal requirement. This is a requirement that has been followed by this city traffic engineer ever since he has been doing his job, because it's a fundamental.
30 seconds.
I should also add that this comment has been added to the survey that has been provided after the request has been submitted, before it was released. The metadata on the PDF file shows that it was added December 20th, 2023. So you have facts showing how they agreed together to conceal at the public hearing a major violation of the federal standard.
Thank you. That concludes your time.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so 5 minutes for Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, are you ready?
I am, thanks.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Is that 5 minutes?
5. They get 5 minutes for their initial presentation.
Okay.
I'm just, one moment,
Did
please.
you?
I gave Mr. Neha 3 minutes.
No, it should be.
Would you like me to give him 2 more?
We should give him 2 more minutes if you.
Mr. Neha, 1 moment, please, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Neha, would you like 2 more minutes?
No, I don't think I have anything to add to what I already said. Thank you.
All right, I apologize. 1 moment, please. Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 5 minutes?
I am, thank you.
Your 5 minutes begins now.
Great, thank you. Thank you, members. As mentioned, this is a very similar discussion to the one we had about item 8. And, as Mr. Kaniha demonstrated with his opening statement, and as I can attest from working with him for many years, there are a few people who I've ever met who care more about the curbs and curb management in San Francisco. Mr. Kaniha is incredibly dedicated to his craft. It's very clear that this is something that he cares a lot about, that this is something that he's dedicated his life to and dedicates a lot of his time to and a lot of his thought to. And I genuinely appreciate how much he cares about this and how important these topics are to him. They're incredibly important to me too. That's why I do what I do. And I know that's why Mr. Kaniha does what he does and why he tunes into these meetings and comments on so many of these items. But I think, the point of this is that all of the things that Mr. Kaniha told you have nothing to do with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and aren't within the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. They're all questions about engineering, accessible loading. They don't have anything to do with the production of documents or the conduct of or whether people were allowed to, attend a hearing or things like that. They're all about his judgment about where, what curb color should be painted, where it should be located, things like that, which are perfectly legitimate and welcome things for him to have opinions on, but they just don't have anything to do with the Sunshine Ordinance. And again, I'll reiterate what I said on item 8 and give a little bit more detail that, the reason why this just simply is not a meeting under the Sunshine Act or the Brown Act. And specifically Administrative Code section 67.3b says a meeting is a congregation of a majority of members of a policy body or a series of gatherings, each of which involves less than a majority of a policy body, or any use of personal intermediaries or communications media that could permit a majority of the members of a policy body to become aware of an item of business. Okay, so again, all of these definitions are about a policy body and a majority of members of a body. It's always contemplating a body with multiple members meeting to talk about the subject of policy. Similarly, the Brown Act under California Government Code 54952.2a says a meeting is defined as any congregation of a majority of the members of a legislative body. So again, contemplating a body of multiple members getting together without the public there and making a decision. That's not what happened here. As I mentioned from Transportation Code section 201B, this is simply a public hearing. It is required by the Transportation Code to gather information, thoughts from the public, to make sure that we're getting a chance to hear from the public about what they think about these ideas, like where we should put a blue zone, whether a commercial loading zone is long enough, or whether the hours or the days that it's enforced are appropriate, things like that. We gather all that information, we take it to the traffic engineer, city traffic engineer, and then the city traffic engineer is invested with the authority under the Transportation Code to make that final decision. There are no decisions made at that meeting. There's not a policy body that's gathering and making a decision. So it's simply not a meeting and it's not under the jurisdiction of this body. So I obviously I disagree with everything that you heard from Mr. Kania, but I respect what he said, but none of it has anything to do with the Sunshine Ordinance or this task force. And so that's why I think that you should find that you don't have jurisdiction. And so you should dismiss this complaint. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, time for questions. And just a reminder that we are way behind schedule. So please limit questions to only anything that's really, really important to suss out here.
Let me just ask Mr. Kniha, is it correct on this particular complaint that there are no records at issue and your only allegation is that the opportunity for members of the public to address the body was somehow violated? Is that your contention here?
Yes. I'm not sure if this is a violation. Is it a violation to basically change the requested document to add information after it has been requested? If this is considered a violation or not. If not, then there are no documents involved here. It is simply a matter of intentionally hiding a relevant comment from the decision-making body to make sure that it is not displayed and not presented to him.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Member LaHood?
I have a quick question for Mr. Wilson. I'm looking at the documents where you have in red public comments. Do you always include written comments that are received as well? Or, I saw in one, 9 emails received in support. Do you summarize anything you received as written comments before these hearings?
Yes. Yeah, the idea is that whether you write in or attend the hearing, we regard all those, those are all taken as equal comments. It's not, we don't give more weight to coming to the hearing than sending an email.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other hands, so I think we can move to rebuttals on this. So this time it is 3 minutes, and we'll start with Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
I am, thank you.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Great, thank you very much. I don't have a lot to add other than to say again, I appreciate Mr. Kaniha's passion about this topic. I know that he feels like he's being wronged with regard to these color curb hearings. What's really happening is like I said, the hearing officer and the staff who are there to keep the hearing going are simply trying to make sure that everything gets presented, that the folks who are there who have asked for the zones get a chance to speak, and that we move the hearing forward as expeditiously as possible, that everybody gets to be heard, and that we also that we don't have the hearing last 3 or 4 hours, that we can kind of get through it and everyone can move on with their day. We are trying to be as fair as possible to everybody, trying to make sure that the system used, one person just sort of takes over the hearing and asks questions and then comes back on and comes back on and comes back on and essentially turns it into a hearing where they're doing more talking than the staff or the folks who have actually requested the zones. So that's I think what was happening at that hearing. And again, I'm going down a road that doesn't even need to be gone down, because it's not a meeting under the Sunshine Act. There is no jurisdiction here. This is simply an attempt to gather public input. There aren't, the MTA board meetings are now in person only. Board of Supervisors hearings are in person only. There's all sorts of restrictions of many kinds on how people can provide public input. We're not required to take every kind of public input for unlimited amounts of time in any form at all times. There are understandable limits on the way and the form and the time and the format that public agencies can take public input, and we're doing our best. I think we're doing a fairly good job. putting ourselves out there and gathering input on these, on what, in the end are important, but still
30
fairly small
seconds.
topics. There are 20 feet of curb, 40 feet of curb in a very specific part of town, which in many cases is important to only a very small number of people, and we want to make sure that people have a chance to see what's going on. But for the most part, it's important to the person who asked for it, whose storefront may be right across the sidewalk. So again, I encourage you to find no violation because no jurisdiction. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, 3 minutes for Mr. Nia. No, we give him the other 2. Yeah, so we're good. So 3 minutes.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that everybody understands the nature of what is going on here. And despite what Mr. Wilson said, these public hearings have always been a venue, true democratic forum. People have always come to this public hearing to bring issues, to ask questions. Those questions have always been asked thoroughly. There were never any limits on the manner in which people can participate. It is the job of the staff to prepare the item and to answer each and every question that is received. As Mr. Toronto mentioned earlier, if the item is not written properly, if there are errors on it, the item, or if the staff cannot answer the specific question that has been asked, or if a major violation of federal standards is brought, then the item gets rescheduled for further hearing, where again, it is not a cargo cult where you just pretend that you call a public hearing, and at the end, none of those comments matter. These hearings are advertised as public hearings. People are invited to those public hearings. People take their time to come to the public meetings. In the past, there have been negotiated, decisions have been made and postponed at the public hearing between different parties that are invited to this public hearing. And they intentionally changed the rule, implemented new rules in order to limit public participation and make sure that comments that are opposing comments are not made into the record and that are not heard. And this specific case has nothing to do with the Blue Zone itself. It has to do with the fact that there was a known major violation of the federal standards, and the staff and the public hearing officer together conspired to make sure that this comment will not be heard and will not be communicated to the decision-making body. Have the decision-making body known this comment, has it been heard, it would there is no doubt about it that he would simply not be able to approve this item, because it is his job to not approve and specifically disapprove or continue items that are in violation of federal standards. This is his job that he's been doing for a very long time, and
30 seconds.
This would certainly be a matter if the staff followed the procedure and allow public to openly speak and gather the comments and deliver them to the city traffic engineer, this item would never be approved. So it was a failure on the staff, intentional failure to make sure that they can do whatever they want without following any rules or taking public input into account.
Thank you.
Okay. Rebuttals are concluded. Members, how do you want to proceed on this one?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, well, I stand that this public hearing process is subject to sunshine. I just find it convenient that decisions that are being made by this hearing procedure, that it just created and allowed just one single person to make such significant decisions to avoid sunshine. And I bring it up only because the petitioner, the respondent brought it up again. That said, I think it's worth, again, for us, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, to review this hearing process. Nonetheless, based upon our determination of the previous item, there cannot be any violation since the public hearing process is now considered not subject to the Sunshine or Brown Acts. And I would suggest the petitioner to seek a venue of higher authority to deal with it. So I would offer to make a motion to find no violation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Moved by member Wolf, seconded by member Schmidt. I don't see any hands. So let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I make a comment before we vote. That's fine.
All right, let's open up to public comment.
Members of the public wishing to speak on item 9, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We currently have one hand raised. Let me check for others. One caller. Are we ready?
3 minutes.
This
Your
is
Toronto, your
Barry.
3 minutes begins now.
This is Barry Toronto. I'll be very brief. I just want to say that it took months and months and months to finally get an approved taxi zone switch to another location. Took months and months and months, almost years. And so I want to say Mr. Kaniha came out and looked at a problem and had solutions. And we don't get any of that type of service anymore. And so the only time we get to make public comment or to issue concerns about a zone is through these hearings. Maybe we should go in person, spend more money on travel time and staff time at these hearings at City Hall. Maybe we should do it. Maybe we'll get better service, you know. So I want to say that I think you're making a mistake by not making the MTA more responsive to how it takes comment and feedback from the people they're supposed to serve. That is it. Thank you for your time and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other public commenters?
We have no other callers in the queue, no one approaching the podium.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, Member Pilpel, just very briefly, on this item 9, if we can correct the spelling, Hakam is actually Hakam, not EM. I agree with the motion and support it. Doesn't mean that I agree with everything that MTA is doing or the way they're doing it. Certainly not. And I just wanted to make clear, I have attended a couple of these color curb hearings. I've attended many of the traffic engineering hearings on Fridays, both in person at City Hall when they were here, and since COVID, they've all been online. And I've attended many, perhaps most of those, many hours on many items. And I also want to just point out, because Member LaHood asked about the summary of the public comments. I think this summary of public comments was a direct result of some of the discussions I had with MTA staff over many years, including Tom Folks, Eddie Suey, Mike Hanrahan, Hakam, Rudy Sebastian, and others about these public hearings and the fact that they weren't subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. They did require some amount of fair hearing process, and that MTA had the ability to set out some standards and guideposts for how these hearings would work. And I invested a considerable amount of time to get the level of process that now exists and is observed. And it has required a lot of iterative steps, some of which we've talked about tonight, but others include hearing materials, postings, neighborhood outreach, documentation. There's a lot that didn't exist 10 years ago. There was just this like one brief reference in the code that there shall be a public hearing, and following the public hearing, the traffic engineer can decide certain things and other things have to go to the MTA board. I really did help fill in a lot of the blanks here. And, you know, is it perfect? No. Can it be better? Yes, but it has gotten better in time because some of us, not just me, encouraged better process. And so, you know, I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote.
Taking the vote on item 9, Member Wolf,
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Used to be Chair Highland. Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neha. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for joining us. We're going to take a 10-minute break until 8:50.
Thank you.
Sure. That's all right. Oh, sorry.
Check on your item, please.
Sure.
Here.
Oh, the
Yes.
I like when we made that appeal to stay like as focused as possible. And maybe you read that a couple of times.
Yeah, okay.
It's getting late, and I feel like there could be a little.
You may want to mute the mics for now.
Yeah, that's nice. We heard from the various industries.
Yeah. And I keep thinking, like, do we need to set a time limit or something? It's really a real drag to time everybody. And
So it's
like that.
Mics are on.
Okay, we're back on the record at 8:56.
Right. And I still have some blank spaces here, so I've got. Come on. It's getting better.
I think we left off with item number 10. So
Item
call
number
that-
10, file number 23090. Complaint filed by Lance Carnes against Public Works for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to provide responsive records in a timely and/or complete manner. On January 16, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction, that the requested documents are public, and to refer the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for a hearing, including consideration of whether there is a provision of timely/complete records violation or a record-keeping violation under San Francisco Administrative Code, Section 67.2-7.
Okay, and it looks like the petitioner here is here in person. Do we have someone from Public Works? I'm assuming not in person. Are you from Public Works?
No.
Oh,
Someone. Oh, that's Chris. Paul.
okay. Are you going to be speaking officially or is?
Someone on the line.
Gotcha. Okay.
David Steinberg from,
Bird's on the line, and this is Chris Paul.
Got it.
David
Okay.
Steinberg has been promoted to a panelist.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Steinberg. Thanks for waiting for us. Okay, so I think everyone knows how this goes. 5 minutes for each side to begin their presentation. Members, I will note that we are running way behind. So when formulating questions, please, if you don't truly have a question, don't ask just to talk. And let's try one go around of questions per person, not 2, 3, 4 rounds. Okay. With that all said, we will begin with Mr. Carnes.
Trouble navigating. Just
Okay. And if everyone, I don't know if you have everyone's monitors on, but I believe he wants to show us some files. And Member Wolf, can you see on yours what's being displayed of Mr. Carnes?
No, I cannot.
sorry. What did you ask me a question?
No, I'm asking Member Wolf, who's online, if he can somehow see what you're.
No, I cannot.
I don't know.
Can I make a recommendation? Because it seems that Mr. Carnes is showing things that are in the file.
They are.
If Mr. Carnes could just state which page he's on, then Member Wolf would be able to refer to those pages within the document.
Yeah,
You-
so you can see the little page number at the top.
Right.
Yeah.
If you could just refer to those, say, okay, as you can see here on page 10 or whatever else, this way Member Wolf can follow along on his home computer.
Oh, brother.
Okay.
Because we can't broadcast what's on here to Member Wolf's home computer.
Sorry?
Thank you.
You can't broadcast?
This, what you have on there, it can't broadcast to Member Wolf who's joining us remotely. We can't broadcast what you're showing to his home computer.
Oh,
So you're going to have to verbally say what page you're on and he can follow along at home.
It's because of MS Teams, but maybe we'll get a
can I
transcript.
get a couple, an extra minute or something for fiddling around with this thing?
May I?
I'll get it. Okay.
Mr. Carnes, are you?
Okay.
And no, we don't give extra time for going through the presentation. So if you want to do presentation, that's fine, but that's on your own time. So it's fine. Still good 5 minutes.
Mr. Carnes, are you ready for your 5 minutes to begin?
Let me think about it one sec. I'm going to be skipping around a pretty large number of pages. I'm not sure to do it.
And Mr. Carnes, we all, I believe, have computer access. So you don't even, I mean, we can see as long as you tell us what page to look at. We all can go there ourselves. So you don't necessarily have to do it yourself.
Okay, now how will I see it?
Oh, you're going to have to, if you want to see it, you're going to have to. But if you have pages pre-written down, we can go there and follow along that way.
A lot of pressure.
All right, your 5 minutes begins now.
Okay, so good evening. My name is Lance Carnes. It's case 23090. And can you hear me okay?
Mhm.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is the public records request I made on the screen here. It's provide tree information reports and photographs for the following trees on Laguna Street. And I gave the address and site numbers. And I want to go down to page 45. Let's see if I can do that.
Mr. Chair, is that page
Yeah.
45 that's printed on the page or
It's
PDF?
PDF page 45, Member Wolf.
Thank you.
Okay, I think this is it.
Okay.
So, so in answer to my public records request, they came back in this format, like like a page, and it had it has a title at the top, which is supposedly the tree ID, and then and it has a photograph. So my request was for trees and photographs. And the one I got back here, can you see it okay? It's called 1335 Laguna Street, Tree 1. And down below is a photo. And you can see it's an orange tree removal notice. So right off the bat, this is not what I asked for. I asked for, tree photos. And this is something different. So I would just call this a fail as far as a retrieved item. And next one is just the next page. Go down there. This is really, I'm sorry, this is very frustrating. Okay. Could we stop for one sec? I'm just having a lot of trouble navigating here.
Stop it briefly, Ms. Peterson. Okay. Mr. Carnes, you don't have to use the presentation again if you just talk, but we can't extend this for an extended period of time. So if you don't want to use the presentation, that's okay. You can just talk.
I'd like to use it. It's pictures worth 1,000 words, so.
We can't allow for extended time. You're going to have to use your 5 minutes for it. So
shall I just look at this screen? Or is it showing up?
yeah, we see exactly what's up there. What's on our monitors exactly is what's showing there.
Okay, but I have to choose the image, right?
We really just want to hear from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
tell us.
tell us what page number to look at when you're,
Yeah, that's okay.
whatever you're talking about.
Okay, let's see.
When we start the clock, you'll have 2 minutes, 14 seconds remaining.
Oh, brother, is that all? Yeah.
Okay, because we start the clock.
Page 46.
We start.
Go ahead, Mr. Carnes.
Sorry, I can't function this way.
The packet was provided in advance to all of the members.
Sorry?
The packet was provided to each of the members in advance. If you tell them the PDF page number that you are looking at,
Okay.
they will be able to look at it as well.
All right. So page 46, I guess, so the tree removal notice is for one quick step lane. It's just a wash. It has nothing to do with what was sent to me as far as the title. On page 53. Can you go there? Oh, I have to go there?
You do not. They can see it.
We can do it ourselves.
Oh, okay, 53. Is that what we're looking at here?
No, you're not going to
No.
see it, but we have our own computers.
Speak to the members and give them the page number that you want them to see.
Right, okay, 53 out of 110. The tree title, the title and the photo are different trees. In fact, if you'll notice from the descriptions, they're different species. Page 82. The tree at the right is not 1435 Laguna Tree 5. It's 1355 Laguna Tree 1. And if you look at my thing here, 1435 of the Good Street is, you see, that's if I want to.
30 seconds, Mr. Carnes.
In the microphone, please.
Oh, this microphone?
Either a microphone.
So the tree, right, it's not 1435. And if you look at my overhead,
Speak into
I show you
microphone,
where the,
please. Perfect.
yeah, boy. I should have taken lessons before I came down here tonight.
I'm afraid that concludes your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carnes. Okay, we're going to move Mr. Steinberg.
Are there any witnesses for this
Hello,
petition?
Mr. Steinberg.
Did you have any witnesses that were going to speak also on your behalf?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Steinberger, you're the exclusive speaker. You have your coworker here just in case there's questions. Is that correct? If we could make sure Mr. Steinberg's unmuted.
Mr. Steinberg, you are unmuted. Mr. Steinberg, are you with us? Headset is going on and off. Hold on just a moment. Let us know when you can speak, Mr. Steinberg. We cannot hear you.
Through the chair, isn't the other gentleman also part of the party? Can he not talk?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, sir.
It's Chris Buck. Chris Buck.
Buck.
It does not appear that Mr. Steinberg is able to make an audio connection. Are you prepared to give some sort of presentation? We need to keep things moving tonight.
Yes, I printed out Mr. Steinberg's presentation.
Excellent.
So
Okay.
Let me pull that up. And if he's not able to get on,
Okay.
we'll read that.
Give me one moment.
Okay.
Let me turn this off, see if it toggles anything.
Okay.
Mr. Carnes, you can take a seat for now. Let him present.
Mr. Steinberg, can you speak, please? Let's see if we can hear you.
We could.
We can't hear David.
Well,
Mr. Steinberg's hand is raised, but Mr. Steinberg, we see your hand raised, but we cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you. You
Sign
are
out, sign
muted.
back in.
The actual microphone icon isn't even showing. You may want to disconnect and reconnect.
Well, it doesn't show because he's unmuted. Could you say that another way?
No, it'll be turned green if it was unmuted. It's not even there. It's not even showing.
Member Wolf is suggesting that Mr. Steinberg may need to log out and call back in or reconnect.
Correct.
Mr. Steinberg,
I think
we-
Microsoft Teams is behind this.
we can give you a moment to.
Except it's WebEx.
Still, they're trying to undermine the
Mr.
product. of
Steinberg,
the-
we'll give you a moment to log out and call back in. Looks like that is happening. Just a moment.
Through the chair, did this gentleman say he has his written statement?
Yeah. I believe so.
Let's just hear it.
We'll give him like just a minute here to come back. If it doesn't work, we're going to move on. Wait, I see a hand from a phone number. Maybe that's Mr. Steinberg calling in with the phone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
know what's
let's-
wrong, but okay, so I could see you, but you couldn't hear me. Okay, so I'm calling from my phone. I can't see you now.
You're going to need to talk up because you're super quiet and the HVAC in here is very loud tonight for some reason.
Okay,
Let's go
hold
ahead
on.
and elevate that phone number to a presenter. Pat.
Okay, is that better?
Yes. Okay. So Pat will set.
Okay, any better?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready for your 5
I
minutes?
apologize.
That's okay. Are you ready for your 5 minutes?
I'll take less time to make up for it. So, Chair Yankee and members of the task force, as you know, my name is David Steinberg, and I'm custodian of records for San Francisco Public Works. As I wrote in our response, the department responded promptly and fully to Mr. Karn's request by releasing 2 batches of records and closing the request on September 18th last year. Mr. Karn's chief complaint is that isn't that we were late or that we failed to provide records, but rather that he disagrees with our Bureau of Urban Forestry over the identification of a specific tree. That's what he was showing you in his slide. He and our staff don't agree on what tree is which. So if Mr. Carnes has concerns about how Buff identifies trees in his database, there are venues that would allow him to air those complaints, but the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force isn't the proper venue. We asked that the task force vote to find no violation, which it did June 5th, and a similar complaint by Mr. Carnes, which was number 23079. If you do have specific questions about the tree identifications, there's documentation in your packet, and my colleague, Public Works Arborist Chris Buck, is there, standing in front of you, and he can answer any questions. But that's our basic argument, is that it's not a jurisdictional matter, but it is there's no complaint that we were late or didn't give him records. That's not the basis of his complaint, so we ask for you to find no violation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members, do we have brief and specific questions to ask?
Chair Yankee.
Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
First, I'll ask Mr. Buck, was there ever a mistake where a photograph that was provided to Mr. Carnes was of a tree was misidentified as a different tree?
Chris Buck with Bureau of Urban Forestry, Public Works. No, the records that were provided are the records that were in, there's no mistake made as to the records that were provided. They match up with the correct tree. One interpretive note is that orange posting that Mr. Carnes was displaying, we do upload photos of posting notices. So we would respectfully disagree that we're not allowed to use our photo tab in our field inspection tablet. We take photos of many things, including posting notices. So yeah, the trees, we believe the correct trees are identified, and that's outlined in pages 75 to 105 in the online PDF packet.
Thank you. And a question to Mr. Carnes. This item, it really is about one tree and photos that you believe are incorrectly, they've been incorrectly describing the tree that you're interested in. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay.
Please use the mic.
Mr. Carnes, if you can move over to the microphone. Thank you.
The tree I mentioned is, it was called 1335 Tree 1. And I've actually seen that tree. I've worked with these trees for the last year, actually. And the thing that they provided was a tree removal notice for an entirely different tree. In fact, it's an illegal address. So I did not receive anything useful from that.
Okay, so you asked for a photograph of that tree and you received the notice. Did you receive a photograph of that tree?
I did not.
No. Okay. Were you told that a photograph that you were provided of a different tree was that tree that you're referring to?
Possibly.
Possibly.
I haven't gone through the whole list of that. I just requested all these trees. So they sent me maybe I don't know, 15, 20.
Okay,
of
but
these
this is the only tree that
Well,
you're
the only one I
saying
examined
that
that I
there's a
knew for
problem.
sure. There was a second tree that was totally off, and it was actually described as 1335, tree 2, and the photograph that was provided was 1335, tree 1, which I know intimately. There's no
Okay.
way you can fool me on that. So,
And so you're saying that it was misidentified.
it was sent to me, I'd say purposely on error.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions for me.
And Member Schmidt-Ball, you have the microphone. I was so distracted by setting that up. Did you have any summary of this case you want to give this one to complaint committee?
I don't have anything
Okay,
to add.
we're pretty good. Okay. All right. Anyone else questions?
Member Pilpel, to Mr. Carnes. So are there specific photos, documents, records that you've requested that you believe they have not provided to you that you're still here tonight at this hour seeking? And can you be specific on what those are?
Yeah, well, what I asked for was
in the mic.
I'm sorry. What I asked for was tree identifications and photographs, and they sent tree identification which had a different photograph.
Understood.
So it's a total amateur hour job. I think it was. I could personally take photographs and write the correct tree number on it. But when I asked Public Works to do it, so I'd have some sort of documentation, they totally botched it.
Okay. Are you only interested in trees that they have associated with those two addresses, 1335 and 1355 Laguna? Or are you interested in that whole side of the block? Or
Well, I was interested in accuracy.
sorry?
Accuracy.
Okay. It may or may not be accurate for a variety of reasons, but I'm just asking, if we were to broaden this to say, the odd side of Laguna Street, that block, and if they gave you all that they have, however they're labeled, would that make you happy and take care of things?
No, it's a different matter entirely. The reason I asked for these records is that I had no confidence in Public Works, Bureau of Urban Forestry.
That may be true, but we're just trying to see about records for you.
Okay.
We're not running DPW here. Sorry about that. So again, I'm asking you, if we broaden the request and said anything on the odd side of that block, would that help you and would that be good? And you can do with it what you choose, whatever you choose.
Yeah, that would be that's what I wanted.
Okay.
But the rigmarole, the runaround was not what I wanted.
Understood. Okay. So then to Mr. Buck, however you've got your photos in your database and all of that organized, are you able to broaden the address range? And is there a way, it may take, more than 5 minutes, but is there a way to get, like, as I said, the entire odd side of Laguna, whatever you have, however it's labeled, accurate, not whatever, notices, trees, sunlight, whatever, is that something that you could possibly see to getting to Mr. Carnes?
Yes, absolutely.
Chair Yankee, can I address that actually?
Go ahead. Sure.
So I want to point out the request was for tree information reports and photographs of address 1355 site 1 and 2, tree 1 and 2, and site 1335 site 1 and 2. So we released 12 photographs to Mr. Carnes, which you can look at next request. You can see them right now if you want. And they are what we identify as those trees. Now, as I wrote in our initial response, if we in good faith produced what our records show as
Mr. Steinberg,
those
I
trees.
understand that you already expressed that. What Member Pilpel is asking is, would you be able to, just to try to create some resolution here, be able to produce any photographs you have for the odd side of the 1300 block of Laguna Street?
We already have
everything. That's all you have? There's nothing beyond 1355 and 1335?
I mean, if we want more, Mr. Buck can certainly address that, but the request was for 1335 and 1355, and we released 12 photos that work. Yeah.
Okay, to Mr. Steinberg, I'm not suggesting that Public Works or that you or Mr. Buck, that anybody did anything wrong. I'm not necessarily feeling a violation. I'm just trying to get Mr. Carnes what it now appears is a broader view of that side of the street, whatever you've got in whatever files. And if that makes him happier, then I'm happier and he can do with it what he wants. That's entirely up to him. That's all where I'm trying to go.
Member Highland?
So I'll just refer the members back to the point of this particular case. The request was 1355, 1 and 2, 1335, 1 and 2. As you just heard from Mr. Steinberg, they supplied all those.
Yep.
Mr. Carnes' contention is that some of the photographs are mislabeled or misrepresented. That's not in our purview. We can suggest to Mr. Carnes to submit a separate request for all the trees on the outside of Laguna on that block. That's not in our purview. I don't think it's our jurisdiction to judge whether the photographs match what's being said. That's not for us to opine on. I think they satisfied it. I don't think there's a violation here. I think we need to move on. That's my opinion.
Well,
We're going to have rebuttals in a sec. So any further questions? Can we get to rebuttals and then we can get to deliberations? Okay, I don't see more questions. Okay, we're going to move on to rebuttals. Rebuttals start with the respondent first. We'll have 3 minutes. So I'm assuming Mr. Steinberg's still going to be the speaker, and you will end, Mr. Carnes, with the final 3 minutes.
okay. They sent me an image of.
No.
Not yet.
I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Steinberg's going first. You're going to end
Steinberg.
after Mr. Steinberg.
Okay.
Mr. Steinberg, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, I won't take that much time. I would just echo what Member Highland said. That was basically our argument. But to Mr. Pilpel's point, we can certainly provide photos for all the trees on that side of Laguna. That's not a problem. Mr. Carnes may not agree with how they're identified, but we can certainly produce any of them that he would like, if that would help. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Okay, Mr. Peterson will reset the clock and she'll let you know when you can begin, Mr. Carnes.
Are you
Okay,
next,
so
Mr. Carnes?
yeah, this is probably the main. Can you see this on your screen that I brought up here? 47, page 47. It says tree database photos for 1355 Laguna T2. Can everyone see that?
Yes,
Okay,
it's there.
so that's a complete lie. 1355 Laguna tree 2. That's 1335 tree 1. That's shown in the photograph. So it's a total wash. It's just wrong. And so my confidence for asking for more is blown. They did this. What are they going to do with the rest of them? I think there's more than 15 photos they sent me. It's probably more like 20, but it was just somebody had a lot of fun just putting the wrong title next to the wrong photograph. So, and that's my contention. I think, the main problem is Mr. Buck here, who is over the years we've worked together. I've been on this tree project for maybe 5 years. I always get garbage from him, and he comes up here and in front of the Board of Appeals before you guys and just lies. So my intention is to get this settled so that when you make a public records request, you get what you asked for. And this is not what I asked for. So, and I know all these trees. I've walked up and down there many times. So Mr. Pilpel getting me all the photographs wouldn't really help that much. Although I don't think Public Works has them on file. So, and I don't think they know exactly where they are. They don't use GPS points, which is in their main database. and it can easily identify a tree. So that's what I use to find a tree. Mr. Buck uses some crazy address that maybe doesn't even reflect what it's supposed to do. That's my main
30
gripe.
seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds? Yeah.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah. So that's my main gripe. I think that, you know, a member of the public who puts in a valid public records request deserves to get an accurate return on this request. And I've rarely gotten that. And just to put in my
Concludes.
okay.
That concludes your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cards. All right, members, we can deliberate, formulate a motion, and finish up this file.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so I think I understand what Mr. Carnes is referring to. If you look at the actual next request link there's a link in the complaint intake that shows the one and only picture, and it's titled 1355 Laguna Street, tree number 2, photo 3. And I think Mr. Carnes is trying to say that tree is not at that address. And so I think what he's saying is that, and he can correct if I'm misunderstanding this. I think what he's trying to say is that he didn't get the right photograph. So it's an incomplete disclosure.
Is that a question to Mr. Carnes, Member Wolf?
Sorry?
I guess for clarification.
Okay.
Just for confirmation.
Mr. Carnes, did you hear Member Wolf's question? He just needs a brief yes or no, if that's.
I'm sorry.
If you could repeat the question, Member Wolf.
So I'm looking in the next request link that you provided in your complaint intake form, and it takes me to a page that's titled 1355 Laguna Street, tree 2, photo 3. And it's just a single photo of a tree. And my question is then, or confirmation is that the correct tree for that address?
It's not.
He said
It
no,
is
it's
not.
not.
It's not.
Okay.
Sorry.
So then the department did not provide him with accurate data that he requested.
No, it's when I came to a hearing here to decide is
That was all.
I'm
really
sorry.
need to limit it to yes, no. Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, we're in the discussion portion.
Yeah,
right?
this
Okay,
really, we're
this is
beyond
okay.
question point at this time.
So I guess I want to say, based on looking at the file, I do believe DPW provided, and I don't think there's really a question, I don't think it's being contested. They provided the documentation they have. The real question, and they provided it in the time frame that is mandated by the Sunshine Ordinance. But the question is whether, to me, the only potential violation here is a 67.29-7, whether these records have been kept or maintained in a professional manner. And I have to say, for me, I have a really hard time looking at these pictures and knowing for sure what trees they are, because they're from different angles, there's different buildings in the background. I'm not a tree expert. So I'm trying to study these pictures and find the discrepancies. And it's really hard for me personally to see it. I am open to this argument that, maybe things aren't being kept in a professional manner, but I don't feel like I have enough evidence in the packet that I have to know, which trees are matched or not matched and how big this problem may or may not be. So I feel like for me to come to a decision that the records aren't being kept professionally because some of these trees may not have matched, which I personally don't feel like I can verify from the images that I see. I feel like I would need more evidence that this was a wider spread issue to come to that conclusion. So that's just my take on it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stein. Any other thoughts? Member Popo?
Just briefly, I agree with both Member Stein and Member Highland. I'm not feeling a violation here. I think we could find no violation. I think we could make a request of Public Works to provide, as I suggested, that side of the street, and Mr. Carnes can do with it what he chooses. And frankly, I think a better resolution all the way around here would be if Mr. Carnes has serious and legit concerns about how Public Works is cataloging their trees, to have a serious dialogue with them and say, okay, this tree looks like it's wrong. Can you tell me how you label your trees in your database and blah, blah, blah. That's a discussion that you could have with them. We're not tree experts here. We're not pretending to be. All we're trying to do is determine whether public records that you requested were reasonably provided to you. That's I think, all we can do. And again, that's where I am.
So I have an idea. This is just kind of thrown out there because I think Vice Chair Stein brings up a good point. And I also understand Member Wolf's point. I think the only way that we could really judge whether or not there was a violation is if we somehow knew the tree cataloging better than what Public Works is telling us. And I think that's almost an impossible feat, right? This to me almost seems like the amount of evidence we would have to make a violation or no violation type ruling is kind of goes beyond what we can do. So just throwing it out there as an idea, our bylaws do offer the third option, where we make a motion to take no further action and close the file, and just do it that way. We don't rule one way or the other, but basically say that the level of expertise that to try to match up each catalog tree in the city with which with photo, it goes beyond what we can as a task force do.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I don't think it's that complicated, to be honest with you. And I think if you look at the link that I referred you to, which is directly to the next request, okay, he was requesting a tree at 1355 Laguna Street. And if you look on PDF page 44, Mr. Carnes notates there that is not the picture of a tree at 1355. It's a picture of a tree at 1335. They provided him with an unresponsive record. It's the wrong tree for the wrong address for the address he was asking for. It's as simple as that.
I don't think it's that simple, because he requested to see the trees at 1335 and at 1355, and 2 sites each within both of those addresses. So he was actually requesting to see several trees, at least 4, possibly more.
But he only got one. He only got one image, and it was the image of the
That's not true. Member Wolf.
More images in the file that we have.
Member Wolf, you're reading Mr. Carnes's referral to the one picture. There was in fact 12 pictures, as already discussed by Mrs. Steinberg.
And they're in the packet.
You're reading the respondent's point of view. I mean the petitioners, but not.
No, I'm looking at the others too, but I don't know what was sent and what was received.
Well, we just heard 12 pictures were sent.
But I didn't hear confirmation from Mr. Carnes that he received those same pictures.
Well, the PDFs and the JPEGs are in the next request. We don't.
I'm looking in the next request, and I only see one picture.
That's because Mr. Carnes provided the link there, but the next request shows all the other images that were sent to him.
And all of these,
but they're not hyperlinks. Yeah.
All of these markups were Mr. Carnes' markups.
Yeah, all the markups are Mr. Carnes. So. And we just heard Mr. Steinberg saying that, yes, 12 images were sent. And you can see it on the top of page 14, bottom of page 14, documents released. And it's got all the list of JPEGs, and then it continues to the next page, 10 more pictures there. So that was what Mr. Steinberg was referring to.
Okay. I got you.
Member Schmidt, go ahead.
My gut feeling here is that this is not what we're here for. to try to find an error, a mistaken identification in a single document that was produced. I think that if we start to find one error in this kind of thing, we're going way outside of what our actual role is we're trying to see if DPW was cooperative, whether they attempted to respond. I think that I'm pretty sure that they gave them everything that they had. It may not be precisely what he thought he wanted, but that's not what this is about. So I think that if we get too deep into, like, is it the right picture, is it into the science of this, then I think that we're going down a rabbit hole that is going to take us till about 3 a.m. if we do that in other cases like this.
I did demonstrate one tree.
No, Mr. Carnes, this is not a back and forth. This is between us. So you need,
So,
unless
Chair,
you get asked.
has a motion been made yet?
No, not yet. Vice Chair Stein, then Member
I'll
Pilko.
say quickly, I do agree with that, with the caveat that if you had come to us with, say, 25 trees or some larger number of trees, and you had photos that were from the same angle and could show us really definitively, because I know even the one that you say that you've got the tape measure, it's too small. I can't read the tape measure. I don't know trees well enough to know that, that's a different tree. The angles are different. So I'm like trying to look at the branches and figure out, like, can I tell? But if you had somehow, many, many trees, and you took the same exact photos from the same angle, and you really carefully documented, then in that case, I might say, yeah, maybe there's a record keeping problem here. But I just don't feel that I have enough evidence, even if there's, one or two or three or four, to say that there's a widespread record keeping problem.
Why don't you ask Mr. Buck?
Well, we did ask him, and he says those are the correct trees, and we
Mr. Okay.
tell, so.
We need to stop the back and forth,
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Carnes. So
Yeah.
I know you want to speak up. We did give you plenty of time to speak. This is the time for us to deliberate so we can move on and give other people.
But I otherwise agree that we should not be.
I mean, so everyone can get an idea. This is the Google Street View of Laguna Street. There are a ton of trees. And to everyone's point, I don't think we can sit here and go through each of these trees and match them up to which address. It would be different if he asked for trees and got a picture of the Ferry Building. I don't think this is what the task force is designed to walk up and down these and try to match up each street with each tree with each address. So I think we need to figure out a way to move on from this case.
If I may, and then to Member Highland, to Mr. Buck, without specific numbers, it is fair to say that there are thousands of trees on San Francisco streets. Is it fair to say that there are many thousands of photos that you have and that the department has of trees on San Francisco streets? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that most of those addresses associated with trees are probably accurate, good, or close enough, and some may not be perfect? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Is it also true that you would be open in some point, in some fashion, to have constructive dialogue on ways to improve your systems on all of that? You would actually like to be able to call up an address and find a photo of a tree at that address. That would be great. And in most cases you can, but not in all cases.
Correct.
Okay. I think that was part of what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Member Highland?
I'd like to make a motion to find no violation in this case.
Okay, moved by Member Highland to find no violation. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. We've had a lot of discussion on this, so let's go ahead and move to public comment if there is any.
Motion by Member Highland, seconded by Member Anderson to find no violation. Public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment on item 10?
No one's not a participant.
No one's in the room. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item 10, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you just a moment. We have no hands raised in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Let's move to a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 10, Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Aye. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 ayes, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you to all the parties for joining us this evening.
Thank you for hearing my case.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item number 11.
Jimmer was here earlier. I don't know if he's online now. He was here.
Item 11, file 23100, complaint filed by Jim Cassiol against the City Administrator's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. Mr. Cassiol or a member of the City Administrator's Office, if you are in the online queue, please raise your hand. I see one hand raised, unmuting you. Hello, caller. Are you here for item 11?
I am here. It's Jim Cassio.
Hello, Mr. Cassiol. One moment, please. Is there anyone
Okay.
here from the City Administrator's Office? We have no one in the queue, and we received no notice in advance of the meeting
Okay.
of attendance.
But we do have the petitioner here, so let's just go ahead and keep going, I guess, at this point. This went to the complaint committee, so I'll let Member Schmidt give us a summary, and it looks like this may be another instance of someone not showing up as the administrator.
Yeah, it looks like the responsible party who the records were requested from is the city administrator, and it appears that this is the second time they have not appeared, because it looks like they didn't appear at the complaint committee hearing. Mr. Cassio requested certain documents which it was claimed in response to that request that they couldn't be produced because of they're in personnel, their personnel matters, or they're protected by right of privacy. It does appear that Mr. Cassio did review anything that would exist in his personnel file. So they told him to look at the personnel file, but he had already done so. So I think that we want to try to figure out here, is there anything that's not protected by those exemptions? And I'm not sure if there's going to be a question whether the exemptions are appropriate or not, but that's why we have the hearings. Okay, that's all.
Okay, well, we'll let the petitioner put on his presentation. We'll go from there. So 5 minutes.
Mr. Cassiol, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Your 5 minutes begins now.
Thank you. And thank you all for doing what you do. I was actually there earlier, but I ended up leaving because I had to eat and walk my dog. And I tried getting on the video, but I couldn't do it for some reason, so here I am on the phone. Needless to say, I went ahead and actually, it was interesting, David Steinberg was on. I originally did, what I was looking for were emails between a manager that I had and the HR department at the time. Basically, I was looking for a couple emails in a 1-month period, and I requested them from Public Works after that manager was no longer there, and basically the response was, that person's no longer here, we don't have access to their emails, which I find kind of surprising because that individual had been there in a high-level position for 6 years and is actually in the middle of a lawsuit with the city. So from what I understand, they're not supposed to be getting rid of her emails, and they should be accessible. So I went to the city administrator's office, which is what the HR department was from, and I asked for the emails between that manager and the HR representative, Jason Jimenez. And after 10 days, they told me they needed like 14 more days. And then they said, we should get the records to you shortly. And then it's not in the packet, but I wrote to her and said, after 2 days, I said, what do you consider shortly? And that was on a Friday, and they said you'd have the information by this end of day today. End of day today, I received the email that said they're basically not going to give me any of the information. And they said some excuse that if they gave it to me, they'd have to give it to everybody. I'm not just some Joe Blow off the street. I'm the actual employee, and these are the records that I need. These emails between the manager and the HR department, because I have a AEO and an EEOC case going on, and I just feel that they're maybe trying to protect the manager and the HR person for basically their election of duty. When I complained about being harassed, bullied, discriminated against to the HR department, I believe all they did was forward those emails to that manager. And what they should have done was gotten the EEO in touch with me, and they didn't do that. So now I'm trying to prove it, and I would like to get those emails on what they did, what HR did with the email that I sent to them. And like I said, I think all he did was forward it to the problem manager. And then, of course, things just got worse for me. And that pretty much concludes my presentation. All I want is those emails.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for someone from the city administrator's office. Okay, I don't see any hands. No one
Yeah.
here. So does anyone have any questions for Mr. Cassiel?
I actually have a question first for Chair Schmidt.
Oh.
Was Ms. Poe or someone else from city administrator land or even Public Works at the complaint committee?
Well, the agenda does mention that apparently they did not appear, and so we were suggesting the consideration to find them in violation for that. And so now we've got 2 instances, and it looks like, yeah, city administrator did not appear at there. And I don't have a photographic memory of it, but it sort of rings a bell to me.
I mean, all we have in the packet is a January 18th letter from city administrator on the topic, and not presumably, and notice was given in August, like 3 weeks ago, to Ms. Revoir, not to Ms. Poe, but to Ms. Revoir of this hearing today. So,
just real briefly, I've been looking at the emails on this that I get CC'd on some of them. So apparently when this was first sent out by Cheryl, she sent it to Mr. Steinberg, who responded back, "It appears your complaint summary named the incorrect department and custodian. The information you attached in all of Jimmer's correspondence refers to a complaint against the office of city administrator, not Public Works. Please let me know if I'm misunderstanding." Cheryl responds, "Thank you, David," and I don't see something after that. So I'm not sure this was properly noticed to the city administrator, or there certainly were some issues in communication. So I'm going to suggest that we maybe don't go down that rabbit hole on this one, and that we maybe focus more on the underlying records.
Then let me ask Mr. Cassio, the person, try to find it in this file here. The communications that you were looking for are emails between Jason Jimenez and any DPW employee, correct?
No, they were between Jason Jimenez and Darlene Fromm,
Okay.
who was the manager.
Got it. Okay. So very specific, and it's for a date range. It's November 1 of 22 to December 31 of 22. Is that correct?
Yes, about 2 months in there. Right around that time was when the attacks really were directed at me by
In any
Darlene
event,
Fromm.
In any event,
Yep.
it's a specific date range, and it's just between two individuals in the city. And it's within
With
the
my
last.
name on it. Not
Sorry?
even all emails between those two. It's anything with my name included in it, in
Got
the
it.
body, the sub. Mhm.
Okay. So you've narrowed it pretty specifically. It should be a relatively small number, and it's within the last 2 years. Okay. It seems to me like this could have been provided, should have been provided, whether it was properly directed to city administrator or should have gone to DPW. That's arguable. I get that. I'm not sure I'm understanding the city's response that all responsive documents are non-disclosable due to personnel and privacy reasons. I think it just seems to me offhand that that these could have been redacted with specific reasons for redaction.
Correct.
And not having someone here from the city administrator, and I'm sorry, is Mr. Steinberg still on the line by chance, or not so much?
Mr. Steinberg is still online.
Oh, that's unfortunate for him. Well, I don't know. Could we perhaps ask him questions or not?
If he's available and wants to
This
ask.
So this is a question about the email.
He may not be.
He may not
current
know.
on this file.
Right.
It's
I
not
was
been
going to ask
directed
him
to
if he's familiar with this at all.
The
Am I able to do that?
Sent to him inadvertently,
Sorry?
possibly.
But it had nothing to do with Mr. Steinberg.
It didn't,
That was
I'm
was
not sure that he
resolved.
would, he's not the respondent. He
the
doesn't.
email was directed to him inadvertently, I believe, which is why we included it in the packet.
I understand, but he might,
I'm
if
seeing
he's able to shed any light on it, that might help us. And if he's not, then
kind
he's
of in the
not.
middle of the file. It looks like.
Rabbit
Sure.
hole.
He's not entitled to give a presentation. I suppose if he's here, you can ask him a question, just like.
That's my question to Mr. Steinberg. If he can hear me, if he can answer, do you have any information or can you shed any light on this and how, if you have any
Mr.
thoughts
Chair,
on
I
how?
think it's absolutely inappropriate. Mr. Steinberg is not party to this.
I agree. I went to Mr. Steinberg and they told me that they don't have access to Darlene Fromm's emails anymore, which I thought was strange. So then
Okay, sorry.
went-
Is Mr. Steinberg even here?
He's in the online community. He is muted.
The complaint is against the city administrator, not the planning department.
No, it's not the planning department. It's Public Works,
Public
where
Works.
apparently
Public
Mr.
Works,
Castiel works,
Works.
Ms. Fromm works or worked, and Mr. Jimenez, I believe, works or worked. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way to get Mr. Castiel the emails he's looking for. That's all I'm trying to do.
I have some specific questions.
related to it.
And Mr. Jimenez did not work for Public Works. He worked for the city administrator's office in the HR department. He was the HR representative under the city administrator's office over Public Works. So he was basically the HR person in the city administrator's office, because the city administrator's office has about 23 departments where they have the HR departments. They're in charge of HR.
At the time before they set up their own HR. I got it. All right.
Correct.
Fair enough.
Correct.
All right. I was just trying to figure out how to get Mr. Casco what he's looking for, but
let's just focus on the
I give up.
I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Cassio. You said that you're in an EEO process of some kind. Where does that stand at this time?
Well, after we got our own HR department, the abuse continued. And so I reported it with my union to the new HR department. Then they did what they were supposed to do, and the HR department sent their EEO person over to do like an intake interview. That was done. After about a 2-hour intake interview, basically her main concern, and she said it right out, was more like blame the victim. Because they were not hiring staff to help me, I was overloaded, overworked, and she basically said, because I was working a lot of free overtime basically, but that's what I've done all my life. I'm a salaried employee, and I just did what I needed to do to get the job done. So she basically was like, you could be in violation of the MOU. When I talked to the union about it, they kind of laughed. They're like, what the hell is she talking about? But needless to say, she did go ahead and move it toward the DHR EEO. I had my intake interview with him about 2 hours, and his thing was management style. And basically, they told me it would take about 6 months to figure out if they're going to investigate. That was well over 1.5 years ago. And anytime I tried to reach out to him, he basically said he doesn't have an answer yet. So they haven't determined yet if they're going to investigate. So instead of waiting, I went with the federal EEOC, and I filed a complaint with them.
Okay, you have gone to the EEOC. All right. And is that also pending?
Well, yeah.
Have you asked them to seek out these documents?
What's that?
Have you asked the federal EEOC have you told them specifically what documents you think exist and asked them to?
Well, the EEOC, I just spoke to her today, basically claims to have done an investigation, but their investigation was basically to regurgitate exactly what the HR department put into their mission or their position statement, which were lies. A lot of it. And I was explaining to the EEOC, that's not true. I gave you documentation that shows that that's not true, but still they're kind of like just going along with whatever HR said.
Okay. At the time you made the request for documents, did you anticipate that some of the documents you were requesting were related to disciplinary procedures where you were the subject of potential or actual discipline?
Yeah, I do feel that there was some communication between that manager and the HR, Jason Jimenez, that dealt with me and what might have been or what she tried to do as disciplinary, but anything that she tried, it was just a mess, and I was able to make sure that it didn't happen.
So the objection that documents that may have been conveyed to the city attorney and from the city attorney, that could apply to documents that discussed potential discipline of you. Is that your understanding?
What I think it includes is I had alerted Jason Jimenez in HR that I continue to feel like I'm being bullied, harassed, targeted by Ms. Fromm. And what I believe, and I found out later, is what he should have done was put somebody from EEO in touch with me. and he did not do that. And I think what he did was probably just forward the information to that manager.
Have you asked the people in the not the federal EEOC, but the in-house EEO people, have you asked them to obtain the documents that you're seeking here?
They haven't determined after a year and a half if they're going to investigate. And I don't know if it's because I got sick of waiting for them, so I went to the EEOC, but I have not heard back from them.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Noted member Kumar has returned at 9:56, having stepped out at 9:54.
Mr. Cassio, I just have a brief question. Did you have any assistance in putting together your complaint?
This one, no. And actually, the first one that I submitted had a bunch of emails because Tao, who used to be on the board, he was telling me I didn't know how to file a complaint with the, so he was telling me. So a lot of those emails were between me and Tao, which were not supposed to be included, but they kept including them. It should have just been the emails between myself and the city administrator's office, because with the city administrator's office, see, with Public Works, you can go on the next request and everything's public, and you can do it anonymously. I didn't. You can even ask David Steinberg. Anything that I wanted information on, I used my name. And the city administrator's office, you cannot do that. You have to send an email to the city administrator's office and deal with it that way. So why they're saying that this, if they give me the information, it would be public, I don't see how it would be public.
Okay, that answers my question. That answers my question. I would just like to, to the members, this is just concerning to me, not necessarily how we rule on this case ultimately, but if you turn to page PDF 9, former member Hill wrote and said, "Hey Jimmer, I definitely brought your situation up in a general way last week, and what I was told, and I was told that your kind of request is common for the task force to hear. That's fine, whatever. But the part that concerns me, it says, so if you'd like to file a complaint, I can help you put that together." Right. My personal opinion that any of us who's, and member Hill was on the task force at that time and continued to be on the task force when this actually went to the complaint committee. I don't think that members should be assisting members of the public in compiling their complaints that they then will hear and rule on. I think that's an ethical breach. I'm not, Mr. Castle, this is not a question to you. I just, that concerns me, the way that this may have been brought to us. It's here now, but I don't think that we should be helping people write complaints that we then ultimately make rulings on. So I don't know to what extent member Hill helped file the complaint, but he did say, I can help you put that together. So in some, and then that was on December 6th, and then the complaint itself was filed and dated December 14th. So that timeline of how this transpired concerns me. Again, that's not necessarily anything to do with the specific emails that were disclosed or not disclosed, but I do have a concern about the process.
Chair Yankee, just, I mean, people know who we are. For clarity, we can have discussions with people about how the task force works, how one might file. You're just saying you don't want active participation in putting together a complaint.
I think that would be crossing the line.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think any of us say, there's something called the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. You can email, the administrator.
Yeah.
These are the types of things that they can rule on. But to say, I can help put your complaint together, I'm not sure we should be, as members, writing the complaint, adding evidence, and coaching someone along the way, and then sit on this side of the table and say, well, now I'm going to make a ruling on the presentation that I just put together for me to rule on.
That would be an incompatible.
Right. I think that specifically violates language in the Statement of Incompatible Activities, which we received as part of our onboarding.
Yes. So
there's that.
I do have a lot of concerns about what I'm seeing in here. Again, that's kind of a separate point to how we ultimately rule on these emails, but I did want to bring it up because I don't think that's an appropriate place for us to insert ourselves into individually.
Caution noted.
Cautionary note, yeah.
If I might, to page 21, and this is a question to Mr. Cassio, the November 17th email from Ms. Revor to you, the line, please know that you are free to pursue a personnel records request. Are you familiar with what that is, and have you yet pursued that avenue?
Yes and yes.
Okay. And that is bearing fruit or underway, or where?
That was done. That was done before this was all done. I did, from what I understand, that means I can request to look through my personnel file. Probably, this a few months earlier, probably. I don't remember exactly when it was, but I did go down there because there was an incident where this manager tried to do this sick leave restriction type thing on me, but apparently it's not considered an actual reprimand because it doesn't go into that personnel file, but I wanted to make sure that it wasn't in that personnel file, and it wasn't. They put it in something called the drop file, which I don't even know if they can legally do that, but it's basically the manager's file on each individual employee. So yes, if that is what she was talking about, I could go the personnel route, and I had already done that. And what I'm looking for are emails. They don't have emails in my personnel file.
Okay. If you receive, let's assume that there's some number here greater than 0 and less than a gazillion. It's probably a small number is what I would suspect. If you were to receive some small number of emails between the two parties that you've sought, and they were heavily redacted, right? But at least gave you date ranges and whatnot with whatever level of redaction they deemed appropriate, however, whatever. You could certainly contest that again with us on the redactions. But at least if you got emails, would that get you some greater distance than you have right now?
Of course, yes.
Okay. So thank you. I am inclined to think, from what we've been told so far, that they could have provided heavily redacted emails, or at least somewhat redacted emails, et cetera. I am not persuaded that they have no disclosable responsive records. I think they have responsive records. I think they're choosing not to disclose based on personnel privacy, whatever that means here. And I think that they likely had options to redact significantly rather than withhold entirely. And they have not provided evidence to the contrary. And so I'm inclined to find a violation there.
I just have one question that based on that under Sunshine for the board. What is the policy for that in terms of personnel, like under Sunshine? Like are things are allowed to be withheld based on being personnel matters? Because it seems like they're just saying that blanketly that they are.
I don't see a citation that, yeah. Okay. And if they had said, based on the individual facts of, we have 5 emails and we've looked at them carefully, there's nothing in here that we could possibly.
No, I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, okay.
I am. I'm just trying to figure out, because I look at the same thing over and over.
They need to cite from the Sunshine Ordinance or the CPRA.
Microphone, please.
And then they need to.
Microphone, please.
Sorry, I thought I wasn't on the microphone. They need to cite from the Sunshine Ordinance or CPRA, and they need to minimally redact. So if there are things that aren't specifically cited, that aren't private or personal or whatever it is that actually rises to the level of something that we would consider an exemption, that still has to be there. So it's usually not that entire emails would be redacted.
It's the blanket withholding with no justification that's kind of bugging me.
I want to move to, it sounds like we're kind of more in the rebuttal stage, even though there's not much to rebut. Then we can deliberate and get this wrapped up. Does that sound good? Okay. Let's see if there's any rebuttal.
Actually, can I ask one last question?
Yeah.
And this is for our administrator. Did you have any communication with the city administrator's office about, did you hear back from them about whether they would be appearing on this?
I did not hear back. I did not hear back from the parties on this.
Heidi Rivor, I'm not sure I pronounced her name,
Rivor,
did get an email from Cheryl on August 16th, but I don't know to the extent to which there were prior communications with her that may have just been a one-off because, like I said, there were prior misdirected emails.
Right.
I'm not sure she knew even what that would have been. That would be my concern.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Let's be careful. There was at least one email in the packet from Ms. Revoir. There was some back and forth with Cheryl.
Was there?
Yeah, there
Right.
in the
Page 24 from
there was
task force to Ms. Revoir, CC to Mr. Cassiel, blah, blah, blah. And somewhere in here was an email transmitting the city administrator's response of January 18th. I think if there's anything that we could have done better and differently, and in the future, when we're sending something to the administrator, we could send it not just to Ms. Revoir, but to Ms. Poe as well, so that, in all cases, we should be sending things to at least 2 people in a department, not 1. But other than that, I think we recovered. I mean, we've certainly seen Ms. Poe, Ms. Hayward, others from their office on OCME and a variety of things. They should have been following this somehow. I'm surprised they're not here. That's
yeah. This did go to Heidi multiple times. In any event, let's get to rebuttals.
They can respond however but they should have.
Okay, let's get to rebuttals and then we can go from there. So, Mr. Castiel, if you want, you have 3 minutes before we deliberate.
Mr. Castiel, are you ready?
Yes.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, thank you again for hearing this. I do want to say that that one communication that did go to David, it was no longer anything to do with David. It was all between the city administrator's office and myself. There were things that were really sent. There was something sent to me, but it should have gone to the city administrator, although the city administrator was copied on it. They were sending things to my work email because it's almost the same as my Gmail, and I kept requesting, please do not send this stuff to my work email. And lastly, that information, that communication you see between me and Tal, that was the last time I talked to him, basically. He did not help me with anything. I fumbled through this myself after he said he would help. I waited for a little while to see, because I had no idea how to do this. I've never done it. And then I just ended up figuring it out myself. None of those black pieces of paper should have been included. And I've asked to have them removed multiple times. And basically I was told, don't worry, legally they can't use those because I requested they not be included, but they seem to be included every time. So that's my rebuttal, but I would like to get those emails, whether they're redacted or not. I would like to see what type of communication went on between HR and that manager regarding me. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how do we want to move forward on this one?
I just want to say, I know I realize it's late. I'll be brief. But I mean, I've been asked before about, the procedure for Sunshine and how to file and what to expect and whatnot. And so I'd be curious to learn more. I can see personally from looking at that, it looks like an ethical violation in the sense that it looks like that member was showing favoritism for how to file it in order to create an outcome that was favorable. That's what it sounded like. But I still would want to know more about the policies about what we're supposed to say to people who approach us about the procedure, basically.
I mean, anyone else jump in? I think it's certainly, public, anything I think that's public is information we should share. We can give the website, we can say, here's the complaint procedures, here's the contact information of the administrator. These are the times the meetings work. This is how the process works. And that's all stuff you can find online. But saying, I'll help you write your complaint or that version of that, I think is beyond sharing what's public information and taking an active role in crafting a complaint that you hear, which seems, I think, as Member Wolf mentioned, is a violation of the federal activities.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf. Maybe you have more to add.
I would just like to say I would not prolong this conversation on this matter, since it doesn't necessarily pertain to the complaint, but we should have some sort of maybe an orientation or an onboarding, or a refresher because a lot of the laws have changed, and there are items on the ballot coming up on the ballot that will further change things. So I think it's worthwhile to have our legal counsel, clerk's office, and anyone else who can, maybe the ethics folks can come and give us a presentation, since we're all kind of lay people, with regards to this.
Vice Chair Stein, did you have something, Member Hood?
I think I can hold off. Thanks.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, so regarding this case, I would be willing to make a motion, or I'll just kind of float my ideas, which is I see a violation of 6721 for not responding in a timely manner. There was, the complaint was the request was submitted. They got a response 12 days later, asking for a 14-day extension. Already that's a timeliness issue to me. And then I also see a violation of 6721B for not providing specific citations for withholding documents, and for 6721E for not sending an authorized representative to the hearing. I think we should ask the city administrator to provide citations from the Sunshine Ordinance or CPRA for withholding any emails regarding Jimmer Cassial, and also order that any outstanding non-exempt records be provided.
I'd second that motion.
I think it needs to be repeated slower.
You want me to repeat it?
Well, for
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I would move. I don't know if people want to continue it as a discussion or just jump in and second it.
Well, it's 10:17, so why don't we?
I would just maybe say that those documents be provided with appropriate redaction and keyed citations, maybe. I mean, that may be extraneous, it may be extra, and maybe we should expect people to know that that's the way that they're supposed to do it. But I think that's what we're sort of like hinting at to them is we want you to give us the documents redacted with keys.
I think it makes sense to be that explicit, because then CAC probably then refer also as part of the motion to CAC. They can make sure and do a follow-up, particularly since city administrator has been very unresponsive.
Okay, I'll need clarification, please. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Anderson, to find a violation of 67.21 for failure to respond in a timely manner. Section 6721B, description, and section 67.21E is an elephant with description. And instruct the city administrator to provide the documents with keyed redactions and appropriate citations. Get that correctly?
She had something, she had already said
Yeah.
order that that documents be produced.
Yeah, and order the city administrator to provide citations in the Sunshine Ordinance or CPRA for withholding email regarding.
Just a moment, please. And order the city administrator to provide citations.
For withholding email regarding Jimmer Cassial. Citations from the Sunshine Ordinance or the CPRA.
Question?
I'm not done though.
Regarding Jimmer Cassial.
And order that any outstanding non-exempt documents.
Just a moment. In order that any outstanding documents.
Non-exempt documents be
Just
provided.
a moment, please. Non-exempt outstanding documents.
Be provided with keyed citations for any redactions.
And can we put in the motion to refer to CAC for follow-up, just since it's one of those that?
Yes, and refer.
Just a moment, with keyed redactions and citations.
Keyed citations for any redactions.
Keyed citations for any redactions.
And refer the case to the CAC for compliance.
And refer the case to CAC for compliance.
But I just want to go back. So 6721B and 6721E, you have a little description of what each of those is for, right? So 6721B for not providing specific citations.
Yeah.
For withheld documents, and 6721E for not sending an authorized representative to the hearing.
Yes, that'll be pulled from the code, noting that the sections are 67.21, 67.21B as in boy, and 6721E as an elephant.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the motion. Was there a second? Sorry.
Second.
By
Second,
Member Anderson.
second by Member Anderson. Okay.
Clarification.
Yeah, go ahead. Member Bill.
I'm okay with this. I'm just wondering if 67, 26, or 27 are also appropriate about minimizing withholding and justifying withholding. I just
That's in asking that any redactions have keyed citations. That's that's them having to justify each redaction.
right. I just think
Oh.
that their response that we're just not going to provide it without citing the basis. I think that's a 26 or 27 violation. I'm not disagreeing with what you've got so far.
No, I have to look that up again. 26, 67, 26, or 27.
That's normally what we've included.
Yeah, it seems like it could, because 6727 says any withholding of information shall be justified in writing as follows, and then it says
Right.
like with the exact exemption and so forth.
Yeah, you can't just say go away.
Okay.
Technical term, go away.
Well, maybe it's is it 6726 instead of 6721B?
I think they both get you there. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so 6721B and 6726 for not providing specific citations for withholding documents.
Member Pilpel and Venture, I think this is actually more of a 27 than a 26 because
That's fine.
there was no redacted thing that had
Yeah.
a footnote.
6727 for not justifying withholding or
Yeah, just for not.
for not providing specific citations and justifying withholding of documents. Yes, it is 6727 over 26. I agree.
So we have 67.21B and 6727.
Yeah.
I think everything you had there, Pat, you don't think you have to delete anything. I think
Yeah.
just add to it 6727.
Yeah. They basically say it's the same thing.
But remove 6726.
Yeah, not the 26
Yeah.
things. So
So there would be 4 code sections cited. Yes.
4 code sections.
Thank you.
is the seconder okay with that?
Fine.
Okay. All right, it's 10:30. We still have another case and a discussion item. So I'd really like to get this moving.
Public comment?
Let's do public comment.
Anyone in the online community who would like to speak on item 11? Please raise your hand in the app. Press *3 or raise your hand in the app. I'll give you a moment. No callers in the queue.
Okay, we're going to close public comment and move to a vote on this side.
Taking a vote on item 11. Member, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Stein, Anderson. Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland. Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein. You've moved. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, let's move on to item number 12.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we have anonymous and do we have someone from the Fine Arts Museum? I see 2 people online, but I'm not sure if it's those people.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I'm going to step away for a bathroom break.
okay.
Right now.
1026, member Wolf has stepped away. I'll write it down, Pat. Okay, if you are here as a party for file number 24002, please raise your hand.
We did have the fine arts confirm. One moment, please. Hello, caller. Are you here for item 12?
Hi, yes, this is Paria D from the Fine Arts Museum.
Hello, one moment. Moving you to a panelist position.
Do we know who the remaining person is? Was that?
Hello, caller. Are you here for item 12? Are you a party to item 12? Hello, caller. We have you identified as user 5. Telephone number begins with 415-608. Are you here for item 12? Receiving no answer.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and I don't think we officially called the item. Let's do that, and then we'll dispose of it how we do.
Item 12, file number 24002. Complaint filed by Anonymous, parentheses ACU, close parentheses, against the Fine Arts Museum for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.7 sub B by failing to provide a meaningful, concise, and clear description to alert a person of average intelligence and education whose interests are affected by the item that he or she may have reason to attend the meeting or seek more information on the item. On February 20, 2024, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the public meeting and to forward the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for a hearing with a recommendation to review whether there is a violation of Administrative Code, Section 67.7B, for failing to provide a clear agenda description, violation for including letters received after the meeting took place in the minutes, and violation of 6721 sub E by failing to send an authorized representative to the hearing.
Okay, and for the record, 1028, Member Wolf is back. There are no other attendees. In fact, that phone number dropped off too. So based on that, I will move that we close the file pursuant for lack of attendance by the petitioner pursuant to Complaint Procedure 7B.
Okay.
All right, seconded by Member Wolf.
Sorry, just a moment.
Oh.
Please continue.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, the second was by?
Member Wolf.
Public comment? Public comment? We have no one in the room and no one in the online community.
Okay, I think we can go ahead and take a vote. Unless, just since they're here, did the representative from the Fine Arts Museum want to provide any brief remarks, or are you okay with where we're going with this?
Ms. Day, you are unmuted.
Then they stayed this long, I'll.
Hi, yes, this is Miss D. Hi, I don't have anything additional to add. I just was under the assumption that when the items were agendized, that both parties committed to attending. I just want to make sure that I understand that for future meetings.
We asked them to.
Okay.
Thank you.
But we can't guarantee their attendance, and people do call, connect in and out of the meeting as it progresses. So we really, unfortunately, don't know until the item gets heard whether or not someone is truly here for it.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, whatever we can do in the future to try to beef up the notice and the please let us know, that we should try to do that somehow, whenever, whatever.
I do have a comment now.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry for earlier, I was rereading the minutes from the meeting and I was getting confused about the two files. But the other comment I remembered that I wanted to make was that I'm not sure it's appropriate to expect the petitioner to still be here at 10:30 p.m. So if this is the motion on file, I probably will vote no. That's my comment.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, to that, we have tried to time when items would come so that people didn't have to come at 4 o'clock and wait till 10 o'clock. It's not, we haven't been very successful at that. So it's, unless we are able to stick to like no more than 30 or 40 minutes per item, it's really hard.
One other thought, something that other bodies have done and we could do is wherever we are at 5 o'clock is just do a check-in and say who is here on various items. And if anyone has scheduling issues, let us know. Otherwise, we'll take things in order. Be aware. Please, check back from time to time. Just a thought.
We could, but then that assumes that if someone was late on the agenda, that they would then show up at 5 o'clock, which is an additional.
Right, but we could tell them that we will do a check-in at 5. So that's how we know that you're here for the night, one way or the other.
Member Wolf, did you have something?
No, I was clapping.
Oh.
Using sign language.
I mean, anything we can do to improve it. I'm not sure this person ever showed up or responded or confirmed their attendance, or I'm not sure how this one was.
On February 20th, they did appear and the respondent did not.
Okay.
So this time it's the other way around.
Yes.
Did they respond this time also saying they would attend?
We did not hear from them.
We didn't.
Yeah, that's the.
Did they submit any documents for the packet? Or is that already in the file for the last 6 months? Do you know?
Just a moment.
Okay, so are we going to go with the motion?
We did get some stuff after February, page 384, for example. Page 384 appears to be in June from somebody who may or may not be the anonymous person.
I know while anyone looks is that if anyone has any suggestions on how better to run this, I think this has come up multiple times and we can certainly discuss it as a group on how we want to move forward. Do we want to make sure that someone responds? The problem is if we do that, agendas have to be posted, things have to do, so we would have to give a deadline several weeks in advance, which means cases would have to be picked several weeks in advance. Then if one case goes late and we're at the situation we are now where it's, well past 10 o'clock and we call a case, what do? We say, well, now we're sending you home, come back another day. It's no good answer.
I agree with Member Pilpel about checking in with people at the beginning. And I also, I've often thought that we should potentially be hearing cases like first, before administrative matters.
We used to do that, and then the feedback we had was that a lot of people couldn't make it till after 5, and that it was difficult for that. So we actually changed the way we did that. We used to have the administrative report last, and we just changed this to be more accommodating. So
and that makes sense too.
Yeah. It's one of those things where
yeah.
you move one way and someone doesn't like it, and you move another way, someone else doesn't like it. So, the one thing we have now is that anyone can call in from home, and you can kind of put your phone on speaker and just let it sit there until your case gets called. So it's, in that regard, it's far more convenient than back in the day when people literally had to sit here for, like us, for this long. They don't have to do that anymore. So I don't know. In any event, under 7B, just to put it out there, people can request to have their, they get a notice from the administrator and they can request to be reopened in 60 days.
And just to clarify, Member Pilpel is correct. The last communication we received from the complainant was June 5. Last communication received from respondent was
I feel like dying on
August 16, confirming attendance this evening.
June 5 was the last.
5.
June 5.
Okay. There's no one for public comment, so let's go ahead and call the roll on that.
Taking the vote on item 12, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
No.
Member Sugarman, no. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee. Oops. You moved the matter. 10 ayes, motion passes.
No.
9-1 sugar.
Nine ayes, 1 no. Motion passes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 13. And
We're lucky.
yeah. Administrator Pearson, make sure that when you do those, I don't know if you've done them before, your file's been closed for a 7B I think there should be a template that lets them know that they can reopen it if need be and all that, right?
Noted, yes.
Okay.
You'll check it and you'll get a copy.
Go ahead.
Pardon, Member Pilpel?
Make sure to copy me. All right. Let's read item 13.
Item 13, file number 24051. Hearing interpreting the subsections of Administrative Code 6725.
Okay, so it was continued from the last meeting, and it was brought up as a future agenda topic at probably a few meetings before that. We've had this come up periodically with 6725, and whether the subsections of 6725, and there's an A, B, C, and D, should be read essentially in a sequential order where A starts it off and B, C, and D apply only to the IDR described in subsection A, or if each subsection applies more broadly to the ordinance as a whole. And I think I summed up what some members were expressing when last time we discussed this as part of an actual complaint. But if I missed something, please speak up. In any event, I did ask our DCAs to be prepared to answer questions or to be part of the discussion on this. And so I know that they've done some research on this and should be able to answer questions. So that's where this is, so that we could discuss this as its own separate item and not embedded in a complaint where it was before. So I'll open it up if anyone wants to share their thoughts. Vice Chair Stein?
It's on the agenda, and I'll just reiterate my thoughts briefly because they were also in the 2023 annual report. But I feel like on its face, it's basically saying that this applies to simple, routine, or readily answerable requests. Just by the way it's written in Section A. And there are, in fact, a lot of similar provisions in other freedom of information laws around the world that have this kind of special category for simple, easy to answer requests that are supposed to be responded to more quickly than the typical time frame for requests. And if you all remember in the report, we've had several, I would say, serial requesters that typically make rather extensive and demanding requests, but label them as IDRs. And in 2023, 14 of the 49 complaints that we heard before the task force were complaints about IDRs that weren't answered. And they tended to be these complicated, difficult requests that just, were never going to be met in one day, and therefore became complaints in front of the Sunshine Ordinance. And I don't think there were many that we ruled in favor of as finding them in violation because of their IDR status. So I tend to think that this was not intended for longer, complicated requests, and I would like to find a way that we had some consensus on that, so we wouldn't be hearing so many cases to do with that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stein. Do you have comments?
Just very briefly, by way of background, prior to the Prop G amendments in 1999, the definition of what was covered by an IDR was much more limited. I don't recall the specific language, but it was really about things that are like right on your desk, or that you dealt with yesterday, or that you're dealing with for today or tomorrow, like agendas for the meeting that you just posted, or the report that your department just put out yesterday, not the, I want stuff from 50 years ago that you don't even know where it is, or the last 20 years of dog bite reports, or whatever the heck, right? Over my objections, the 1999 Prop G group said, yeah, let's just expand it so anybody can label anything an IDR, and that makes it an IDR. And I said, at the time, I don't think that makes it an IDR. I think that means that you think that it's an IDR, but that a department, and I think as Vice Chair Stein correctly interpreted, that a department can receive a request even that's properly labeled an IDR and say, no, this isn't looking for simple routine blah, blah, blah stuff. We're going to treat this not as an IDR, but as a regular request because it requires more time. It doesn't mean that a department is converting a request from an IDR to a regular request. It's that they're treating it as a regular request because of its nature. And it doesn't mean that they have any broad authority to do that other than to just review the request on its own terms and understand, if you're looking for this piece of paper that I have right here, yes, I can get it to you. If you're looking for me to sort through all the files, that's really a regular request. However you've characterized it, period. So that's just some background.
And I would,
that helps.
I would just add that perspective is also the perspective given in the Good Government Guide that's guiding the agencies, which is basically taking that same interpretation. I'm just wondering if our council has anything that they found that's different than what the Good Government Guide says about an IDR.
I'd like to
Any guidance beyond. And I'm not saying we have to listen to the Good Government Guide, but in this case, I happen to agree with it. It's also my reading on the face of the provision.
I wasn't able to find anything other than what's in the Good Government Guide. I talked to my colleagues, and I know this issue has come up before, but basically our interpretation has been consistently the same in with the Good Government Guide. So I'm sorry, I think it's the sort of thing that doesn't really necessarily, maybe interpretations of the government code and the CPRA might be more fruitful, but in terms of this particular aspect of it, since a lot of this is drawn from the government code and the CPRA, there isn't anything specifically dealing with Section 67, 125, and 411.
Member Wolf, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did. So I'd like to start by suggesting that important discussions like this that may require legal counsel's present not be agendized at the end of a regular task force meeting at 10:45, but instead calling for a meeting of the whole during a committee where the information is pertinent. So more time earlier in the day is possible. For instance, this item could have been scheduled during a CAC meeting where everybody could show up. It's earlier in the day, and we're already reviewing the ordinance actually in this section at this time. That said, despite what Vice Chair Stein explained, it's not the only use for IDRs. Now, I understand people abuse it, and I hear you on that. I agree with that. A lot of people do try to use it and abuse it, but we shouldn't seek to restrict it for its specific purpose. When people are needing documents in a timely manner, say for like court or a meeting or an application deadline, this is what it's really intended for, and has had there is some provision in this section to allow an inquiry as to why the requester is asking for it, so that the person assisting them can kind of expedite to get them to the exact records of the right person or to the information as quickly as possible, not to make any kind of judgment or anything. As far as the good government guide is concerned, I mean, a lot of us over the years have had our druthers with it because they're supposed to be working with us on something like that. And we've never been asked to the table, despite us asking to be at the table. So getting into the weeds a bit here, 6725, in my perspective and in history, is its own entity with its own set of rules independent of 6721. If the provisions of 6721 were to apply, then it would have been contained inclusive of 6721, or there would have been some statement in 6725 referencing 6721. Either way, it's standard legislative or constitutional construction to do so. Other than that, it's silent with regards to the Sunshine Ordinance. It does mention the CPRA, but it doesn't there's no other mention of the Sunshine Ordinance in there. So that said, this task force, since its inception, and I'm not talking about what happened prior, as Member Pilpel pointed out, we have held that 6725 is independent and stands on its own unique provisions. This clearly is precedent, which I think a court would, and legal counsel can chime in, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, which a court would usually consider legal precedents when it comes to matters of interpretation without any complaint by stakeholders to date. It has only been within this body and only in this term that some interest in interpreting it differently occurred. Plus, longer term and returning members have voted positively on 6725 matters for many, many years, if not decades, without any question brought before the body in debate or any kind of specific discussion. This is the first time in my history that this subject has come up in this kind of way. So additionally, if this or any future task force were successful in reinterpreting 6725 without any amendments in the law or the code or a court order, it would mean that all prior acts may or would be subject to be readjudicated. It can have a retroactive effect because people might now consider to have been harmed by it, by our decision to do that. And I'm not sure that we can reinterpret it without, based upon this long history of precedents, without changing the language. And I'll stop there. And I'm open to legal counsel to correct or affirm or otherwise.
I don't want to belabor this. Yes, it's late. I'm sorry. I heard what you said, Member Wolf. I'm not sure that I understand your position about rewriting or reinterpreting. Could you just perhaps give us a sentence or two on your view of reading it independently? Because I'm not sure that I understood what you meant.
Yes. It would stand on it. The provisions in 6725 stand on its own merits, independent of 6721. It does not flow through it. In fact, 6725 is separated by 4 distinct sections with no reference to any other section of the ordinance. So it's got to stand independently. It's just the way legislative construction works. If it was meant to have any kind of connection with a prior section, a whole nother number, it would make reference to that, or it would be inclusive of that section, like a letter G or a letter HIJK kind of thing. It would be inclusive of that, but it's not. It was the way it was written. It's independent. So any reinterpretation of what you think it should be, other than what it has been for the past 20 some odd years, that's just an opinion. And I think if we change our opinion on that suddenly, without a change in the language, I think that's a slippery slope. Or it is a slippery slope.
I won't ask again.
I just want to say that I do think it seems abused, and also like IDR is, and also that I agree with Member Wolf that changing it could also be a slippery slope. I'll just reiterate that instead of.
I think also just, I don't know if we really had much discussion on it so far, and if we even want to have discussion on it now. But I believe there was, when we brought this up last time and had a discussion, it was more focused on whether B, C, and D only apply to A, or if they apply to other things. For instance, the portion on D about records need to be on a rolling basis, is that only for IDRs, or should any records have to be on a rolling basis?
I think we've applied it. I think we've applied B, C, and D across the board. So to me, we've been doing that.
Yes, I kind of.
And maybe it does mean we need to, suggest some modifications in the ordinance. I'm fine with saying B, C, and D follow A, but I think B, C, and D apply in other situations too, or at least that's how we've been actively interpreting it.
Mr. Chair, but that's not how legislative construction works. The items that are subsections of a clearly defined section are applicable to that section unless it's otherwise noted. There's no, to me, there in all my years of writing legislation, bylaws, what have you, it just wouldn't be possible. In fact, the Legislative Council in Sacramento wouldn't even allow that. They would say you'd have to make a reference.
Member Wolf, that may be true, but do you disagree with what I said, that we've been applying it in other instances?
That's our choice to make that recommendation to see if people would do that. It's not required under, they could argue it's not required under 6721. And despite them not doing it, it still doesn't make it, for us, it still doesn't make it legal.
Or for instance, subsection B offers an extension of 10 days if a record is in a remote storage facility or the need to consult with another interest department.
But they already, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Are you done, Member Wolf?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The question is, does that only apply to IDRs, or can that extension be invoked for any time? I'm not expressing an opinion one way or another right this second. I'm just saying those are the questions I think we need to.
But it's a time factor. It's a time factor. That 10 days applies to the next business day part. In 6721, it is a different set. It's different. They get 7 days from the jump. So that's why it's 6725 with that 10-day extension is unique, because it specifically applies to that one, that it's not even 24 hours. It's the next business day turnaround, which is very fast. That's very logical.
Noting
So
that
that's
Member Stein,
Go ahead.
noting that Member Stein returned at 10:52, having stepped out at 10:49.
What's that?
All I want to say, and then maybe we can move on.
Yeah.
This is precisely why we're looking at the text of the ordinance and considering amendments so that it's more easily readable and understandable, and things that make sense are put in the right place, and where things track and all of that. That's why we're going through that exercise.
And this doesn't necessarily have to be solved tonight. This was just,
right.
I was asked to put this on as a future agenda topic. We can stop whenever everyone wants to stop. There's no goal we have to get to with this item.
So referring to that.
Oh, okay. So I think we heard from our legal counsel. For instance, could you speak just to that, just how you are interpreting, for instance, subsection B? Does that apply only to subsection A, or would your advice to us be that we apply that to any type of public records request?
I would say that it's the latter. Our interpretation is, and I consulted with my colleagues who have had more experience dealing with this issue and dealing with this task force, is that those particular subsections apply broadly to the Sunshine Ordinance. And I don't want to get too much into it, but I do hear the points that are being raised in terms of how different interpretations can be justified, and that is the problem with when you're interpreting a statute. But you'd have to look at different aspects of it. You'd look at the title of this particular subsection. And if it were entitled, for example, immediate disclosure request, then it would make more sense that all of those subsections would apply only to immediate disclosure requests under subsection A. But given the fact that the references in B, C, and D seem to apply more broadly, and also the fact that this Sunshine Ordinance is derived from the CPRA subsections, and we looked through the history of it and how that has evolved, we feel pretty comfortable with the interpretation that B, C, and D apply more broadly than just to subsection A.
I have a hard time with that because I don't think you would allow legislation by any supervisor to move forward in that way without a reference.
Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, as an attorney, this looks like a pretty tough question. It looks like a close call. You know, how closely attached are B, C, and D to A? The weird thing about the way it appears on the page is A, B, C, and D, there's no preface to them. So there's nothing that explains what their relationship is to each other. And in other provisions, you'll see that there's something that provides you some context. One thing I think that might be looked at if someone was trying to do the construction here is to look at the actual ballot proposal, because we don't know how this provision kind of like landed into the middle of the Sunshine Ordinance. It may have been that it was part of it may have been that the ballot measure actually just had edits to the existing ordinance, or maybe it was a separate matter, and then they had to decide where we're going to put this, where we're going to put that, what are we going to name this, what are we going to name that. And I don't know. I've never looked at it. It looks like a lot of confusion to me as to which, what is exactly the relationship between these things. And that would take some time to really figure out.
It's too late tonight. I don't want to do it right now, but at some point, if you want to pull up the page from the November 1999 voter information pamphlet with the marked text from the old Sunshine Ordinance and these amendments, I'm happy to walk you through what I remember of the discussion that led to this and the old version of IDRs, the new version, and how the section heading can be construed. And yes, there are a variety of ways, given the rules of statutory construction, as I understand it, to interpret this. Plus, I would note that the two government code section references weren't correct in the first case and still aren't correct. So you have to go back and figure out which thing we were actually trying to tie it to. There's lots of spaghetti here. How about that?
Probably not something we're going to solve tonight. Probably the biggest takeaway is this is probably a great part for CAC to focus on, to clarify, since there's so much ambiguity.
And I would also want to add, just to look again at that 2023 policy recommendations, because I tried to write out all the problems with IDRs and why they're a problem, which includes not being able to specify where to submit them, so they get missed by the agencies, which is another reason why we often get them in front of us. But I also think they do create, problematic expectations on the part of requesters because, they just don't, they think they're one thing, but they're not that thing, at least in the eyes of the Good Government Guide and in many of the agencies who receive them.
So this has come back when CAC wants to send proposals to us, but there's a more backlog for you though. I think that's probably all we need to do tonight on this topic. And I'm not sure there's no one here, and I'm not sure there's anyone in the public audience or the online audience either. There's not. So no public comment on this for lack of any public. Okay, I think we move on to the next item. So if you call 14.
Item 14, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
So we've had some various issues come up as this meeting's gone. So if anyone wants to send me proposals on, things you want to agendize, what we do for time management. I mean, we went pretty late for only hearing 4 cases. This is probably not sustainable. So if anyone could think, how can we make this go a little bit better? I mean, luckily we have the consent agenda, but if we didn't, now you see why we got backlogged. So we need to do better on that. If people have ideas, send them to me. I'm happy to rearrange how we do the agenda. If you guys don't like, the way this is, we can always change it back another way. I know that was something that was brought up. If people have ideas on how they want the attendance policy to go, all the ordinance requires us is to have one, not what it needs to say. So if there's ideas on that, send them to me and we can agendize any of these topics. Happy to do it. Just let me know when you want it heard, what you want put on, and I'm happy to do it. So that's all.
Can I just throw in at you right now? I understand why we can't put things on the agenda until close to the meeting, but maybe if we could reach out to people, petitioners who might possibly be on an agenda like a month out and get an affirmative, I could attend that if you put my item on the agenda.
So we're sending out probably 3 to 4 weeks in advance, and it asks for confirmation. I don't know if our administrator follows up if there's just silence.
If we hear nothing, I don't think it should end up on the agenda.
I've stated that many times over the years, and we don't go to that last step. Like, you must confirm to attend. If you don't, we move on to the next petitioner.
And that is how early in advance?
Well, if you're already reaching out to people 3 or 4 weeks ahead of time, if you don't hear from them, say within 2 weeks, they miss their window to be on that agenda.
The problem with that, and we tried that, is that then 2 weeks later, it's now too late to set up placement files.
No, I'm saying, well, maybe you reach out to more people and say first come, first serve. If we have some, we have some openings. If we hear from you, you'll be on the agenda. If not, and you still want your case heard, you'll be on, next month.
And how would more than 2 cases with the same petitioner be considered?
I think so.
There are details to how to.
Probably 2 people as backup.
You know what? Does everyone think this deserves its own discussion? I can put it on for October. Probably rushing this time to
100%
do it. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Or just try doing things. That's,
Yeah. As the administrator,
Talk, discuss, not do.
as the chair, you could just try.
I can just try it, but right. We've tried other things, but what I don't want, the opposite thing is if we do it, send out a lot of notices and everyone responds, now I have 8 files, now we're in a difficult spot. Or if we limit it and say, hey, we're only going to send it to I usually go with 6. And I get 3 people who say, hey, I can't make it. And we hear from them 2 weeks later. Now we're 2 weeks before the agenda has to be finalized and uploaded and all that. That doesn't give those people enough time to turn in their supplemental documentation. And now we only have a meeting with 3 files. So there's that balancing act of how do you select them. I don't know if there's a right answer. I've had situations where we've come to meet and there's literally only 3 or 4 files, and that's why, right? Because so many people backed out. Other ones I've tried where let's just kind of push it to the limits. Let's try 7 or 8, and we've had 7 or 8 end up. And then if we go this slowly, we'd be here till 2 a.m. So I don't know how to do it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I was going to ask, when you create the agenda, do you look at like each complaint and see like, okay, this one may take, an hour, it's very pithy, versus this one will be, fairly simple, and kind of gauge?
Yeah, we tried to, but as you saw tonight,
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, I thought the number 5 would take probably 15 minutes, and it took an hour.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
It was like, if you didn't get a notice, let's waive it. But an hour later, there we were. So, I mean,
yeah.
I think the most I can do is that if I could try for a fuller agenda, people back out the last minute, that could happen. But I think ultimately we have to just do a better job of policing ourselves so that we don't hear things at 10 o'clock, and realize that I don't think we need to do multiple rounds of questions and go down rabbit holes that may not be what the person who stood before us is seeking, but might be an interesting intellectual exercise, but not necessarily resolving what's in front of us.
Speaking of policing ourselves, the police commission started after us, and I think finished before us tonight down the hall with a greater number of items, including closed session, but I digress. Also, the planning commission, for what it's worth, gives you a calendar date, and that's it. You better organize your life and your, travel schedule and your attorneys and your people around it. That's the date you got at the planning commission, and people don't just, skip out on planning commission dates if they've got a project there. Just FYI. A couple other things. CAC is continuing to plow through amendments and discussion. We talked about perhaps bringing to the October meeting of the full task force some big topics to maybe discuss. Were we not?
I thought that was for our meeting.
Okay, we're not doing that yet here.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. We're not doing that yet here, but at some point we may bring here the topics like IDRs, supervisor of records, powers and duties of the task force, things that we need to have some discussion about here. There was that. I mentioned earlier, I will work on the 2025 meeting schedule and try to get that for next month. And then I wanted to end tonight, at least for me, by saying that my birthday is tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
Hold on. And there's some interesting numbers here that I turned 56. I was first appointed to the task force 28 years ago, half of that in 1996. And I have served for roughly 14 years on the task force on and off. So I've spent literally more than half my life being involved with Sunshine and a quarter of my life serving on this body. And apparently there's more work to do, but there's that. Anyway.
We want to go 51 more minutes so we can.
Hey,
your birthday.
I would prefer not to unless there's a lot of public comment to fill that out. But yeah. Anyways, those are my thoughts for tonight. Thanks.
Anyone else? And there's no one in the audience, online or in person, so no public comment. Item number 15.
Item 15, adjournment.
Okay.
So moved.
No opposition. Okay, we're adjourned at 11:09.
Thanks, everybody.
11:09. Mics are being turned off.
See you all.
Bye.
Take care.
Turning off recording.